I'm getting so lucky in the goal. Give me double bags every time, please. Please, I need double bags. Double bags need.
So we have another cancellation today, guys.
Hmm.
We love cancellations, don't we? And so anyway, this is what happened today. Basically, so Honda, you guys might know Honda. It's the fat guy from Street Fighter. Apparently, really did not like a joke that a person on Team Liquid made, right? So Honda has dropped. This is really funny for me to see this because I've said, you know, I've been saying this was going to happen many times. I've said over and over and over again. Nobody wanted to listen. People said that I was a bad
OVH,
person for suggesting
and
it.
OVH
But
again.
I know this. I know the solution to this problem. I know the solution, but we'll talk about that after we talk about what the problem is. So basically, there is something that is referred to, this is in advertising, and like, I'm just going to use this term, blue chip brands. These are brands that have a, you know, pristine reputation, they have a clean product, and they don't have any controversies, right? We're not talking about super male vitality. We're not talking about the UFC. We're talking about places like Progressive, places like Ford Motors, Honda, for example. Let me think. Samsung, like just super generic, like the most
McDonald's,
basic
Coca-Cola.
milquetoast, white bread, fucking companies that you could possibly have, right? Lay's potato chips, yes, exactly. Apple, right? IBM. And so, yeah, super basic, super corpo brands. Honda has dropped Team Liquid after a controversial tweet about Japan from Liquid DS. I don't know who this is. Honda confirmed that a member posted an inappropriate message. They took the matter seriously. They lodged severe protest. The team apologized, implemented measures. After much consideration, AHM has decided to terminate its sponsorship. So Honda proudly partners with organizations whose dreams, standards, and passion match our own. So Honda was partnered with Team Liquid, which meant that, you know, Team Liquid was, you know, getting paid money by Honda. So this guy posted, I know this might sound pretty bad, but he posted a meme of a nuclear bomb. Now, for a little bit of context, Honda is a company that comes from Japan. Now, where did this picture
Yeah, that
come
probably
from?
wasn't so smart.
Well, that was a pretty bad time for them, right? They had a that was a bad year for Japan, okay? That was a really bad year for Japan. Now, Honda didn't even exist back then, but the guy that made Honda made a company that I think helped the Japanese in World War II, right? And so there's a little bit of hypocrisy here because, I mean, like, and also, like, the nuclear bomb, right? I mean, this is a, oh, wow, it's really bad. But imperialist Japan, these were not necessarily, you know, this wasn't the Teletubbies, let's just say that, right? And I'm not a historian, but from what I've read, it sure didn't seem too nice. And so anyway, yeah, for the Empire, right? And so not nice guys. Yeah, they're the assholes. And so the nuke made Honda, I ain't gonna say that. That's crazy. And so just like VW and the Germans, exactly. And so anyway.
Not just
so
VW, bro. How about Samsung? Or not Samsung, Siemens. Like, you go, boss.
For the complete team. And
If you think a country's company would not help the country during a war, you're fucking retarded, alright? Like, all of these companies were either working with Imperial Japan, fucking the Nazi leadership. How do you think America got all their shit? Companies helped them out.
This needs to start happening more. I think we need accelerationism because this is what the future is. I said more examples of blue chip brands being an unstable form of sponsorship of esports. If esports and programming wants to rely on outside money, they should embrace porn, gambling, and alcohol sponsors. They don't leave after silly controversies or meaningless Twitter noise. This is the future. The future is getting children to gamble with cryptocurrency on their mom's credit card and selling porn. That is the future. That's it. That's right. And if you want,
he's actually not even wrong.
To survive. Now, the only way that esports
can
survive without this is with the FGC, the fighting game community. That is a totally different situation. Now, why is it a totally different situation? It's simple. It's because you're only paying one guy. If Charlie wants to pay some guy to go to a tournament, you know, for Moist Esports, he just does it. It's fucking like 20 grand and that's it. It's done. And so anyway, that's it. New Trump tweet, we're gonna get around that. But like, or anybody else, right? If any of these other people, like, this is why we even thought about sponsoring people in the FGC, because, or I did. I thought about doing my own thing, but I've just, honestly, I'm like, I've got so many things going on right now. Like, what the fuck do I need another fucking thing for, right? And so anyway, yeah, Bald Esports, right? The FGC is the best community. Well, the reason why the FGC is the best community. So do you want to know the real reason why? One of the big reasons is because most of the big fighting games don't really play a huge role in setting up tournaments. That's a big reason. So it is completely grassroots. It's not like, for example, the Overwatch League. The Overwatch League is top down. It's like Bobby Kotick saying, listen, you're gonna have team names and city names for esports teams. It's gonna be called the Cincinnati Cleaners, and it's gonna be 5 dudes that live in Korea. What? The Massachusetts Mavericks. And it's, wait, 3 guys from Belgium, a German, and a Spanish guy? Wait, what? But I thought it said Massachusetts. What the hell is this? And so anyway, yeah. Yeah, and I could go on, right? But I think my point is made, right? I think it's made. And so anyway, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And so the reason why the FGC is different is that the FGC is not built on a throne of lies. Esports and the entire economy around esports is built around thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Gentlemen, I've seen a lot of people gifting subs today. I really appreciate it. But keep in mind, I'm completely financially stable, and if you want to spend your money on anything else, go ahead and do it. I appreciate the money, but never feel like you have to support the stream. Just being here is more than enough for me, okay? So keep that in mind. Yeah, I always appreciate it, but that's it. And so just keep that in mind.
Must be nice being able to say that.
I'm totally fine. Don't worry about me. And so I always take Twitch Primes, but that's because Jeff Bezos, of anybody who doesn't need the money, there's 1 or 2 people in the world that need the money less than I do. He's one of them, okay? And so I can take a Twitch Prime, but that's it. Anyway, my point is, besides that, let me go back. What was I even thinking besides this? I got distracted. So the FGC, so esports is built up by venture capitalism. Now, I tried to talk to some of these people. I did. And now, finally, because in 2014, a lot of the guys my age, we were like 23, 24. Who the fuck cares what we think? Well, now we're in our 30s. And so now a lot of the guys that I talk to that work at these different VC firms, they understand that esports is a money pit. They understand the longitudinal reality of this. But you had the fucking boomers and these Gen X people that were making decisions for fucking venture capitalists and money, investing like $50 million into something thinking that they're going to turn it into the NBA. Well, it turns out it's not. And also, this is another really big component. I didn't even think of this until I brought it up. Harry Balls, thanks a lot for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. So another really big component is that America has such an endemic sports culture by itself that there's no reason for them to add in anything else besides that. NBA of losing money? Yeah, but they make a lot more money than fucking, you know, like some Overwatch league does, right? Let's be honest, right? And so anyway, and so what I'm trying to get at is that basically the entire value of esports and the economy of esports has been artificially inflated higher than the fucking 2007 housing bubble or the dot-com bubble. Like and it's popping, and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And this is also contextualized inside of Western audiences, because Chinese audiences, Korean audiences, they're on board with this. You're a professional player for CSGO, you go to Brazil, you're a fucking celebrity. You're a professional player for CSGO, you go to Chicago, you get robbed. That's just the way it is. And so the fact is, nobody gives a fuck about this over here in America, and they don't care about it that much over in Europe either. And so the fact is that, like, a lot of this stuff, the real gang shit, no, I'm being honest, right? Am I wrong? And so anyway, esports is it's built on a throne of lies. It's built on a throne of lies, misplaced optimism, fucking, in my opinion, ignorance, and, you know, basically greed. And so now the throne that was built in 2010 is now finally starting to crumble. Now, how do you replace that throne? You replace it with porn, cryptocurrency, and gambling. Because those are the only sponsors. Because the fact is that if you have to sanitize your event enough to where big brands want to sponsor it, you have an event that's not fun to watch. Nobody wants to watch an event where everybody says, oh, good game. They want to watch an event like Idra back in the 2010 StarCraft 2 days, where he's talking shit in game, he's quitting out of games in mid-match, in the middle of the fucking stage. We want to see fights on stream. I want to see Hungrybox throwing a chair into the crowd. What was it? Somebody threw a lobster at Hungrybox and then he started screaming about it. That's the real content, okay? That's real esports. That's what people
My man's
care
not
about.
wrong.
And by the way, if you think I'm wrong, then explain the UFC. The best fucking fight ever was whenever fucking Khabib beat the fuck out of Conor McGregor. As soon as he beats the fuck out of Conor McGregor, he immediately goes, all right, another one, climbs over the fucking octagon and starts trying to beat up his team. Immediately, just instantaneously. And Joe Rogan was there. Oh, well, this is such a bad... Shut up, Joe. You know this was a good day. This was such a good day. Everybody knows this was a good day. What a great day.
It was. It was such a good
day. What a great day for UFC. Yeah,
that the fallout of the fight was better than the fight itself.
He's a huge asshole. Khabib is like, I like Khabib more than Conor McGregor. I like Conor McGregor. He's all right. After the rape stuff, maybe I can't say I like Conor McGregor anymore. But, like, you know, back then I thought he was an all right guy. But anyway, I like Khabib more, I'll tell you that. And so this happens, and it was like, it's the perfect
Khabib supports terrorists.
Story, right? And so anyway, Conor got humbled. He did, and that's what he deserved. And the point is, though, is that people, that's what guys, and also, who watches UFC? You want to know who watches UFC? I do, you do. Like, and by you, I mean everybody in the chat, because it's all men between the ages of 18 and 40. Actually, 18 and 60 with the UFC. Those are the people that watch UFC, okay? Girls aren't watching this shit. Girls are not tuning in to watching the Counter-Strike finals. Girls, if they use a voice chat in CSGO, if both teams are like, hold up, guys, wait a minute.
We gotta harass this person.
I think we have an imposter.
Yeah.
And they kick her out of the game. So, no, girls don't watch this shit. It's all guys. It's all guys. You go to the FGC, you watch one of these Smash tournaments, it's a bunch of sweaty dudes. And so anyway, you try to make this content and you try to make this appeal to this, you know, fucking broad audience. It doesn't exist. It doesn't fucking exist, bro. Like, it's not there. And so, yeah, I know a girl who watches UFC too, just to see a dude's muscles. Yeah, sure. I mean, right? I mean, there are people that watch, you know, like women's basketball, but because they think that the women are attractive. It's like, oh, wow. I wonder why women's pole vaulting is so popular on YouTube. It must be for the athleticism, right?
Oh, yeah, totally.
That must be it. Yeah, the women's long jump, exactly. And so anyway, beach volleyball, well, I was just using basketball as a more abstract example, but sure. But anyway, here's the point, right? Is that Honda wants to have a sanitized brand that, you know, is just completely flaccid, boring, and is simply a vehicle for marketing. That's all they want. The fact is that making a joke about a nuclear bomb and losing the sponsorship for the entire fucking, the entire brand, and he's going, I want to sincerely apologize, I made a big mistake using the GIF. Shut up, you pussy. Nobody cares about this. It doesn't matter. Like, nobody thinks it's a mistake. You don't think it's a mistake. Nobody at fucking Liquid thinks it's a mistake. Let's just call this out for what it is. It's Honda being fucking retarded. It's some retard over at Honda that got offended by this, and they canceled the partnership. No, I'm not gonna, what are you pretending for? Like, and also, by the way, you, like, Team Liquid sponsors a WoW guild. Do you really think that none of those WoW players have ever said or done anything that bad? What do you think the odds of that are? What do you think the odds? Maybe there might just be a little bit of a possibility, right? What's all this crying about? It's crying about a nuclear bomb gift, right? Honda was waiting to quit and looking for an opportunity? Yeah, I think so. And so anyway, nuke means Japan nukes your career. Yeah, I guess so, right? And so anyway, nobody, you don't care about this. You know you don't care about this. Everybody knows you don't care about this. I think the world is tired of these corpo fake bullshit apologies from people that it's obvious you don't give a fuck. You don't care. Like, nobody cares about this. Like, just stop pretending. It's bad for, and also here's the other thing too. It's bad for your brand. It's bad for you as a content creator to be out here faking it as if you think tweeting a GIF about a nuclear bomb is a big mistake. No, it's not. No, it's not, you retard. You know that. Everybody knows that. It's ridiculous. And so anyway, yeah, they lost a huge sponsorship though. Yeah, and they should have never had it. That's what I'm saying. You should have never tried to court these brands. Should have never tried to do it. I think the future of esports, porn, gambling, and alcohol, and cryptocurrency. That is the future of esports. If you want to make a esports brand, you have to do these things. And if you don't, I want to see your balance sheets, because if you tell me you're not operating at a loss, I'm going to say you're lying. That's it. Is everything you despised 3 years ago? I still don't want. I never despised it. But that being said,
Got 'em.
I don't gamble, I don't drink alcohol, and I don't really invest in cryptocurrency. So this isn't something that I do, but I like, so here's an example. I think that we should probably look for other forms of, you know, like power besides oil, right? But I own a car that uses oil and it uses gas, or sorry, gasoline, I mean. And the reason why is because that's just the way it is. That's the way it is. Now, you can say that, you know, oh, well, you know, you should have principles about this. But yeah, you can have principles, or you could have a company. You could have either one, so you can decide. But if these people want to have a company, they can't afford principles. That's all there is to it. So yeah, but would you say porn is bad for society overall? I don't care about this. I don't care about this conversation. It's so abstract, and there's like 50 other things I want to talk about today. I don't even want to get into it. But anyway, so these companies need to realize that if you want to exist in the online space, you have to find companies that understand the online space. If they do not understand the online space, you will not have a good partnership, because they are entering into it without full understanding, and you are entering into it without full understanding. That is the problem. That is what it is. And so anyway, talk to Dana White. Maybe I will talk to Dana White. We'll see what happens. But Chrono Odyssey next month. I saw it. I'm going to look at it. It's on the list. You don't have to remind me. And so Riot has become a partner with Coinbase recently. Is that true? Let me see. Riot, Coinbase. May 6th. Coinbase partners with Riot Games across Global League and I'm telling you, bro, like, the guys over at Riot, they're smart. I talked to them. I went to Riot before.
Attention engineer, restore the carrier to operational condition. Attention.
Let me think. I'm trying to think, because, like, I signed an NDA, right? I did not play the MMO. I did not. I did not play the MMO. I did not even see an image of the MMO. Let me say this. I was as honest as possible with them. And basically, they were like, yeah, thanks. Yep. Straight up. To some of the highest people in the company. Yes, straight up. And that was it. Literally no problems. These guys are smart. They know what's going on, yeah. And yes, everything is good. They heard you, yes. And that's it. They were high, all right, and missing the point. And so anyway, that's the right. I absolutely did not. But the point is that they know where the future is, right? That's it. You still haven't watched Arcane, have you? I watched a little bit more of it. Okay, to be fair, I did. And so yeah, I'm watching a YouTube video where you got a Fansly ad on Twitch, right? No, that was when Cutie Cinderella used Fansly as an advertiser for the streamer games, for the streamer awards, and then people complained about it afterwards. And you know, I'm a big supporter of that kind of stuff, right? I think that, you know, adult content and things like this, I don't like the idea that the internet needs to be sanitized for children. I think that I think parents need to exercise proper discretion, and instead of all adults kind of collaborating together to sanitize and protect children from the internet, I think that there needs to be rules that keep children off the internet, and there also need to be parents that prepare children for the real world, which is in fact many times the internet. And so that's it. I don't care, like, oh wow, there could be a kid watching this. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. You think this is the first time? Bro, this kid's probably watched an ISIS execution, and you're worried that he's seeing an ad for Fansly? I don't give a fuck, and neither do you. You just complain to complain. You don't care. You know you
Dude, he's speaking the truth.
I know you don't care. Nobody cares.
I remember watching Faces of Death. We were like 14 at the time.
And so anyway, true and real. Yes, I'm
just
being
running
honest.
it in the video store.
18 plus. The internet should be 18 plus. That's a fact, except for places that are curated explicitly for children, like YouTube Kids, for example. And so anyway, Team Liquid, I think, and a lot of these esports organizations, I think this is only going to get worse. And I have an offer for Honda, okay? It's a nuclear offer. I'll only offer it twice. If you guys need help with any form of figuring out how to build your online brand or understanding any degree of the internet and where to invest your money, I will give you insight. Just hit me up. Just DM me. You know, like, you know where to find me, right? I mean, like, it's easy. And so just text me and just let me know. And I will do it for a fraction of the amount of money that you could figure out a consulting fee to do this for, and I will outperform any fucking agency that there is. And if I don't pay me. So, if you guys want to have an idea how this works, I'll let you know. If you don't, keep doing what you're doing. It's working great, right, guys? 72% loss of money. Haha. Wow, good job. Keep it up. Yeah, keep it up. And so anyway, and will my managers be free? Yeah, I don't know. And so that's it. And yeah, and this goes for any company, right? If they want help with, you know, figuring out a marketing plan or anything like that, a lot of these companies, and the reason why I do this is that I view it as planting flowers to eventually one day have a garden. Is that, and not for me, but for everybody, the fact is that a lot of these marketing companies, so do you remember whenever I was criticizing, where was it? Oh, fuck, where was the thing? No, this isn't it. I've had a lot of these. This is the Twitch to OnlyFans. Yeah, a lot of these, I don't remember a lot. Yeah, okay, so, oh, this was a good day. Remember this? This was what a good day for me this was. And anyway, did I save this photo? I'm gonna save this. Winning. Okay, yeah, we're gonna save this right here. I don't want to miss that. And anyway, so what was I thinking about besides that? I got distracted. And crazy pulls, it's normal, right? And anyway, fuck, where was I going with this? I totally got distracted. What was I talking about? Did you even build her? Yeah, she's level 90. I cleared Tower of Adversity with 30 out of 30 crystals. I did the entire thing. I even did the secondary thing as well. I did all of that, and yeah, I've cleared the entire thing. And so yeah, as a matter of fact, if you're curious. And did you get your Adderall today? No, I haven't. Making jokes, right? And so anyway, building the garden. So a lot of advertising agencies right now are full of a bunch of people that don't know what they're doing and they don't understand the space.
Fully
and I can
in.
prove it to you. Do you want to know how I
just
can
like
prove
feel
it?
the fucking
It's
haze, bro.
If they did
Like,
understand the space, they'd be doing what I was
I kinda
doing
hate it.
and making 20 times their salary. They don't understand the space. They don't know what the hell they're doing. That's it. So if you want to have it get done by a person that knows how to do it, rather than a bunch of morons that have been, you know, like these people have been around for a long time. Yeah, that's the problem. And so the issue right now is that advertising and the amount of sponsorships in streaming right now, I'm going to make a graph, okay? This is a graph of how streaming advertisement, or this is sponsorships, and this is time. Okay? Does this look like a good graph? Does this look like a good time for you? I feel like it's kind of a bad time for you, right? I would say kind of a bad, ooh, not a good graph. Nobody likes this graph. Yeah, so the line, as you can see, oh, actually some people might be confused. Here, let me make it a little bit easier to understand. Now do you see the problem? Yeah. Big issue, okay? And so anyway, red is bad, exactly. And so way better, yeah, now people are starting to pick up on it. And so the problem is that advertising is basically dying on the internet because, and especially with streaming, is because streamers are terrible salesmen. That's the reason why. And the people that are running it, the agencies that are running it, are totally full of shit. Like, I'll give you an example, right? And I don't want to say full of shit entirely, right? For legal reasons, by the way. Does anybody really think that the Progressive show that they did with Austin's show and all of them had 100,000 viewers? Well, let me tell you something. Progressive probably thinks that. And that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem way later on down the line when somebody has to explain what the conversion ratio is and why it was such an astronomically lower ratio, because it was built on something that was not entirely authentic. That's the reason. And they all they have to do is DM me. Just hit me up on Discord. Just say, hey, it's me, it's me, the company. And I'll just be like, oh, okay, all right, well, let's get this done, right? That's part of the funnels problem? It is. It's the funnels problem. It is. It's because most streamers are rich kids. Most rich kids are boring and have no personality. I don't know. I mean, like, I know plenty of, like, that's, in my personal experience, that is sometimes true. but it is not always true. And so anyway, yeah, it is, and it's not. I think it really depends on the person, right? And so, damn, you went outside? Yeah, basically, right? It's kind of true. I don't know about rich, but they're boring. Sometimes, right? It really depends. There are plenty of poor people that are boring too, okay? That's really what I'm getting
Hi.
at. Name 50? Name 50 people. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, so anyway, standard deviation. Yeah, Roku code.
Poor and boring at the same time.
So, yeah, I have to be the company.
It sucks.
$50,000. No, you'd be paying me, right? This would be different. And so, anyway, this is what happened, right? Is that Honda dropped these guys, and I think that this is only going to keep happening as companies realize that the investment into esports and these online brands are delivering a much lower rate of return. And also it's because I can't speak for Team Liquid. So again, for legal reasons, I'm not speaking in terms of them specifically, but I do know that there are instances of these companies that artificially misrepresent their data in a way that is deliberately, like, it's kind of like, for an example, you worked on a group project in 11th grade, and then you put on your resume that you were a team building leader and you were a manager. It's like, yeah, that's true, but you were managing a science project for a volcano, right? And so that's a big issue. And again, if they want me to look at this, I can do this because I understand it. I know every scam. I know every trick. I know every exploit. I know every way you can break the rules. And you know, again, I've got nothing to gain from this anymore, right? I've already done everything. And so if you want to know, just let me know. That's it. I manage RBG team, therefore I can manage anything. Yes, clearly. That's against the law, brother. You can't deceive shareholders. Oh, Jesus Christ, you can't deceive shareholders. Of course you can. You can deceive them, but you cannot lie to them. So for example, whenever Ubisoft says net bookings or players instead of sales, that's not lying, but it's deceiving. Guys, you have to, users, we're changing the vocabulary to make it more abstract so we can cast a wider net so it sounds like we know what we're doing. Guys, lying is, if there's anything in life I'm good at, it's not video games, it's lying. It's lying and tricking people into things that they shouldn't believe.
Come on, let's get going.
That's the only thing. Every time, and this is always a little game I would play with myself whenever I was a kid. And I would say anytime I wanted to do something in our guild that would be in my best interest, but not in everybody else's best interest, my challenge would be that I would put it to a vote. And I would convince people to vote against themselves. And it would work. Here's the funny thing. Every single time. Every single time. And so that's it. People are stupid. Yeah, it's so easy to do. And so anyway, yeah, you play with yourself. Yes, absolutely. Ubin installed the PSYOP by Roach Lord. No, I don't need the PSYOP anymore. Whenever I made my YouTube channel, my original Asmongold YouTube channel, that was the end of the lies. Like, I made all my videos about how to manipulate people into, like, joining your guild, how to loot councils, scam people, how to ninja loot stuff. Like, I did all of it. And it was because I'm like, all right, I had my fun. This is over. I'm going to go, you know, I'm going to be a good boy now, right? And so, did anyone ever call you out on your voting bullshit? They did. One time somebody called me out on their voting bullshit. So this is what I did. Is that, so they actually were right, but they voted against me, but they said that they didn't vote. So I had admin of the website, and I posted the screenshot that showed that they voted against me. And because I could prove them a liar, it totally destroyed all of their credibility. Nobody took their argument seriously, which was a valid argument, and the vote still went through and I won. That shit in Olympus? Yeah, it's yeah. And by the way, and there are a lot of people that try and do this. You want to know another person that does this? I'm gonna call him out right now. I'm gonna let him know. Give me a minute. When AQ40 came out, S-Fan straight up goes and says, I think that the best idea is for me to get all of the tier 2.5 first. That way, we don't have to worry about me getting it anymore. That shit, bro, like... That was so... Everyone did that. Yeah, and so that's what it was. The pinnacle of logic. And he did... Hey, he was the Scarab Lord Grand Marshal. He can do whatever the hell he wants. And so, yeah, classic Paladin, exactly. And so, yeah, you're doing yourself... Yeah, you're trying to help them out. And so, anyway, this is... So I know the way that these companies operate. I know everything about this. So if any of these companies, you know, want any insight or whatever, you know, they just hit me up. I mean, I know a lot of people that are like, you know, around, let's just say. They can hit me up if they want insight on, like, you know, is something a good idea or not. I'll tell you if it's a good idea or not, right? And so that's it. And anyway, let's go back. We'll look at the rest of these. And his DKP was fucked up afterwards.
This is a good group, man.
His DKP was fucked up afterwards. Do you want to know why? It's because you wouldn't need it until Nax. And then, who got the first Might of Minithil in Sven's guild? Who was it? Who got it? Sven. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? He got the Ashbringer too? Who would have guessed? You know, who would have guessed? That's just the way it is, right? And like, hey. You know, like, he and I mean, you know, we're boys, right? And so, you know, great minds. And so that's the way it is. And Sven is the best at looting. He really is. Oh, here we go. They're talking about it now, finally.
Generation. Sweet, addictive, and engineered to have an impact on the cognitive development of our children. But unlike sugar, these new technologies
Is she talking
can
about
be
social media?
weaponized, shaped beliefs, and sadly affect emotions and even be deadly. Over the past few months, I have met with brave survivors, deeply loving families, and caring advocates who know firsthand the emotional and psychological toll of NCII and deepfake abuse.
Yeah, it's underage girls having deepfakes made about them.
Stood boldly for change.
It's like crazy weird shit.
Despite the risk posed to her and her family by speaking out and making her voice heard. Aliston, your voice and the voices of so many like you made this bill a national priority. Many thanks to members of Congress, both parties, for passing this legislation, including Speaker Johnson, Senator Cruz, Senator Klobuchar,
That's Ted.
Congresswoman Salzar, Congresswoman Dean, and Congressman Guthrie.
It's gonna
and
take a
so
while
many
still.
more. Thank you all for coming together to prioritize people over politics.
Yeah, I honestly think this is a good thing.
As First Lady, my Be Best initiative is focused on improving children's well-being, encouraging
There he
kindness,
is.
and creating a safer online environment for our youth. Today, I'm proud to say that the values of Be Best will be reflected in the law of the land. I want to thank my husband, President Trump, for standing with us on this effort. His signature on this new law is not where our work ends on this issue. Now we look to the Federal Trade Commission and the private sector to do their part. Today, through the Take It Down Act, we affirm that the well-being of our children is central to our future, of our families, and America. Now it is my pleasure to introduce the President. Thank you.
Try not to lose a single ship. and save our base structures from destruction. Reconnaissance data suggests the principal attack will be launched in 10 minutes. If the outer radius of defense is broken, the attack might be under attack.
Let's assume that you're taking a major warship into battle in the age of armoured ships. You've opened fire on the enemy, and at least one of your shells has scored a hit. Congratulations. Even better, it's hit something that's fairly heavily armoured, so whatever's on the other side of that armour is likely to be quite important to the continued functioning of that enemy vessel. It could be their machinery, it could be their magazines, it could be the guns in a turret that has just been shooting back at you. However, the next stage of proceedings is that shell actually has to penetrate the armour that it's hit. How this occurs depends, to a certain extent, on what kind of shell you're firing and what kind of armour you're hitting. A solid sphere of iron hitting an iron plate in the 1860s is going to be a rather different affair compared to a capped armour-piercing shell hitting face-hardened Krupp-style steel in World War I or World War II, and everything in between those scenarios. So for the sake of simplicity today, we're only going to consider the mechanics of shell penetration during that latter World War I or World War II period. And so the assumptions we're making is that the shell is moving relatively fast, it has some kind of armor-piercing cap on it, and it's impacting a steel plate that has a hardened face and a softer back, but is a homogeneous lump of metal. Note that, of course, as a result, descriptions that apply to tank versus tank engagements, particularly in World War II, or shortly thereafter, do not actually usually apply, because how most tank shells penetrate most tank armour, at least before we get into modern composites, is a slightly different kettle of fish to capped AP shells hitting face-hardened Krupp steel. There are exceptions to that rule, but anyway. The main problem that you now have is that your shell is necessarily a rigid, hollow body, because it's got the explosive in it, which is impacting a much more massive armour plate. At the point of contact, with a shell being a relatively hard object, and the face of the armour also being
Hard and strong.
you're going to run straight into one of Newton's laws of motion, the one that says every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And thus, if a, relatively speaking, pointy shell hits the armour plate, the force of the shell's impact is of course transmitted to the armour, but an equal and opposite force of resistance is transmitted back into the shell. Now, in a collision that occurs over time between softer, more ductile objects, the distribution of the energy involved may be spread out somewhat over that time, as compared to between relatively hard and rigid objects. But there will always be an initial shockwave that propagates from the brief moment when neither projectile nor target have deformed to any significant degree. That shockwave, incidentally, is what generates most of the splinters when a cannonball hits a wooden ship's side, but I'd advise going to see the video that was done about that at the Vasa Museum if you want to learn more about that rather older type of shot versus hull interaction. Now, in our case, because we're looking at face-hardened plate armor versus a relatively hard shell, we're not counting the
What am I doing here? That's the guy's name.
The shockwave would, of course, be far more powerful, partially due to the much greater energies involved, and partially because, thanks to the hard nature of both objects, the time involved in transmitting the energy is much reduced. This is, for example, why you can take a glass marble, fairly chunky one, and drop it onto a wooden table, and it probably won't shatter, but do the exact thing onto a solid metal anvil, and there's a fairly good chance it will. It's exactly the same energy, it's just how that energy is distributed over the time of impact. Now, what this all adds up to is there are now two rather large stresses acting on the shell. the shockwave travelling into the shell from the point of impact, and the compression of the shell due to inertia, as at the moment of impact the tip of the shell has either stopped or at least slowed down substantially, depending on exactly how fine an analysis you're doing, but the rest of the shell body is still trying to progress in the direction it was going before. Left in this state, either the shockwave could cause the shell to shatter, or the compression could cause the shell to split and concertina down on itself, or more realistically, a combination of both would make the shell burst apart from the inside, leaving you with, at best, a low-order explosion external to the armor plate. There is a shockwave that's transmitted into the armor as well, but the armor plate is much more massive, it's not hollow, it has external support and bracing, and all of that serves to distribute these forces somewhat better. So in this scenario, it's probably going to survive without all that much damage. Note, of course, that if you have a very large shell, say Yamato's 18.1 inches or the 16-inch Super Heavies, impacting very thin armor, say on a light cruiser, that pretty much flips all of the above around. But since we're assuming that we're talking about a capital ship on capital ship engagement here, in order for your shell not to just blow itself apart on impact, it has the armor-piercing cap on it. Now, depending on exactly how hard that armor-piercing cap is, the effects upon impact can be slight.
Bro. What the fuck? That is one big shell.
Slightly different, but since the harder type of armor-piercing cap is far more common if you aggregate all World War I and World War II battleship shells as a whole, we'll consider that scenario. The armor-piercing cap is going to be attached to the main body of the shell, but not by much. The attachment points have to be just enough to ensure the cap stays on.
2,700 pounds
while
projectile.
it's flying through the air and during the initial impact. So that's really
About
about it.
1,300
Now,
kilograms.
the armor-piercing cap should not be confused with the wind shield, which is a much more elongated cone-like casing that goes on top of the shell and the cap and is present for aerodynamic purposes. It's so thin and fragile relative to everything else that's involved in this collision that, although it pretty much disintegrates on impact, it can essentially be regarded as not present for the purposes of armor penetration. Now, when the armor-piercing cap hits the armor, we're going to get the same issues that we described previously with shockwaves and compression from inertia and so forth. Except that the shockwave travelling through the AP cap is going to tend to shatter the connections with the main body of the shell, thus preserving the shell from the initial worst effects of that initial impact shockwave, since transmission of shock, even through materials that are touching, is generally slightly less efficient than the transmission of that same shock through materials that are physically joined together. Next, since the AP cap is essentially just a solid concave mass of metal, it can be made substantially harder than the shell body, which can't afford to be too brittle. And so the armor-piercing cap, driven on by its own inertia as well as that of the shell behind it, essentially starts to mutually annihilate with part of the armor plate, ideally punching a divot into the hardened face even as the combination of the impact shockwave, the continuing collision, and the pressure exerted by the fact it's now caught between the armor plate on one hand and the oncoming rest of the shell body on the other, will tend to destroy it. Of course, if the armor is severely overmatched by the incoming projectile, then that armor-piercing cap may be carried on through in whole or in substantial part, but for the purposes of what we're describing, we're assuming that the shell and the armor are relatively well matched, and that if penetration is going to occur, it's going to be only just. Now, the initial divot that the armor-piercing cap has created is then exploited by the main shell body, which now has less absolute thickness of armor to penetrate, and much less of the hardened face to get through. And if this impact occurs away from the perpendicular, this may also give the shell a degree of normalization, realigning the shell closer to perpendicular, which is the ideal if you want to maximize penetration, and that happens in part due to the friction of some part of the armor-piercing cap being the first bit to hit the armor before the rest of it, which generates a rotational moment towards perpendicular. Now, all of this also has the effect of pre-stressing the armor plate somewhat, such that when the shell body comes through either the disintegrating armor-piercing cap or it just shoves that cap onwards, the cumulative effect is to allow the shell as a whole, or the body on its own, an easier job of punching through whatever protection happens to be left. Now, of course, all of this takes place in a fraction of a second, and this is a hugely simplified overview of armor penetration by battleship shells in World War I and World War II, as in reality you'd have to account for other things, including but not limited to the impact being at least somewhat more along the lines of fluid mechanics as opposed to solid material collisions, which is what you might expect, along with dealing with spectacular rises in temperature due to the energy exerted at the point of impact and the effect that that has on everything, particularly the metals and their ability to resist things. And this is one of the reasons why examining shell penetrations on battleship armor can either in part or in whole end up with remains of the armor plate that look more like the armor was melted and someone then pushed through it, rather than a shattered or torn piece of solid metal, which you might otherwise expect. And also will explain why this perceived effect might vary as you go through the depth of the penetration. Now, whether all this energy is actually going to be enough to get through the armor, or if the plate is going to stop or eject the shell, comes down to, well, how much material the shell has to get to compared to the amount of energy that it arrives with, and that's why the angle of fall and the speed of impact, which is related to the shell's range, will give you different figures of penetration for different guns in different scenarios. And of course, exactly what kind of material, in terms of hardness, tensile strength, etc., that you've made both the shell's components and the armor from, is going to affect matters as well. And of course, that's before you have various variables from the battle, which may include, but again are not limited to, the role of the target ship, which could change the angle of impact at any given moment, the quality and reliability of the shell propellant, which may cause the shell to arrive with more or less energy, or at a steeper or shallower angle than you would theoretically have it do on paper. You could have quality controls with the armor plate, and of course, whether or not your shell's fuse is actually going to work properly and allow the shell to do its best to go through the armor before blowing the shell apart from the inside. Now, all of this is a brief primer to explain, again in very basic terms, why shells are capable of punching through armor, but also why things might not necessarily work out quite as well as what on-paper stats suggest. Conversely, they might also work out substantially better than what your on-paper calculations suggest. So, we're now going to look at some brief examples of when a ship was hit and how its armor performed. Of course, there's a preface to this as well, because we have to point out that the ships that were hit the most, and therefore provide the best case studies, or were hit in the most interesting ways, tend to also be the ones that got sunk, and so examining those hits in extreme detail is much, much harder, potentially even impossible, whereas ships that survive tend to do so by not actually getting hit quite as much, which leaves us with a much smaller pool of data to draw on. And additionally, even when we can look at a wreck and see damage physically, such as when you look at the perforated conning tower of Bismarck, the fact the ship sank and its records were mostly lost means that we're in a much worse position when we're trying to work out exactly when that particular hit took place, and thus correlate between the ship's own logs and the logs of the people who were firing at it, at what range that impact took place. Now, although an estimation can be made, there's enough of a margin of error in time in those estimations that assessing if the shell in question did better, worse, or pretty much as expected is almost impossible, except in very, very niche outliers. Now, the examples we're going to be looking at are all from World War I, or in one case very shortly thereafter, but using World War I technology. If you'd like me to do a follow-up to this video where we look at some World War II examples of armor-piercing shell impacts on capital ship-grade armor, or perhaps some of the other impacts from World War I, then let me know in the comments, but I thought this was a nice grouping to start with. Now we're going to lead off with the most recent of the events for this grouping, the Baden trials. Now, of course, the German battleship Baden was one of the few ships that were prevented from sinking completely when the bulk of the High Seas Fleet scuttled itself in Scapa Flow. And after the war, the British decided, well, let's use this ship for some testing. In this particular case, tests of the then new Green Boy 15-inch shells in various circumstances and of various types. For this purpose, the Baden was given an 11-degree list towards the Monitor HMS Terror, which was stationed a short distance away and armed with a pair of 15-inch guns. The charge for each of Terror's guns was reduced such that the shells would hit the target at around about 1,550 feet per second.
Where are these destroyers at?
Fall, resulting from the shell leaving the gun and travelling that distance, of just under 2 degrees. Now, since Terror was close enough to pick out individual elements of Baden to target, that's why that drop in and of itself is fairly small. You combine that drop, however, with the artificial list, and the shells are now impacting at an angle of about just under 14 degrees. The overall effect of the reduced velocity and this revised angle of impact essentially simulates the effect of a shell that is striking having been fired about 15,500 yards away.
Alright.
Without actually having to shoot.
I'm gonna do it again, probably.
That distance. The ship was, of course, also rolling a little, as it would be in actual battle, and so the precise angle of impact for any given shot would vary a little bit by a degree or two. Various parts of the ship were targeted by AT rounds, HE rounds, and CPC rounds. But the shots of interest to us for this video are a few that were directed at 350mm or 13.8-inch armour plate, specifically the armour plate found on barbettes, turret faces, and conning towers aboard the Baden. Whether these shots would penetrate on paper depends on which particular source you go with, but most of them seem to suggest that a World War I era shell, such as these that were used, would struggle to penetrate at the simulated range, and only the later World War II era shells, which are slightly heavier and somewhat more modified, would have a reasonable chance of going through. And even then, probably only just about. But of the 3 APC shells that were fired at this armour, the first managed to penetrate the barbette armour of one of the armoured turrets and caused substantial damage to the turret rollers inside, which would have disabled the turret's ability to traverse in combat, essentially knocking it out of action. And what effect that this internal explosion would have had on the men and the ammunition in the vicinity is unknown, as of course in the Hulk neither of these were present. The next shot was directed against the front plate of the forward super-firing turret, and this went all the way through, fetching up against the right-hand gun's recoil slide. The first shell hit at a cumulative angle, once you account for the drop as well as any horizontal displacement, of around about 11 degrees, and the second came in at somewhere around 17 degrees, give or take a degree, as the turret was partially turned away from the Terror. And once again, these are cumulative angles, taking the angle full and the horizontal angle. The last shot hit at a cumulative roughly 30-degree angle on the conning tower, and although the armour of the conning tower broke, cracked, bulged, and the plate was driven in by the hit, ultimately the interior of the conning tower remained broadly intact, although spalling was found to have pinged around inside, and of course what effects that plus transmitted shock might have had on the crew was unknown due to obviously the understandable absence of any living beings in there in the first place. Overall, therefore, the 15-inch 42 with the Green Boy shells overperformed compared to expected on-paper data by almost an effective 2 additional inches of penetration, except when it was fired at a significantly greater angle of impact. This
that's gonna hit.
suggests that German ships of World War I, with armor meters thick,
That was
entirely
close.
vulnerable to 15-inch shell fire in, let's say, a theoretical 19th last stand of the High Seas Fleet scenario, at pretty much any range under 20,000 yards, once you've adjusted the penetration curves, with the exception, of course, of any impact that took place at a significant cumulative angle. Now, onto a ship that was actually hit in combat. Von der Tann was, of course, hit several times at Jutland. One hit right aft at extreme range from Barham seems to have come in from a distance of between 22 and 23,000 yards. The armour that was struck was part of the ship's extended distributed armour, and thus it was only about 4 inches thick at the most. So, even at this kind of range, penetration should in theory have occurred. However, it seems that the shell exploded whilst it was still on its way through the armour plate. Now, there are a couple of potential reasons for why this occurred. Firstly, this hit occurred just below the
Oh my
deck
god, I
line,
didn't see the cross.
so the shell in question
We're dead.
would likely have been somewhat slowed and potentially also had its fuse
dead.
prematurely initiated by
So
impacting
dead.
water first. And the other possibility is simply that, as so often happened at Jutland, the British shell fuses or the shell's
Jesus.
filler was just overly sensitive
Oh.
and depleted early anyway. In either
Indeed.
case, the explosion caused large chunks of armour to still break off, and the 4-inch plate was also significantly displaced, which
Indeed it
in turn
was.
allowed 600 tons of water to flood in, as well as whipping the stern of the ship back and forth several times. The other hit, which landed directly on substantial plating, was a hit from HMS Tiger on the foremost turret's barbette, which was 8 inches thick at the point of impact. This appears to have taken place at somewhere between 16 and 18,000 yards, a range at which one would maybe just about expect a 13.5-inch shell of the period to penetrate. It seems in this case the shell definitely exploded too early, but it had already sufficiently penetrated such that the explosion blew a large hole, 35 inches across, in the barbette anyway, with the debris carrying into the barbette, destroying the turret.
I was doing
rotation
well, but
motors,
then
flames from the explosion causing
then I
any
stopped doing well.
casualties, and
It's
thus
like that
the
one guy,
big
right? It's just
jam.
getting worse and worse.
It
Like, oh
was
fuck.
also noted that the impact cracked the barbette armour over a considerably wider area than just the hole that was blown through it, indicating that if not for the premature detonation, the shell probably would have made it all the way through, much like the 15-inch shell made its way through Barton's barbette. And then we have Seydlitz. Now, of course, I've already done a video on Seydlitz and the various hits that she took at Jutland, and so instead, let's look at the hits she took at
Jutland.
Dogger Bank. At a range of about
Jutland.
17 to 17,500 yards,
Americans.
she was famously hit by HMS Lion on the barbette of one of her aft turrets. Now, this is quite an interesting one, as penetration itself was technically not achieved, but almost all the effects of penetration were. The shell punched through the deck and then hit the 9.1-inch thick barbette armour. Now, at this range, on paper calculations suggest that penetration is going to be flat out impossible, and indeed the shell exploded whilst it was in contact with the armour rather than after it had gone through. However, it seems that the shockwave cone from the impact as initially occurred had weakened the armour enough, specifically along those fault lines, that the explosion then broke out a vaguely mushroom-like plug of metal about the size and shape that you'd expect to be displaced by actual penetration, and it then sent that lump of superheated armour steel into the barbette's internal areas. This set off the charges inside, and the resulting conflagration eventually would burn out both aft turrets to great loss of life. Incidentally, if people are wondering how we know the shell didn't make it through, in the aftermath, when Seydlitz got back to port, they investigated and they found all the fragments of the shell outside the barbette and none inside, which indicated that when the shell exploded, there was something stopping fragments from getting inside, which would be the plug, which was push through instead. There was a second hit, also a 13.5-inch shell, at a broadly similar range, maybe 1,000 yards less or so. This hit the 12-inch armor belt, but it failed to do much more other than shove the belt in a little bit. That resulted in a small amount of leakage, as the amount the belt had been shoved in was not greater than the thickness of the plate, and so nothing major happened. As this hit was well beyond the range where penetration was likely, that outcome is not exactly surprising. Now, what about the ship that hit Seydlitz in the first place? Lion. Now, of course, Lion was hit numerous times at Dogger Bank in revenge, but one shot around 11:45 is quite notable, as it hit the 9-inch main belt at a time when we can be pretty sure of the range. In this case, it's probably just a little bit over 16,000 yards. And we can also...
What is that in
which
real
ship
measurements?
was responsible. The 12-inch armed battle cruiser Der Flinger. Now, at this range, the German 12-inch shell on paper is just about capable of punching through 9 inches of armour, but the relative angle between the two ships was quite severe, so there was quite a lot of horizontal angle going on. And so, like with the significant angle of impact that occurred when Barton's conning tower was hit, penetration then moved to become unlikely. And that is, in fact, what happened. The shell burst on the armour, but didn't penetrate, but the force of the explosion and the physical impact of the shell did manage to
14.5 kilometers.
This caused leaks and managed to also crush the portside boiler water feed tank aboard Lion, which had some rather deleterious effects on the British ship. Another ship that was present at Dogger Bank, but was also present at Jutland, was HMS Tiger.
Stole the
At
kill,
Jutland,
baby.
Tiger was hit numerous times, mostly by the 11-inch guns of Moltke. The precise timing, and therefore the ranges at which most of these hits occurred, are a little difficult to discern due to obviously having to match up the partial records from both sides in terms of when Moltke fired, when Moltke thought it saw hits, and then matching those hits up to when Tiger reported hits, and so on and so forth. But where something can be said without doing days and days and days of research on every single hit is a pair of 11-inch shell hits on her 9-inch belt armour, which came between the two aft turrets. Now, depending on the precise timing of when these hits occurred, they should either have passed straight through the armour or been just at the edge of penetration if you use paper figures. But neither of those shells managed to get through, or actually even come close to getting through. This is likely a combination of some horizontal angle component to the impact, as well as the quality of Tiger's armour plate. British armour plate for any given thickness actually is quite good. A number of other hits, mostly by 11-inch shells, were recorded on various barbettes and turrets at closer ranges, but exactly what those ranges were is more difficult to discern than those two belt hits. And the damage that they caused is varied. A 12-inch shell, for example, failed to penetrate the foremost turret's barbette, although fumes and smoke were generated inside said barbette, and both aft turrets were hit by 11-inch shells. The shock of the impact on the face armour of X turret caused spalling, which temporarily knocked out the turret and caused a number of casualties.
I'm setting a lot of
But
fires
then
all of a
get the turret
sudden.
up and
I
running
like it.
again in 7 minutes. The hit on the Q turret, however, seems to have largely actually been a hit on the sighting hood, and is thus of less interest to us in determining the effectiveness of the armour plate, because of course the sighting hood was not particularly heavily protected. So, those are some of the hits to major armour plates and their results from World War I and just after. Now, one thing you'll immediately notice is that in a number of these cases, just the fact the shell didn't penetrate didn't necessarily mean the ship was entirely safe, as a shell that was exploding whilst it was partially in the plate could cause effects that were almost as bad as if it had gone through, And even if the armor wasn't actually physically penetrated in any real manner, the energy involved in the collision and the subsequent explosion could actually displace the plate enough that if its supporting structure wasn't strong enough, this could cause major leaks, as well as potentially crush any machinery or people who are unfortunate enough to be just on the other side of said armor plate. So beware, it's not just about the thickness of the armor, it's also about the environment that armor sits in. So with that said, hope you enjoyed that brief summary, found it quite interesting, and see you again later.
That's it for this video. Thanks for watching. If you have a comment or suggestion for a ship to review, let us know in the comments.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this video, kindly sponsored by Magellan TV. Now, as you know, I don't take that many sponsors, and the ones I do I curate to make sure they are relevant to the interests of people who watch this channel. And in this case, amongst the several thousand documentaries that they have, there are quite a number that I think you'll find particularly interesting. Regular viewers will know I'm quite keen for the words of those who are actually there to be heard, and in that respect, there are documentaries covering everything from the end of the Second World War with the surrender on USS Missouri, through to the start of America's involvement with remembering Pearl Harbor, and all the way back to the last voices of World War I, voices that nowadays pretty much are all gone, but they've managed to record them so we can hear what it was like to actually be there. And as well as more recent
Drowning in mud.
first century history,
No
they've
fucking
also got
thanks.
ancient history, science and technology, a whole section dedicated to space, and sections for other interests as well, like nature documentaries. So there's something to be seen for all the family. And you'd be surprised how often one of those topics ties in to the others. So if you're interested in watching these or any of the other excellent documentaries available on the platform, please click on the link in the video description below or use the QR code appearing on screen now, and you'll get a 30-day free trial to experience the entirety of Magellan's catalogue. Thanks very much once more to Magellan, and now on with the rest of the show. The battleship's main armament is of course the big gun, but there's a surprising amount of complexity behind the construction of battleship guns, at least in the era of Dreadnought. So let's take a brief, if somewhat deeper look into them.
That one's
Back
gonna
way
hit.
at the start of the Great
Damn it.
Guns were generally made of bronze. This was because iron guns, whilst cheaper, had a horrible tendency to randomly, but distressingly frequently, explode. Additionally, iron was of course subject to rusting quite quickly in the moist saltwater environment of the sea, which it's typically in, and that meant that the various components that made up an iron gun could become even less well fitted and even more dangerous as time went on. There was only a certain amount that cleaning and painting such weapons could do. Of course, early iron guns are where we get the term gun barrel, as the first such weapons were built using the same techniques as wooden barrels, namely a series of staves that made up a cylinder which was then bound with hoops, as can be seen in the cross-section of one of the guns that was recovered from the 16th century English warship Mary
I've
Rose.
shot down 22 planes already, Jesus.
Bronze, on the other hand,
Crazy
could be
mission.
relatively easily melted and then cast as one large item, which could then be cleaned up and all evened out before it was accepted into service. These guns, when properly made, didn't tend to explode, and even a failure could often lead just to the gun bulging rather than shattering. Bronze was of course significantly more expensive, but a worn-out bronze gun, as repeated fires would eventually work harder to the point that it might well actually crack, could just be melted down and recast. The advent of better casting techniques for iron during the 16th century would gradually allow for more reliable iron guns to be made, initially starting with small ones and gradually working up in size. Since these were much cheaper, generally speaking, they gradually overtook bronze cannon as the weapon of choice, especially as this also coincided with ships starting to carry more and more guns per ship, and the numbers of ships that the state kept in service was also generally growing. Although whether one led to the other or vice versa, I leave it to you to decide. Bronze would remain in use for very large guns, where iron casting took a little bit longer to catch up, and on prestige ships for a couple of centuries. But by the late 18th century, a long gun from bronze would be rare enough to be worthy of comment. For example, the HMS Victory that comes prior to the existing HMS Victory carried 42-pounder bronze long guns on the lowest gun deck, but of course the current HMS Victory only ever used iron guns for the majority of her service, including that lower gun deck where it was typically iron 32-pounders. And of course the much earlier Mary Rose, which we mentioned previously, carried a mixture of iron and bronze guns, with the iron guns themselves also being of a mixture of
Body blocking the shit out of this.
iron, and later steel, were thus the materials which were used to make a ship's armament in the 19th century. But the basic principle of casting a large metal object, sometimes with a sacrificial insert from a rough barrel or bore, and then boring that out and forging the resulting single piece of metal into a nailed gun, remained pretty standard until the latter part of the 19th century. At this stage, guns had grown quite large in some cases, but also around this time, rifled guns began to appear in major naval artillery, and a switch in construction methods can also therefore be observed. This switch results in guns moving over from a single-piece monolithic construction technique to what was referred to as a built-up gun, at least usually referred to as such, a term which later takes on a slightly more specific meaning, as we will see, but essentially it means a gun that has been built from several components rather than just being a single monolithic lump of metal. This change occurred for a number of reasons. Firstly, and to be honest, most importantly, was an issue that would limit the overall size of naval guns consistently going forwards, which was how large a lump of steel could you cast with a reasonable degree of quality control. With the advent of rifling and large guns, a gun would have to be cast as a solid mass and then bored out entirely from scratch. The chances of warping, differential cooling, and such like were far too great for some kind of sacrificial void space insert to be used, as had been done on smoothbore guns from earlier periods. And this meant that if you wanted a gun that weighed, for example, 20 tons, you needed to be able to cast a single lump of steel that might weigh 25 to 30 tons, and then have the lathes, hammers, and presses to bore and forge this mass into a weapon. Now, even assuming you could technically do this, the sheer number of guns that might be expected to be mounted on a typical warship of the 1870s or 1880s, and the number of ships that needed these guns, meant that, realistically, it didn't actually matter if you had one or two factories that could do this at a very slow rate, because you needed to be able to make dozens of such weapons. And that lowered the practical limit of what your gun foundries could typically make somewhat below the industrial threshold of your economy, with the exceptions for specific prestige weapons that you might only install on one ship or in one location. Separately, of course, the kind of metal that you needed to make durable rifling, which tended to be exceptionally hard steel, was entirely unsuitable for making a gun out of as a whole, at least at this scale. A hard and relatively brittle material, which is good at keeping its rifling, would crack or shatter under the significant stress of battleship-grade cannon firing and all that propellant igniting, and this would occur with little to no warning. as did actually happen several times in the middle and latter part of the 1800s. Instead, a bit like battleship armor, you would need a combination of harder steel internally, if you like, the business end of the gun, but backed up by softer, more ductile material which could absorb and withstand the stresses imposed by firing the gun. These and other issues could be solved by making a relatively thin barrel, or liner, as it was often called, and then encasing it in multiple cylinders. Often the terms such as hoops or jackets would be used, and these could be made of other steel. More or thicker hoops could be applied at the breech end, since that's obviously where the pressure was the highest, and this applied pretty much regardless of whether you were making a muzzle or breech-loading rifled gun. This, in turn, now meant that your ability to make a really big gun was still constrained by your maximum workable ingot size, was significantly
I really don't like this ship.
overall, since any
Ship
one
sucks.
ingot only needed to be made into part of a gun, instead of made into the entire thing. So, for instance, if you could only make a 40-ton ingot, but you had a gun design that was made up of 5 separate elements, the largest of which weighed 20 tons, or perhaps all of which weighed 20 tons, then as long as the removal of material from a 40-ton ingot left you with enough for 20 tons to be left over for the component, you could assemble a 100-ton gun out of 5 20-ton components, despite not actually being able to cast a single lump of metal even half the final weight of the weapon. This method of construction would be utilised for the majority of battleship guns throughout the pre-Dreadnought and Dreadnought era. So let's go into a bit more detail about the process of the construction from start through to finish. It would all start with the smelting of metal. Typically, this would be made up of some new pig iron, which would be smelted from iron ore in a blast furnace, which would then be mixed together with other pre-existing steel, usually scrap, which was melted in an open hearth furnace. From this somewhat bubbling and very brightly glowing liquid, the various impurities could be skimmed off, and as time went on and guns developed along with metallurgy, various additives could also be included at this stage, which would change the overall composition of the steel in question, whether that be slightly altering its carbon content, or adding trace metals for things like better corrosion resistance, better tensile strength, or other features you might want, depending on which part of the gun this particular batch of steel was due to make. The molten steel would then be poured into giant molds, and depending on the time and the manufacturer, these might be cylindrical or faceted blocks. Once this casting had cooled and been extracted, it would then be heated again until it was glowing, and transferred over to a large press. Early on, you could use steam hammers, although later on either presses or hammers could be hydraulically powered, and presses in general came to be preferred. Whatever you were using, these would then compress and elongate the ingot in much the same way as a blacksmith would forge a billet of steel out into a sword, only on something of a macro scale. The ingot would be rotated after each press or blow in order to even out the resulting billet, which would now look roughly like a basic gun barrel, at least as long as you looked at it from the side, as if you looked at it from the front, the lack of anywhere to put the shell would be fairly obvious. As with smaller scale forging, the mass would sometimes need to be reheated, but the sheer thermal mass of so much metal meant that generally it could retain a working heat much longer than something you typically make using a hammer and anvil. Now, at this stage, having been compressed and shifted around in all sorts of directions, the billet would be under significant internal stress, and so it would be annealed to the degree that was applicable for its intended use, whichever part of the gun it was supposed to make. Annealing consisting of reheating it to a given temperature, but one lower than either molten or exceptionally brightly glowing, and then slowly cooling it down. This cycle could be repeated several times at various temperatures and at various lengths, again depending on the final qualities of the metal you were looking for. There would be a further annealing process further down the line, but this was the first one, so this is where you get the explanation of how that's done. Next was the boring process, and that doesn't mean it was uninteresting, it was literally boring with a giant lathe. This turned the cylindrical lump into a tube, and if the tube was going to be the liner of the gun, then it would also need to be rifled. Now, cutting the
Fuck my life.
rifling is a process that requires extreme precision and extreme delicacy for the time period of pre-dreadnought and dreadnought guns, but it also requires immense force, since the metal that's being cut will itself...
I'm going for the Monopoly, dude. That's gonna be my first goal
With
sheet.
something this size,
I'll buy the
you just
U4501
can't
seconds.
start cutting whilst the
Eventually.
barrel is still glowing and relatively soft, because you will almost have slight movements internally, which would ruin it all. Of all the processes that go into making a battleship gun, this process is the single most fraught. Almost every other step can be redone or a failed element replaced, unless of course you overboard the billet in the first place, but the slightest misalignment or slightest step in the rifling would mean that the whole process up to this stage has been wasted and the liner just has to be scrapped, with the entire process starting over again. The outer face of the billet would also be milled down, regardless of whether it was a liner or some other part of the gun, as the hammer or the press would have brought the overall size of the ingot down close to, but not exactly at, the final desired outside diameter. Only the mills and the lathes offer the fine control on the dimensions that's needed at this stage. Assuming that a working liner has been produced, the gun can then begin assembly. For a built-up gun, this would consist of another cylinder that ran the whole length of the gun, which was milled and bored to fit the liner, which would include any expansion at the breech end. This would then be made to an inner diameter, which was ever so slightly less than the outer diameter of the liner. So close that you might well be forgiven for mistaking the two dimensions for being exactly the same, but nonetheless, this cylinder, which was called the tube, would then be heated, taking advantage of the fact that metal expands when it is heated, thus making the internal diameter slightly larger. It would then be lowered over the liner, and the two components could be cooled down. By the dreadnought period, this was also done under pressure to ensure that the contracting steel cooled and settled evenly. Thus, the tube and the liner were held together by both immense pressure and immense
No,
friction
it fucking
for them to
citadeled
come
me.
apart. This also had the advantage of exerting constant inward force on the liner, although not above its elastic limit, so that when a shell was fired and the pressure inside the gun built up and tried to force its way out, it first had to overcome this compressive force before it could begin to exert stress on the tensile resistance of the tube and any subsequent components.
I'm losing
The
money on this
principle
ship.
of deliberately putting tension into a system
Costs like
opposed
110k
to
to
expected loads is one that's actually
repair
quite common in engineering
and
fields,
rearm.
albeit that when it fails, the released tension can lead to some quite spectacular results. Now, terminology can vary slightly by country and time period, but from most English language sources, you would have a jacket installed over the tube, which is installed over the liner. The jacket would usually also run the full length of the gun, but be made up of two or more segments, as opposed to the tube, which was one segment. And outside of this would come various hoops, which were also cylinders, just not full length, and these would gradually decrease in length as you got more and more of them further and further out in diameter, which would result in a much thicker breech end compared to the muzzle. Depending on exactly how thick and exactly what profile shape each of these segments was made to, you might see a series of very obvious steps in thickness, This is most easily seen in late ironclad and early pre-dreadnought era guns, or in later guns with somewhat more complex layering and a highly shaped outer hoop, you might only see one or two slight steps along the entire length. Stop rings, also sometimes called locking rings, could also be added in at various points, again depending on the gun design in question, as an extra layer of security against the various hoops and jackets, etc., riding up and down each other when the gun was fired, and the whole thing was subject to varying levels of tension as the shell progressed down the barrel. Now, if you were making such a built-up gun, then all of these outer layers beyond the liner would need to be assembled first, and then the whole collection from the outermost tube down to the tube would have to be heated up again as one and lowered down onto the liner. This is what allowed guns to be reconditioned. The tube, the jackets, the hoops, etc. had service lives that really could be measured in the thousands or tens of thousands of rounds, since apart from providing structural support to stop the whole thing bending, their main role was just to resist the pressure of propellant ignition that was being transferred through the liner without undergoing plastic deformation. So, for those of you who may not know, elastic deformation is when material distorts but is able to return back to its original state, much like an elastic band. Plastic deformation is where something distorts and then either remains at that level of distortion or may return slightly but does not return to its original. So, for example, if you watch high-speed footage of people engaging in historical European martial arts or medieval reenactment, you'll see swords perhaps hit each other and you'll see the blade bend, but by the time they've finished their movement, the blade has returned to being straight. This is elastic deformation. Very occasionally, you might see someone hit somebody or another blade or something like that, quite often something like a small sword, and when the movement is finished, the blade is now visibly bent, even when stationary. This is plastic deformation. The problems with plastic deformation when it comes to guns is not only is the gun potentially now not in the alignment you actually wanted it to be, but also plastic deformation involves some kind of destructive process having gone on at the microscopic level, which could foresage some rather dramatic failures rather quickly. The liner, by contrast, would be worn out by both the temperature of the burning propellant and by the passage of the shell along the rifling rather quickly, as it would degrade very slightly with each firing. Thus, the liner might only have a life cycle of a few hundred rounds, possibly even less. However, by reversing the process used to assemble the gun, so heating it up again to make it expand again, you could loosen the fit between the liner and the rest of the gun enough to withdraw the expired liner and then insert a brand new one, which meant to keep using the gun you only had to manufacture multiple liners instead of entire guns, at least in theory. The different alloy material ratios in the liner compared to the rest of the gun would aid in this, as the expansion of it, the tube and all the other surrounding elements surrounding it occurred at slightly different rates, thus exacerbating the gap. However, at times, some quirk of usage or just the gun design would mean that the liner could not be extracted. In that case, the liner, if you wanted to continue using the gun, would have to be bored out entirely, a much longer and much more costly process that could damage the rest of the gun enough to make it unusable if you weren't very careful. Typically, although, as mentioned, you could just keep reusing the same gun, navies would order more guns than were needed for the ships that they built. For example, the two Nelson-class battleships in the 1920s needed a total of 18 of their big...
God, this ship is fucking trash, dude.
At the same time, but a total of 29 were made. This allowed for catastrophic damage in battle or some kind of fault to render a couple of guns irrevocably useless, whilst still maintaining a full battleship's worth of stock ashore. Then, if a ship came in with every single one of its main guns worn out, which was unlikely, but theoretically possible. You've got to bear in mind that not all guns and not all turrets fired at the same time in typical usage, and so one or more guns might wear out considerably faster than others. But anyway, even if every single gun on the ship was worn out, the ship could be relatively quickly re-equipped with a whole new set of working guns taken from the stock ashore and sent back out. The worn-out guns that had just been removed could then be taken off to the gun factory and undergo the process of having their liners replaced, and thus they would now become the ashore stock for when the next ship arrived. More typically, only a few guns, or perhaps even one, would need replacing, and that could mean that different guns could end up serving on different ships in very weird orders. For example, if you look at the two 15-inch guns outside the Imperial War Museum, each of them has a rather interesting service history, being mounted in various ships, having been taken off of one for reconditioning and then reinstalled on another when it came in. Speaking of, on a much larger scale, there were a total of 184 mainline production 15-inch 42 guns manufactured, plus a couple of prototypes, despite the sum total needs of all 5 Queen Elizabeths with 8 guns, all 5 Revenge class with 8 guns, Hood with 8 guns, the 2 Renowns, each of which had 6 guns, plus Glorious and Courageous, each of which used 4 guns, and 4 Monitors, each of which used 2 guns, meant that the single greatest demand level for them, reflected by that list of ships, added up to only 116 guns. And yes, I know there were a few additional 15-inch monitors manufactured later on, but by that point Glorious and Courageous had been converted to carriers. But there was an alternative to this. Starting in the 1880s, there were also what came to be called wire-wound guns. Now, the actual technique had been invented a little bit earlier, but it was in this period that the technique was applied to battleship-grade weapons really in earnest. This method started being used because guns were growing very rapidly in size, but the technology to work with the very large castings involved, as we've mentioned earlier, was limited. So, as an alternative, once the lining and the tube had been put together, what you could do is take a very, very long spool of steel wire, usually using wire with a squared profile as opposed to round wire, which we might be more familiar with. And please note, this doesn't necessarily mean that the wire has a perfectly square cross-section. It's just that the wire has 4 corners, each of which are 90 degrees, so it could be square, it could be rectangular. And this meant that the wire could be laid next to itself in a coil without leaving significant air gaps. Now, in any case, this wire would then be wound under colossal pressure. You know, we're talking about 6-figure PSI along either part or the whole length of the gun, again, depending on the technique, nation and time period. And varying numbers of layers would be used, usually with more layers towards the breech end, after which solid hoops would be applied as with a built-up gun, and the whole process finished as previously described. So essentially, the wire winding would take the place of some or all of the jacket and some or all of the hoops, but not all of them. The tension applied to the wire and the actual physical size of the wire in the various layers could also be quite variable. Now, there are advantages and disadvantages to the built-up and wire-wind methods. Unfortunately, most of the literature of the time, and to be entirely fair, much, although not all, of the writing subsequent tends to play up the advantages of one method and the disadvantages of the other, almost proportionally to the nationality of the writer relative to the nationality of the nations who used one or the other method primarily in a good chunk of their history, since wire-wound guns found most traction in the UK, Japan, and up to World War I, Italy, whilst Germany, the USA, and various others tended to mostly stick to the built-up method all the way through. And this bias makes analysis of the benefits of each as much a matter of national posturing as anything else quite a lot of the time. Other nations, of course, imported overseas guns, which can make working out trends in those nations' navies very difficult, because, you know, their Ashore manufacturers might prefer one technique, but they might be importing guns from another country that manufactures them using the other. And this isn't helped by the fact that some considerations on both sides of the argument materially changed as metallurgy and machinery advanced over time. And so some assertions made for or against a particular method are true in some decades, but untrue in others. Briefly, the primary advantages of a wire-wound gun are that the quality control of the binding material, the wire, is much easier to both assure in the first place and to monitor as it's being applied.
That was a pretty good hit.
The wire itself is relatively thin compared to a big jacket or hoop, and the technology to make good quality steel in relatively thin
That doesn't
amounts
usually
is
happen.
much more developed than the considerably larger jackets or hoops, which, as we've said before, were usually on the cutting edge of technology of the period. This is actually very well exemplified by the Japanese attempts to create a monster gun in the 1920s, the predecessor to the Yamato's guns. This almost failed in construction partway through, when entire hoops had to be abandoned at the very last minute, when previously undetected flaws became evident in the form of cracks, as they were cooled onto the rest of the gun assembly. Whereas it was possible, in that case as a stopgap, to replace these units with wire winding. The overall failure of that particular gun in final testing was more to do
English
with just the
speakers.
sheer size of the weapon versus the industrial capabilities of Japan at the time, rather
Different
than
languages,
the
what's that?
benefits or drawbacks of any particular construction method, because that particular gun was a hybrid of both. Additionally, for the first 3 to 4 decades,
Yamato.
wire-wound guns could actually be made lighter for the same strength or stronger for the same weight compared to built-up guns, thanks to the wire being able to be applied under extreme but controlled tension, and due to its somewhat more elastic nature thanks to the way it dealt with expansion forces, which meant that a lesser amount of tension wire could reliably contain the same amount of force as a larger forged piece of steel. This advantage, however, disappeared somewhere in the 1910s as more advanced alloys increased the tensile strength and reliability of the steel hoops and jackets. It was also generally held that catastrophic failure was safer with wire-wound guns, since material failure in such weapons tended to lead to a rather dramatic unspooling of the wire, but this, again, generally tended to leave a barrel dropped on the deck and the world's biggest and messiest slinky, since somewhere between 100 and 200 miles of wire could be used in a typical 45 caliber length dreadnought-era gun. Conversely, a built-up gun that suffered catastrophic material failure would tend to fragment in many directions all at once like a giant grenade. Not to say that wire-wound guns couldn't do this, but they tended to do so somewhat less often. On the flip side, of course, wire-wound guns had less longitudinal strength, that's from breech to muzzle, because of course the wire that was wrapped around it doesn't offer much help in this direction, hence the need for the solid hoops and or a jacket outside of the wire. Now, this could result in drooping under extended firing as the gun heated up.
Japanese dicks
or
were so
whipping
armored.
when shot,
Ridiculous.
as the vibrations and forces travelled up the gun, and this could cause inaccuracy. Albeit that this in part depended on the skill of the gunmaker in supplying the right amount of tension to each layer of wire, and what other methods might have been used to mitigate these effects, such as flaring the muzzle slightly. It should of course be noted that HMS Warspite holds the joint longest shot for hitting a moving target from a battleship, and her guns were wire-wound, and the 15-inch 42 was generally known to be a very accurate weapon.
Come on, reload.
Also,
Stuck.
wire winding requires a rather large investment in specialist machinery to both make the wire and to conduct the winding, whereas the same equipment of lathes, presses or hammers in early periods, etc., that makes the liner and the tube could also be used to make the jacket and the hoops of a built-up gun.
Bro, do you mind? I'm trying to get out of the way.
Sizes. There's also
Yeah, I
the
don't
matter
give a
of
fuck.
replacing the liner, but in this case, literature on both sides very loudly and confidently asserts that their method is superior, and the other significantly inferior for the removal and replacement of a gun's liner. So I'll leave that one for you to make your own decision on. Once the gun itself is now mostly assembled, the rather important breech block has to be added, with provision for its fitting having been made during the manufacturing process.
How's it going?
By the Dreadnought period, this took one of two forms. The more common was the interrupted screw breech. In this, a vaguely dome-shaped breech seal was presented to the back end of the gun's chamber by being swung in on a hinge. A series of stepped partial screw threads worked into the rest of the breech block would then allow the whole thing to then be turned, engaging with the receiving threads in the barrel section of the breech, and this short turn finalized an already reasonable seal and ensured by the sheer number of threads that the block was strong enough to maintain the seal against the pressure of the propellant ignition. This, in turn, allowed shells to be fired using only bagged charges, which ideally completely consume themselves in the process, facilitating a slightly faster reloading system and a smaller amount of equipment in the turret when compared to the alternative. Said alternative was the sliding breech block system. This was, technically speaking, a simpler system in which a large lump of steel would slide down across the breech to close it. Whilst simple in principle, it did have a number of slight disadvantages. Firstly, the breech block had to be contained itself, as opposed to fitting in with the body of the gun to stop it flying backwards when the gun was fired, and this slightly increased the gun. And to make it possible to close the breech without absolutely massive amounts of friction and thus permanent jamming, the seal could not be absolutely perfectly gas tight. Thus, using bagged charges would result in pressure leakage around the breech, which could range from annoyingly inconvenient to completely deadly, and would always compromise the accuracy of the gun as a random amount of pressure would be lost in this way, which of course lessened that which could be sent into the shell down range and potentially also meant the application of pressure was uneven. The solution to this was for the last charge segment to be in a brass casing, much like a giant bullet.
That was close.
The soft brass would then form the remaining element of the
Somebody
seal
ban that
when it
guy.
was blown back and expanded by the
You were right.
propellant ignition,
You couldn't chat long.
by the closing of the breech block. Whilst this slightly reduced the risk of magazine fires, as a portion of your charges were now contained in hard metal, it also increased the weight of the ammunition, and it meant that you had to have the process to extract, deal with, and hopefully eject the extremely hot brass casings every time you fired the gun. There was also the issue of where the sliding breech block went. On a battleship scale, a vertically mounted unit could impact on your ability to elevate or depress your guns, unless you made the turret taller than
My dude was psychic.
was necessary, or the gun pit deeper, both of which would increase weight, and in the former case, also increase the target area of the turret for enemy shells. Or you could mount them sideways, which obviated those problems, but it meant you needed more space on the side of your gun that an interrupted screw breech, whose horizontal profile was usually mostly within the scope of the width of the gun itself, did not require. As a result, sliding breech blocks tended to be used on smaller guns, Krupp, whilst at certain calibers, most large naval guns would switch over to interrupted screw breeches. The exception to this was when it came, towards the end of the Dreadnought and battleship period, to auto-loading guns. In those cases, sliding breech blocks and brass case charges lent themselves far more easily to automation using 1940s.
Dude, I don't know how the hell I'm
technology.
gonna get 500
And
rubles.
so,
It's
for
gonna take
example,
forever.
the 8-inch guns on a New Orleans or Baltimore class
Actually,
heavy
1,000
cruiser
because it only counts for half in
used
this mode.
interrupted screw breeches, but the auto-loading 8-inch guns on the Des Moines class used sliding breeches, although the guns otherwise shared quite a lot of common features. So that wraps up a brief overview of how battleship guns were made. If at some point you want me to go into the finer details of the mechanics of hardening steel and heat treating it, annealing, quenching, and all that sort of lovely stuff, which also is of course relevant to battleship armor design, do let me know in the comments below, and I will perhaps accelerate when that is discussed later on in the channel. Anyway, thanks for listening.
That's it for this video. Thanks for watching. If you
Such a long ass fucking reload. I mean, I get why. It's just annoying. Jesus. Torpedoes. Which one? Better than World of Tanks? 100% yes. Better than War Thunder? I don't know, I kinda like War Thunder tanks and planes. But War Thunder ships suck, so it's the best ship game you can have in this style.
I've been fired.
Oh, thank God.
But I do quite like it. This one. Also, this one is far more generous than War Thunder is, with like login bonuses and rewards and all that shit. But as does War Thunder, they like heavily rely on like psychological manipulation to get you to buy stuff. It's one of those free-to-play games, right? But the game itself, I really enjoy. But I'm not immediately sinking. I actually despise the ship I'm in, but I can get a bunch of coal with it, and with that coal, I can buy one of a ship that I really like for free. Well, not for free, for in-game currency. Yeah. If you haven't played it and you want to try it out, give me a minute. When we get out of the game, I'll give you a link. It gives you, I think you'll get like a month. If you play it a little bit, like at least until tier 5, and you play, for example, in groups with me, you get like a bunch of premium for like up to a month, I think. How much did Night get? Like a month of premium? It's kind of ridiculous. I get like 3 days out of it, I think. I do have some mods installed, which is why everything looks so flashy.
Quagmire, why is the red light blinking on your computer?
Whoa, that is hot.
This is more like it.
Rudes.
Oh, yeah, that's hot. That is hot.
I was gonna ignore you, but never mind. Yeah, I quite like it. Obviously, it's not fast-paced action. I have a dog hairdresser that way, a couple of houses that way, and sometimes the dogs go nuts and shouts at those dogs, dude. What the? I would never take my dog there. Not that I have dogs, but that bitch goes crazy sometimes. I'm not sure she likes her job. You know what I mean? Apparently she's good at it though, but doesn't seem all that nice to the dog. Not that she's abusing them, don't get me wrong. She just yells at them. A lot. So I've got 45, 50. I basically got 30, 31 ribbons that only counted. Cancer hat. 70. Oh, I did get. Wait, but it cancer hat. Oh, yeah, but I did a few already, duh. This resupply is just ridiculous. I wonder. Bro, I mean, 500. I don't actually want to play this ship, dude. It's fucking garbage. At least I don't like it that way. $21 million and 875. Crazy for what? Oh, I ain't making that one. Fuck that. For a 5K call? I don't think so.
He's a blood sports debater and political commentator. Also joining us today is Naima. She's a senior at University of Southern California. She's a political commentator and content creator. The topic today is feminism. You will each have up to a 5-minute...
How do you have like a University of Southern California? Like, does the university, like UCLA, like that's in Southern California? Is the University of Southern California, does it encompass a bunch of other universities? Or like who gets to like, who has dibs on that name? Isn't that kind of like bullshit? It's a private university? Okay, well I'm just saying like, it seems like, can you really just call yourself that?
Clear the most direct route for the aircraft in the specified sectors.
It's in Southern California? Yeah, but there are other universities in Southern California as well. So how do you get to call yourself the University of Southern California? It kind of minimizes the other universities, I think. Just saying.
Andrew, you're going to go first with your opening statement, so please go ahead.
Yeah, so my position on feminism is that it's terrible for society. As we go through this, I'll kind of flesh that view out using what I call force doctrine so that you can understand why I have that same set. But force doctrine basically just states that while feminism definitionally is the movement towards egalitarianism and equity for the removal of patriarchal systems, that feminists will always have to kill patriarchy in order to try to remove patriarchy, which is ironically hilarious. But a few things I wanted to get to first is that I went through several
I missed
hours of
everything.
my
What the fuck?
opponent's content, and I've actually not ever seen her make a
Great.
single
1 minute
argument for
cooldown.
what she believes. No, I've seen her assert a lot of things.
Love
but not
this game.
An argument for anything she actually believes. So I have some notes here, and I was hoping she could help me clear some of these things up. From the surrounded September 8th, 2024 episode, she says abortion is murder. The prompt is abortion is murder and should be illegal. She asked for a viability time for 20 weeks and thinks abortion before 20 weeks is acceptable. She says the fetus is technically classified as a parasite. The fetus cannot exist outside of the womb and therefore is a parasite. The actual definitions don't support this. An organism living in, on, or with another organism in order to obtain nutrients, grow, multiply. That would be an actual definition of a parasite or someone or something that resembles a biological parasite living off of, being dependent on, or exploring another. Fetuses can't fit that definitionally. Fetus is the same species. Biological parasites are classified as other, not the same species. Also, mutual biology. Mothers and fetus co-adapt, and mothers are actually healthier while they're pregnant, so it can't really be a parasite. And parasites are rarely temporary, and fetuses are, so and none of that fits the criteria for a parasite. On her video, Middle Ground, Progressives versus Moderates, and this is from January 19th, she said the prompt is, does the far left make Democrats lose elections? She said Kamala was not progressive.
Wait, by what measure? I'm not like anti-baby or whatever, but there's no way that the female body is healthier while pregnant than, well, not pregnant. There's just, the load is, there's no shot. I don't believe that. I'm curious what metric. I'm sure it'll come up in this one.
Enough, not far left enough. She talks about how women's rights are being stripped, but didn't give any.
That does sound a little
examples of
weird.
what those are. So I'm actually really confused about a lot of her positions, including her rematch against Charlie Kirk that happened March 5th, 2025, why DEI is unlawful. Her rebuttal to Kirk was bizarre. It just had something to do with there's no racial factor in DEI, even though Kirk gave a pretty good rebuttal for that. So I'd like her to kind of dive into what she actually believes within the paradigm of feminism. But for my positive position, I will say I have a logical argument called force doctrine, and my logical argument called force doctrine refutes the feminist ideology, and it just works, as I explained before. That patriarchy must always be appealed to in order to try to eliminate patriarchy. Women can't enforce their own rights collectively, and men can. Therefore, women always have to appeal collectively to men for their rights. So you're always going to essentially have patriarchy through force doctrine, and there's nothing women can do about that. So I'm willing to logically go through that and have it examined rigorously, but I'm hoping that with that, you can also describe your positions so that I understand them better.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. If you'd like to give your opening statement.
Thank you, Andrew. I do think that is an interesting claim that I don't, state my arguments, because I've actually noticed some content, and I've noticed kind of a similar
Why?
thing
How?
in
Every
this space
time,
where
bro.
people ask,
I hate this ship, dude. I swear to God.
True!
put forth your argument, including
I was
your
about to say, what
opening
the fuck
statement,
was
you
that
state force
noise?
doctrine,
That was the
but
idiot
instead of
on the
elaborating on it, you consistently talk about what I've talked about,
YouTube video.
which only one of those topics was actually related to feminism. Now, when it comes to my actual beliefs, I think my goal and my hope for this country is to see us advance as a society. I would like to see everyone have bodily autonomy, and I would like for the vast majority of people, if not everyone, to have their basic needs met, and I would like to mitigate any unnecessary conflict between the citizens of this country, genuinely. I think that my main issue with the manosphere and with your force doctrine principle is that it promotes and spreads divisiveness against men and women, it promotes and spreads violence against men and women, and it exaggerates and focuses the differences between the genders. I think that men and women, I know men and women are the same species, we are 99% genetically similar, and the obsessive need to define and separate people based on one singular chromosome is doing both men and women a disservice, socially, economically, and politically, which we can get into. I'm ready to open it up if you want to.
Yeah,
I
sure.
guess actually I'd love to start with a question for you. I would like to go back to the force doctrine theory, if we can. I just kind of want to understand more. I know you've talked a lot about the equal force objection in the past. You've said men have essentially a monopoly on force,
Correct.
if I'm correct. Okay.
Ooh. She's willing to dive into the philosophy aspect, has listened to an argument he's made in the past, is quoting some of the, oof. Andrew might finally get his internal critique. Oh my God.
Perfect.
Do you want me to walk you through the argument?
No, I'm going to elaborate, thank you. And that rights exist through physical force, and that our legal system is based on physical force. So I guess I kind of just want to hear you elaborate on that now, if you're willing.
So you want my argument for the force doctrine?
Yep,
Okay,
let's hear it.
so what force doctrine is saying is very simple. that feminism, if you at least agree with my definition, as you broadly feminists do, that it's a movement towards egalitarianism and equity and the removal of patriarchy. If you can't have an oppressed class without an oppressor class, at least not from a Marxist feminist view. In the case, if women are being oppressed, they're not being oppressed by wolves, they're being oppressed by men, right? So if that's the case, then my argument to them is that whatever you believe this oppression is, you will actually have to appeal to men in order to either relinquish whatever this oppression is, or concede to whatever it is that they want, because collectively, women actually cannot overthrow any patriarchal system. They rely on the force of men. And so if men, anytime they want to, decide to remove women's rights, there's actually not anything women can do about it, but the opposition is not true. The opposite is not true. Women cannot collectivize and take away women's rights.
Okay, so...
I feel like this is a very lazy, boring kind of argument, and I feel like it plays a... I think it plays a clever trick in order to make the argument circularly true. But it's like saying, oh, like imagine somebody says, I think kids should have more rights. Like the right to not have the parents abuse them. And you're like, oh, really? Okay, so you're appealing to children having an expansion of their rights. Yes. Well, who must those children appeal to? Well, adults. Oh, so the people oppressing them? Yeah.
Great hype.
Then it sounds like they don't.
Just as I'm about to get.
We just go back to oppressing them. Well, no, we're just asking them not to.
Sunk.
Like that. I wonder how long we're gonna loop on this.
Welcome on in.
Because this is where that argument would.
Welcome to the
like,
queue.
To say that feminism is defeated due to the fact that you have to appeal to men who are the.
Hope you had a good stream, Aaron.
Power holders in society to grant it. That doesn't mean you've defeated feminism.
Like I should never have gone towards it.
I know rights that are granted to society, and even if men are the gatekeepers of those rights, you can still appeal to them.
I can't do damage with this shit,
feminism
dude. I really don't
a
like
state
it.
in which women are able to defeat men physically and like that's just dumb though.
Are you essentially saying that women do not deserve the right to fight for their own free will or have free will?
Yeah, that's an odd claim. I'm not making an odd claim. I'm trying to get us to...
Oh my god, please don't do these goofy
Opposition is not true. The opposite is not true. Women cannot collectivize and take away women's rights.
Okay, so are you essentially saying that women do not deserve the right to fight for their own free will or have free will?
Yeah, that's an odd claim. I'm not making an odd claim. I'm trying to get us to the descriptor first. So instead of making a prescriptive statement, I'm starting with a descriptive statement. What is true? And then we can worry about what should be true after we can determine what is true.
Okay, but I'm trying to see, like, structurally, how does that work in the real world?
I really don't like this shit, dude.
Listen,
terrible
let's
with
back up so I can distinguish two things.
Okay.
Is, ought, right?
I just need to get those 500 things, dude. I'll buy it. I'll take the 100 or 200 steel. Fuck it. I just want to get the monopoly.
To the prescriptive side of it. But right now, you would either need to agree with me that descriptively I'm right or that descriptively I'm wrong.
Start grinding some shit.
You say that descriptively you're right until you apply what you're saying in theory to the practice of modern day.
That's not true. Okay, never mind. This is going to be painful philosophy back and forth then, where Andrew's going to... I wonder if they'll ever talk about a real subject ever, or if it's just going to be the back and forth on this philosophically.
Society. How does your equal force objection, how does this principle work in society? What are you saying in terms
so I'm
of how
saying that
women and
because
men
that,
coexist?
yeah, I think that because that is the case, that men deserve to have various privileges that they're not given in society, which they should be given in society.
So what are the privileges that you think that men should have that women should not have?
Well, primarily, I think that if you're going to look at an equalization, what I would do prescriptively would be to roll voting back.
I can't even shoot you, man.
I think that rolling voting back for both sexes is a good idea, and have some sort of perhaps like one house voting system or one marriage voting system, or people who have done some sort of collective service to the state for a voting system. I think that those things would all be very good systems for everybody. Now I would apply that, I would apply that broadly to men, and I would apply that to women. I think that right now men get the shaft because men are required to do a lot of jobs that women are not, which keeps society going, and women are not doing those things.
I forgot to heal. Oh my god.
I don't understand why it is that
We
women
need 5
disenfranchise
torpedoes.
them, and most importantly, vote to send them to wars they don't have to go fight in.
So you would like to disenfranchise both men and women?
Mostly. Most of them, yes.
What
I think would be a
would
better
this
idea.
achieve?
Well, it would achieve the same thing our founders basically wanted to achieve, which is that they thought that you have to have a stake in the country in order to vote.
But if you live in the country and if you exist in the country and if you're being legislated by the laws that the country is making, don't you have a stake in that?
No, not always.
You don't?
In fact, many times you don't. Many times many people actually get more back from the state than
That doesn't mean you don't have a stake in something. Just because you get something back more than you give to it doesn't mean you don't have a stake. She should fight on this claim a lot. She needs to write these down and like stay centered, otherwise Andrew's just going to walk around the combo with...
put into the state. So that's at the expense of other people.
Who is that?
So there's lots of people who pay, get a mass amount back from the government that they never pay to the government. This can happen through things like Social Security disability, things like welfare, things like even earned income child credit that you may receive even though you don't actually pay anything into the system or very little into the system.
But it's a crime to lie on your taxes and commit. Isn't that tax fraud to claim independent?
No, there's just...
That is tax fraud.
No, it's not tax fraud. I'm saying there's
care.
people who get more out of the system than they put.
I don't know what her philosophy background or whatever is, but this is these are strong philosophy claims. She should fight like very hard on all of these inscriptions. The idea that just
Stop
because
taping.
you take more from a system than you get back to
Most
it,
of
you
the
have a
stories
stake
are
in it,
gone,
literally
right?
doesn't
Oh,
make
no,
any sense at all. If I'm on a ship,
I
and
probably
don't
did
get
a
any
little
row
too
in, I
soon.
have a huge stake in the success
Whatever.
of that ship, even if I don't row ever.
It'll be all right.
That is, she can tear apart a lot of these premises, but she has to be willing to go through them. You can't, if you grant all of these, the argument is going to naturally lead from them if she doesn't fight on these premises.
Into the system.
Okay, but they're still at stake because they still live here now. Are their lives not at stake if we're
What is
just-
it?
Close.
That wouldn't follow that because they live here, they deserve the right to vote, though.
Yes.
No, we're not talking about deserve the right to vote. That's tricky. He short-circuited the argument and he went all the way to the conclusion instead of going through the premise. He said that if you live here but you get more than you give, somehow you have no stake. That was the qualifier. She needs to attack that qualifier.
It's, I mean, no taxation without representation. That's the point of
Yeah, but
representative democracy, is that everyone is represented.
Then
in
how come the
democracy.
founding fathers didn't give everybody the right to vote from the beginning?
I mean, the founding fathers also endorsed and owned slaves.
Yeah,
Do you
but
agree with chattel slavery?
Just let her finish. Go ahead.
I mean, the
Well, she
founding
just
fathers also endorsed and owned slaves.
Okay, but
do you believe in chattel
yeah,
slavery?
so you do realize that they could do bad thing, right? I can agree that's a bad thing, but that has nothing relationally to do with how they set up the system of government.
I mean, I thought this was going to be a debate on feminism. Honestly, I think that's kind of wild because it sounds like
Well,
you're
you're-
disenfranchising
well, you're-
men. So who do you think would be? Are you trying
I'm
to
not
go back?
disenfranchised. I'm not
You are. You're taking
I'm
away.
not disenfranchising men. Calm down. I'll
But
explain
if you're
it.
taking away the votes of a man because he's not, I guess, landowning, is that what the what's the
Well, I
criteria
think
for having
ultimately,
a vote?
I think ultimately more men would be voting because they would have more stake.
So can I ask, can every man go to prison? Okay, if they commit a crime, they can go to prison. Everyone can do that.
Yes.
Okay, and everyone is in this country has to abide by the laws of this country. Otherwise, they will go to prison. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so why wouldn't they be allowed to vote on the representatives that define those laws? If that is a stake.
She doesn't have the philosophy to get there, but she has the, I guess, on her feet thinking. That was a really good connection of statements. I really hate how every time he's asked a question and he doesn't like where he thinks it's going, he always gives these stupid looks. He's like incapable of just engaging with honest questions, which is really annoying because he jerks off so much about this concept of internal critiques. And then
I
when
wish
he
this thing would
actually
reload faster.
goes
Oh
on
my
his
god.
beliefs, he's like, yeah, so
You shoot once and then you're sitting there like an
Yes, hello,
idiot,
we're building an argument, bro.
hoping
Calm
you
the
don't
fuck
get shot.
Jesus Christ.
If you can go to prison for committing a crime that is created by the government, then you do have a stake legislatively in the laws that the government
That
creates.
still wouldn't follow that you need to vote.
Yes, you would need to vote. You want to vote for the representative.
Oh, she didn't quite build the voting argument up, but she did tear his down. Because I'd have to go back and re-listen, but I think his thing was saying that if you don't have a stake, you shouldn't have a vote. And now she's established some people who are net negatives fiscally on a society can still have a stake, right? At the very least in the prison system. So she has overcome that threshold. So he needs to give another reason, or he could just assume by default you shouldn't be allowed to vote, and you have to give positive reasons to vote. But
Representatives that create laws that are just and fair to you.
Yeah, why? Like you can have
Because you could go to prison. That's a huge
Let me
stake.
I'll show you, right? Can kings put you in prison?
Yeah,
Can kings also pass just laws?
sometimes, maybe,
Okay, so
maybe not.
if kings pass just laws, why do you need to vote?
Well, why did you
No,
fight
answer
the
the question
revolution?
before you ask another one. I just answered all of yours. If a king passes just laws,
He's
why
so
do you need to
condescending
vote?
sometimes, dude.
if a king, oh my god, he's so bad faith. And he knows better too. He does this intentionally. If a king is capable of passing a bad law, then why do you need to vote? It's like that's an incomputable question, because a king implies a monarchy, which implies that you don't have any votes whatsoever at all. So it's a nonsense question disguised as a
Does it,
provocative
though?
question. If you really wanted to
I
fight
live in a
on this-
monarchy, right? And
like,
the
if you
king
really
has very
wanted to,
little
I
to
mean,
say.
you could
Let's
dive
be
into it.
honest.
You could
It's
say,
a
well, there
monarchy
are
in name only.
parliamentary, what are they called? Parliamentary.
Pretty much the prime minister
monarchies?
that gets.
Is that what they call it in England? Well, in England they have a king. I think theoretically he can, you know.
Oh my god, I suck at this
erase-
game.
Or he can they pass laws on their own? I don't remember how that works, but they still have a parliament that passes laws over it, right? Like. This is a nonsense.
I have to
question.
wait like
Kings
45
can also pass
seconds.
unjust laws.
So can legislatures.
Is the
Sure,
king
but
wearing
you
a
have a
cat
stake
mask?
in
No, but
represent
cat
for your
ears.
legislature. You can vote
Is
legislature.
that,
Yeah, but
is
you can
that, does
also
that count?
against kings. So like,
Ooh, that is true. Oh God.
He grew up on.
Fuck, I was even gonna say this earlier. Andrew.
I
is
don't know an
correct,
anime
but
with cat
Andrew
girls.
has to understand what he's saying is that okay.
Shield Hero.
Andrew also needs to understand why
There we go.
voting has been designed the way that it is.
That
in
one
this
has
country.
cat girls.
The reason why we vote is because we don't want to make it so that every time you disagree with the lawmaker, you have to rebel against them. That's, for instance, explicitly why we're giving the power to impeach. Because otherwise, the only way to remove an elected leader is to kill him or to try to fabricate criminal charges against him. Impeachment gives us a process to remove them from office without having to do either of those two things. So Andrew is technically correct, but this has been thought of already by the founding fathers that he wants to jerk off. Yeah, you know, we don't want to have a rebellion every single time you want to change a law.
Sure, but if you have a stake in that and if you're able to represent for your legislature, you can vote a legislator.
yeah,
out.
but you can
can't
also
vote a king
rebel
out.
against kings. So like,
like him saying here, you can rebel against kings, so that means that people also are stakeholders then that are even the subjects of a king, and they obviously feel like they have a strong enough stake to rebel in society too, and they might have been net negatives as well. Like, I think this is all self-defeating. This is like House of Cards tier shit.
That's what I'm saying. Your position doesn't follow. It doesn't actually follow for you to say that because you can be imprisoned inside of a nation, that somehow gives you the right to vote.
Well, because you have a stake. You're saying that.
Hang on.
I like it when they blow up.
She was actually falsifying his claim. She might not have built a strong positive argument, but she did successfully tear down his argument. He is correct that she didn't necessarily build a positive argument for the right to vote, but she wasn't tasked with, she wasn't doing that yet. She was just attacking his threshold.
Yo, why is there
which she
still a
did,
story behind
I
this?
think,
What the fuck?
successfully. What's the name of a ship that would go to the edge of a solar system? Give me like a sci-fi or video game or anime ship that we would name this after.
Buying your claim. If you claim kings
Excalibur.
can make just laws, right?
Yes.
Then I don't understand why would people need to vote when kings are making just laws.
Well, then why would we leave the monarchy of England? If kings can make just laws, why would we leave?
Well, in that case, you had a nation apart that had a rebellion against the king.
Yeah,
That's what was
sure.
going on. But kings have been rebelled against historically under certain circumstances many times.
So you'd like to go back to feudalism? Like you
No, it's not
don't believe in
feudalism.
democracy? Well, yeah, that is.
No, it would be
feudalism
it would
is
be-
under a
It
monarchy.
would be called limited democracy, which is exactly what we had here. Do you think we had feudalism because most people couldn't
Oh,
vote
I
here?
didn't
We
put-
had limited democracy, and then there were like many uprisings against
didn't
that
have my
limited
F
democracy
on.
because everyone
No,
deserves
there
the
wasn't
right.
uprisings really against that. The only uprising that I'm aware of in American history against America was the Civil War.
The Civil War, the Civil Rights
But that wasn't
movement,
about
first
voting.
feminist movement,
That wasn't
second
about
feminist movement, the Civil Rights movement.
No,
voting rights movement?
no. It's just the
All of
Civil
those were
War
about-
wasn't about voting.
Well, I mean,
I mean, it kind of sort of was about giving a class of people the right to vote and be counted as citizens and whatnot, no?
it was about the owning of chattel slaves.
So not about voting then?
I
Which
still
is
got him with
also
my
about
secondary
human
skit
and civil rights.
Not
fall.
about voting though.
But voting is a civil right.
I don't know. I'm not sure that I believe in
It's
this
about freedom. It's about
conceptual-
representation.
Yeah, so
the point is
let's
representation.
back up.
That's what voting is.
Yeah.
Voting is representation and
I
democracy.
understand, but you haven't actually made the positive case for why people need to be able to vote.
People,
Well, she hasn't. I don't think she's necessarily been tasked with that yet. This is very sneaky. He gave his qualifiers, and she's attacking his. She's technically performing an internal critique of his view, but then he's constantly attacking her by saying she hasn't justified her perspective. She hasn't been tasked with that technically, but
people need to be able to vote because they have a stake in the legislation of this country. If you can be imprisoned in this country, if you can be robbed of your bodily autonomy by the legislators of this country, then you should be able to have a stake in what the laws that those legislators are making.
Let's see if this makes sense. Do you agree with me that individual voters don't actually have very much power at all?
Individual voters, no, but that's the point of a collective voting
Yeah,
body.
I'm with you. So
Yeah.
individuals already don't really have very much power just because they can vote, right?
Sure.
So isn't it the case actually that what you're advocating for is political tribalism? Because you don't have individual power as a voter, you actually have to tribalize. With
Dude,
other
I
voters
love
in order
the
to have
AA, the way I
some
made it
collective
look.
power, right?
Well, you're taking away power.
The
from
mod
the
is making it
people.
look
Answer my
fantastic.
question, please. Tribalism, the idea that you, as the individual, do not have power, right?
Yes.
You do.
it's so boring when you get like a philosophy like debate bro who doesn't want to actually have like a good faith conversation. Like all of these, like it says something about you. I think if every single time you come away from a conversation, everybody feels like blue balled or unsatisfied. Maybe it's just me. I don't understand. I don't know. That's a every time I feel like I listen to Andrew debate, overwhelmingly I come away as like I feel like.
Oh, here we go. That's what we want
I
to
don't even know
see.
what the fuck we about. Like it just feels like super unsatisfying, and I feel like a lot of his conversations are like that, basically.
You have to collectivize with other people, right?
Okay, but how is
Hang on,
taking
hang on.
away
Can you
a
answer
vote?
yes or no?
No.
Yeah. Okay. No.
But
okay.
here's my question: how is taking away more people's votes disincentivizing political tribalism?
Yeah, it's
because now I have to band with someone. Because now I have to band with someone who has a vote. I don't even get a stake. So you're saying because people don't have enough power to vote, I'm going to
Let there be light.
what little power they do.
And
have.
behold,
question, though.
It
there
just doesn't make
was.
sense.
Yeah, no, but you got to answer my question.
It just doesn't sound like you believe in.
It sounds like you need to
democracy.
answer my question. though.
It sounds like your question is
Yeah,
meant to
can you-
trap me because
can you
your
just
argument
can you
is
just
riddled with
answer the
logical
question,
fallacies.
please?
It sounds-
What's fallacious about my argument?
You're saying that people do not have a stake in this country, therefore they do not have a right to vote.
It's not what I said.
Yes,
what you're
it
doing.
That's actually almost exactly what he said.
Almost
He said
verbatim,
that
yeah.
Because I think that was actually his sole basis for removing people's rights to vote is that not everybody has a stake. And he gave examples of different stakes you could have in society. He said men go off to war or perform jobs that
That's
women
gonna
don't
miss
have
because
to
he's
perform.
turning.
And that some people, and that it should be restricted even
chasing
amongst
that.
men because some people get more back than they pay in, and therefore they don't have a stake, and because of that they don't have the right to vote. You might have other arguments, but that literally is the one that you presented. So I don't know why you're saying now that that wasn't your argument.
What's fallacious about my argument?
You're saying that people do not have a stake in this country, therefore they do not have a right to vote.
It's not what I said.
Yes,
What you're
it
doing
is.
is a straw man fallacy.
Can we go back to
Yeah,
what
you
you
can
said?
go.
Oh my god, and you brought out the fallacy word.
You can go back.
Can
What
we
I
go
said
back
to you
now?
specifically is what you're saying doesn't logically follow. And when I'm talking about
He's changing the argument now. What she's saying, she hasn't built a positive argument for herself, sure, but you're the one that gave your position, and it's not surviving a critique from her, and now you're challenging her to justify her position. She doesn't have to yet. She was critiquing yours.
political tribalism, do you agree with me that you do, if you need to have collectives to have actual political power, are you not promoting political tribalism?
If you need to have but that's how voting works. It's about a majority.
So then you are promoting collective political tribalism, right?
So voting and then the will of the majority is essentially political tribalism, is what you're saying?
Well, it's not really the will of the majority.
It is the
Here's
will
what
of the
happens.
majority.
No, not really.
Do you understand how voting works?
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, well then tell me how's the will of the majority when a California legislator gets elected?
Well, everyone who would like to vote can vote, and then whoever
What
gets
about-
the most
what about the
votes
people in Georgia?
wins. Well, why would a person in Georgia get to vote on a
So it's not
legislature
really
for
the
California
collective,
State
it's the tribe, right?
But
Like, oh my god, it's like just the least satisfying. It's just so cringe. It's so many word games, so many false semantic distinctions, so many like sophistic. That's not a word. Sophist arguments. Like, ugh.
then Georgians get to vote for their
Right,
state
so it's a
legislator.
tribe then?
And then all of those legislators come together.
So it's a
to create
tribe.
laws.
So it's a tribe?
It's not a tribe, but
Well,
those are called states.
Yeah,
That's what
states are voting for their own interests, right?
But states will vote
So the states are is everything a tribe then? Like, what a reductive word.
I'm so screwed.
for the governors.
Yeah.
Why are
I
they
get to
shooting at
vote?
me? There's like a
Hold
bunch
on.
of guys over there,
Listen,
goddammit.
Why would I get to vote for the governor of, let's say, Tennessee, if I don't live in Tennessee?
Makes sense.
we're
Okay.
So it's almost like,
I can't even see this flagship no
right?
more.
They vote along tribal lines for that state's particular interests,
Oh,
right?
but you
Yes,
can
and
see
each
me.
state has a representative
Right,
in
which
the
they said?
collective government.
Sure, in the federal government, right? You're talking about in our Senate and in our Congress, right?
Yes.
Great. So let's start with this. If it is the case that you have California and Nevada, these are two states which are next to each other, you agree, right?
Yes.
Can these states vote against each other's interests when it comes to resources?
In the federal government, yes.
No, even at the state level they can, right?
Why would they be able to at the state level? I can't vote for the Nevada governor. I can't vote for.
Because perhaps there's something
Nevada
that perhaps Nevada has some type of, I don't know, a tax or something like this.
Oh, fuck. I don't know what our government background is, but I'm pretty sure that the area that Andrew is about to broach, I think is a super big no-no, right? Like in the United States of America, aren't states like almost explicitly prohibited from ever doing any type of interstate commerce where you are regulating against the ability of another state to practice some kind of economic thing? I feel like you're super mega not allowed to do this. I guess I could be wrong, but I don't know why I'm saying I could be wrong. No, you can't prefer like we only buy from Missouri companies here. You would get like this is explicitly and literally within the domain of the federal government of the U.S. Congress
that they're able to collect, which disproportionately affects Californians in some way. They can do that, right?
No.
What law is that?
Disappear, please.
They can't.
Disappear, please. Disappear, please.
Can they do that?
Disappear, please.
Can they do that is my
It
question.
did not disappear.
No, they're not legislating against. Listen to my question. Actually, I want you to repeat my question so I know you actually heard it.
I'm sorry, I'm not a dog. I
Can
don't
you repeat it? Well, it's
No.
called steelmanning a position.
Just say the question.
Okay. Can states vote against other states' interests simply by having a neighboring state, right? Let's just say, for instance, that you were to have, like, oh, I don't know, trucks which went between Nevada and California, right?
Yes.
And California took advantage of this by raising taxes on gasoline, but only on the border areas where these goods came in. This disproportionately hurts Nevada truckers for some reason, right? They can do that, right?
Yes.
Bruh.
Okay, great. So in California,
I feel like a state might even be able to sue another state if you were caught doing stuff like that. Like if that was the reason.
This mission
Why? But
is fucking
I don't know how
bullshit.
that was beneficial to Californians.
Look,
they
I'm
basically
actually
do
losing
the
money.
taxes
I went in with
Is it happening, or is that trying to use
1177.
hypothetical?
No, there's tons and tons of instances where different states do various things, even asking
Like
for
this
federal
ship
money
is
to over
actually
to other states
actively
for different
losing me
that's a
money.
different thing, though. You're petitioning the federal government.
It's
different than
garbage.
You're talking about for this, but
problems
And I
that they
have
always
to
ask for
use
support.
it.
They definitely are all trying to support their tribe, right?
Okay, so because states can potentially, hypothetically, vote against another state's interest, men and women should not have the right
No,
to vote.
that's not the conclusion.
you should also. I think there's also something to be said for. It's that one. Is it the clown mirror? We named one of these. Like debate things where every single time Andrew runs into this so much, where every single time you try to summarize your
I apologize.
position, or you try to
Schools.
summarize what they're saying, you can't do it. You could argue, and in some cases it might just be the person's legitimately just not listening. But if you find that when you're arguing with people, people can never summarize your position back to you ever, then you're failing to communicate, or you're just dodging any type of summarizing of your position because you think that if they can summarize it, and this does happen emotionally, you think that if they can summarize my position, they probably have an argument against it. So then you just ignore or you deny all summaries of your positions.
But that was your argument.
No,
the
that's-
privilege is,
no, we're-
you
again, do
stated
you know what a
no voting,
descriptor
both
is?
sexes,
What's a
one marriage voting system.
Why don't you understand the difference between a descriptor and prescriptor? What did I prescribe?
What you prescribed is one voting system. Is a
Yes.
voting system in which
What
both
I'm
men
doing-
and women are disenfranchised.
Yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm giving you descriptors so we can determine if it's tribalism or not, because you said it's not tribalism to have collectivism and voting blocks, which is insane.
But what you haven't been able to answer is why disenfranchising more voters is somehow
Well, let me-
solving political tribalism.
Let her get to the end
All
of the
right.
sentence, please.
Well, let me explain it
Sure.
the best way that I possibly can. Your worldview promotes political tribalism. So what happens is this: NGOs can go to our government and they can bribe them for voting blocks. And that's exactly what they do.
Bids.
Non-government organizations do this, and lobbyists do this. And what they do is they raid the treasury from people like you and me so that they can bribe certain portions of the electorate in order to incentivize them to collectivize. That's why black people often vote as a monolith, for instance. They vote monolithically, up to 80-90% together, especially in national, especially in national elections, because they're made certain promises out of the treasury from the electorate, usually at the expense of other forms of voters. This is 100% tribalism.
So how are NGOs bribing politicians, influencing who black people as individuals choose to vote for?
How do NGOs do that?
I just don't understand.
She needs to stop fighting on like any empirical ground here, because if you
Again, I
give
forgot
him
to
all
repair.
the philosophical ground, he's going to be able to dig up an example. He's making, or he doesn't even really have to justify his argument.
And how you're saying, I mean, I agree that NGOs should not be bribing and lobbyists shouldn't be bribing, but instead of
I mean, that's
saying,
what they do, though, right?
Okay, but we're trying to get back to your claim that
I'm in the
less
middle of
people
my
should
claim.
vote. Okay, well, I'm responding because this is a conversation.
Yeah.
Sure. So we're trying to get back to your claim that less people from both sexes should be able to vote.
Yeah, no, that's
Like,
not where we just were. Where
Not
we
very
just-
much like
Yeah,
both
but
of
I
these
just kidding.
guys,
Where we
the
just
way
were
they,
was-
they're
Well,
like,
you
You
finish my
said
sentence.
no
If you let me
because
finish my sentence,
you're
you can go back.
pivoting. We're talking right now about whether tribalism is descriptively true in your voting system.
I understand that, but we're trying to get back to your initial claim because you have a very important claim to defend. You're trying to
I
take
am
votes away
defending
from
it.
the American people
Yeah.
poorly, but let's get
Oh,
into it.
okay.
So NGOs bribe, lobbyists bribe,
Yeah.
and that is impacting who and what politicians are.
okay,
promoting. I
I'm
would agree
surprised
that's
that
very
penetrated.
Well, not just what they're promoting, but also they are setting the precedent for laws themselves.
Oh, yeah.
So they actually, I would even argue back that NGOs and private think groups write the laws in which politicians most often execute, and so do bankers as well.
I agree with that. So why would taking away votes from the average American and singular citizen prevent NGOs and lobbyists from having an ability to impact and predict and create?
Yeah, so if you move to stakeholder democracy, this idea
Got
that
'em.
some sort of public service or something like this, it actually collectivizes
Fine.
down the voting pool, which adds responsibility to the voters who can then be held accountable, which right now voters can't be. That's why. That's why it's so important. So you're not.
Voters
you're
can
saying,
be held
So you're
accountable.
saying how?
Well, legislators will create laws that hold those voters accountable.
How?
for the ones that follow them. Do you not have
How
to
are
follow
they?
the
Well,
laws?
that's not you being held accountable.
It is
so,
being held accountable.
No. So right
It-
now under tribalism, you can get laws passed which affect me but benefit you. I can't go like hold you somehow accountable for that.
But that's how a majority voting works. That's how
I
democracy
know,
works.
which is why I want limited democracy where we can actually hold people
because
accountable.
you just want to be in charge.
How would I be in charge if it's stakeholder democracy?
Well, you said one marriage voting system.
That could be one way of doing it, yes.
Okay, what are the other ways of doing
Another
that?
good way would be public service.
So whoever
perhaps
does
up
a
to
public
three-
service.
Perhaps up to 3 to 5 years unpaid, or military service would be good.
So during this public service in which people are working 3 to 5 years unpaid, how are they paying for food and groceries and housing?
Yeah, so the state would take care of that just like they do in the military.
The state would take care of that like they do in the military.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you plan on getting that passed?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, because
let's
are
say
you
I
not
could never
trying to
get it
create-
passed. We're arguing the ideology.
Whew,
What does that do with
whew.
anything?
What's the point in creating an ideology?
Oh,
that
no,
will never
those
work
are
How
for
do you
gonna-
get Marxism passed?
You're not.
So
That's why it's
aren't
a
you a
bad
Marxist?
idea.
But you're a Marxist, right?
How did you know that?
Well, I don't
Who
know.
told
That's
you
what
that?
your videos seem to imply, that you believe in Marxist
ever say that I
feminism.
was in Marxist?
Oh, I don't know. Are you a socialist?
Oh,
On a certain level.
Okay, how are you going to get socialist? Like, that's silly. That's
He tried to. That was such a
Fuck.
hard pivot there on a bad assumption. Oh my god.
us making the comparison contrast between like socialism and capitalism has no bearing on whether or not I could somehow get this passed or have some plan to get it passed.
Okay.
I'm arguing about the ideology
Do
here.
you want to understand my beliefs or do you just want to guess?
Well, what does that do? Do you know what I just said, though?
Well, I mean, you just called me a Marxist.
Do you
just called me a
agree?
socialist.
Well, if you're not a Marxist, that's fair, but do you realize that we're an ideology? If we're doing contrast worldview and ideology, it's a non sequitur to ask me, well, how are you going to get it passed? What does that do with anything?
Well, why would you create a worldview that fundamentally cannot work in practice? It
Well,
sounds
it's
like
not a
racist.
worldview that fundamentally cannot work in practice.
you couldn't
Even
say
if
how
I
it works in
could, even if
practice.
I couldn't prescriptively tell you, like the next political chain of things we do to get there has nothing to do with whether or not the worldview in practice would work.
Well, do you have any practical guesses for how we could apply this to a modern day society?
Well, I've just told you how we would apply it. You would have stakeholder democracy.
Okay, so that's just so one day we're just gonna flip a switch and have that. Like, I don't
Now,
understand.
what do you mean? Okay, you could have an amendment for it. You could repeal the 19th Amendment. You could.
So you want to repeal the right to vote?
Or just replace it. It wouldn't be. What I'm talking about is universal suffrage. You keep on making a conflation in terms. You think that because I say universal suffrage, that means no suffrage. I'm talking about limited suffrage.
So who gets to decide who gets the right to vote?
Didn't I literally just tell you who gets to decide who gets to vote?
Okay, so everyone who participates in
how do I
this
only? I shot
public service.
12
Could be
shells.
Yes.
Okay.
Close.
and
I
what
know. It's like
People-
coming at me,
People
right?
could
How
appeal
do
to
only
the
4 of
tax
them
numbers
hit,
for
man?
unpaid service
Like
so that
this.
they could then vote.
This is
It's
right
not
there.
unfair
Why
because
is
the government
why
would
is
be able to food and housing.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be getting anything additional to that
Okay, well, why not just have civil servants who are already?
because civil service.
why does this
has
thing
the
act like a
same job to do.
fucking game shotgun where it's
that,
like
they're
blah?
working in the
It
social
doesn't do
security
that,
So you're basically saying
okay?
anyone who does community service should get the right to
Oh,
vote?
fuck.
Some sort of civil
And then I
civil
get-
service of the state that could be like civil firefighting work.
then I get
maybe.
seated out for like
It could be
50,000
paramedic work, it
damage
could be
'cause
all
it-
sorts of different things you could look at for stakeholder democracy when we've seen it applied around the world. It's been somewhat successful.
And
I
to the
don't
point
like
Thing
this
that's
ship.
not like emergency services. So like a
The
guy
fact I need
working,
500
like, a
ribbons with
desk
it
job,
is
a
gonna drive
bureaucratic
me
job or whatever,
crazy.
what do you- like
laws apply to everyone in the society or just the people who
Yeah,
choose
they
to
still
participate
apply
in
to
this
everyone.
democracy?
Yeah.
Okay, so how can you?
Because technically, I need to
create
put my
and apply
bow
laws
in
to
front
people who are
of
not
towards
represented?
them, right?
I just don't
That's
understand
my
morally
best
how
way
you
because I get
justify
seated
something
out
immoral
like
about
that.
There's nothing immoral about
No.
it.
I
mean,
can't
that's
actually
like
snap my
how you say
fingers,
it's
but
immoral.
imagine
Why
that
is
I
it
can,
immoral for an
like
18-year-old
that.
to qualify to vote? The 18-year-old doesn't even know what they're voting for. How's that that moral?
Well, because an 18-year-old is.
But that
still
doesn't work really in
subject to the laws of the
operations,
state.
does
They
it?
don't even know what they're voting for.
Can an 18-year-old go to jail?
I think, in my opinion, I haven't read any political philosophy on this, so I'm sure there are better answers, more prepared answers. But in my opinion, the reason why these things are really
Bro,
important is
I used to
because
like
if
listening
you're
to
the leader of a
debates.
group, any good
Now
leader
it's people
knows
just
you have
yapping
to
at
be able
each
to
other,
bring everybody
like
along
bickering.
with you. It
But
can't
like
just
the
be
dumbest
your
shit.
top earners or your
Oh,
top
what's your
performers or
definition
just the
of
highest
of
people.
X?
To be able to bring
So
along
we need to
everybody.
get a definition
Even
going,
people
blah
that might
blah,
not
and then they
understand
spend
the voice,
45
otherwise
minutes
your
about a
shit just
definition.
falls
It's like,
apart.
okay,
So, like, you
bro.
want to have a well-functioning system, a well-functioning democracy.
How about we talk
everybody
about the
kinda has to
topic
feel
at
like
hand,
they're,
please?
like along for the ride. In a way that
Stop
they
this
have voice,
debate
heard,
bro
and respect and everything
nonsense,
else.
right?
Because if
Can
you
we
say
just
that,
go back to
oh,
having
the
conversations
side are
again?
the most powerful and the wealthiest. It's like, okay, yeah, and then as soon as people aren't happy, they're just gonna like have a coup and execute you. Like, it's not a good system. You have to make everybody feel like they're kind of involved to some extent.
Jail for 20 years.
A 16-year-old can. Should they be able to vote?
16-year-olds can't go to jail.
Yes, they can. 16-year-olds can go to jail for life. Should they be able to vote?
I mean, no, but why?
Why
would they
not?
be going
Why
to
not? The
jail?
laws apply to them, though.
Why would a 16-year-old be going?
Hang on,
to
I
jail
don't
for
understand. Because he murdered someone.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, if you murder someone, that's a whole.
So I don't understand. Why can't he vote? The
Well,
laws
we
apply to
all
him. Why can't he vote?
If I were her, I would actually concede that, and I would say, actually, that is a decent argument, Andrew. I think actually 16-year-olds probably maybe should be able to vote, depending on circumstances. That I actually think there are good, strong arguments for that.
Yeah, but we all understand.
No, we all understand it's not an argument. Why does a 16-year-old get to vote, even though all the laws apply to the 16-year-old? Why does he get to vote?
No, the laws apply. They start in juvenile detention, and then at 18, they
So,
get right
so
to
laws
vote.
apply to
You're
16-year-olds?
retried at 18.
So
When you
laws
start-
apply to 16-year-olds?
Some laws, of course.
Okay,
yes.
great. Why can't they vote then?
So babies should get the right to vote.
That's
when
my
you're a
question to
minor.
you. That makes no sense. Exactly. So why do we limit it to 18?
Well, that's the age that we've defined as being a legal adult. That's the age that we as a country have universally agreed with our right to vote is.
Yeah, but what makes
legal
that a good
adult.
idea? Just because
That's
you
the age of consent.
arbitrarily...
Okay, I have a question. No one's gonna answer because I have a empty chat a lot, Kappa. But can felons vote after they get out in the States? Because the way I would look at it, right? Like, if you go to jail, you should not be allowed to vote so long as you're in jail. And when you then get out of jail, you should be able to vote again, right? Because you served your sentence, right? You've done your duty, or your duty to society to repay back or whatever. You know the fucking bullshit, right? You did the time for the crime. You should be able to vote again. But I'm not actually sure how that works, because I'm like under the impression that once you're a felon, you just can't vote no more ever, which I think is kind of weird. I mean, I'm sure, yeah, there's like recidivists that like they're going back to jail, guaranteed. But there's like a lot of people that actually like reform their fucking life, man, and they should be allowed to be able to vote again as well, you know? They fucking live here too. What the fuck? Or there, I guess, since I'm not American.
That's the
Yeah, but just
You know what I mean.
arbitrarily say, for instance, that because you're 18 and you're an adult, like you can't buy cigarettes, you can't buy beer, you can't rent a car, but you're an adult, and now you can vote in the
So would you like to
participation of
lower the
democracy.
age of
At least
an
raise
adult?
it.
So you'd like to raise it?
At least raise it.
So you would like to universally raise
put
the
him on
age of
fire,
adult.
though.
I think that
At
would be a
least.
better idea than like
Oh,
not
No, no,
allowing
no, no.
He's
no.
healing.
What I said is
It's
at
not gonna be
least
enough.
do that.
Sink
But
for
the
me,
thing is, like,
bitch!
You're actually inconsistent here.
Okay.
Your whole
Nice.
argument is to say if laws affect
He didn't
people,
steal
they have
it.
right to vote. But we
He
have an
tried,
entire
but
cast
he
of
didn't.
people from the age 17 down.
He
Laws
didn't
apply to
succeed.
and can't vote, and you just are like you shrug that off like you didn't contradict yourself.
I'm pretty sure it has something to do with brain development, but we've all like you have to have an
Not fully
age at
developed
which-
till what 25 according
But how
to
do you have a
the
society in
studies.
which you don't have an
This guy
age
using me
that
as cover?
someone becomes a
I agree, but why couldn't you have a society in which you have
Douchebag.
stakeholder democracy? It would be
Because
it's the
nobody-
same logic.
So if you're saying that we should not disenfranchise children, why would you then disenfranchise people who are legal adults?
When did I ever make the claim that I wanted children to be able to vote?
You just said that if everyone should have the
No,
right
I
to
told you that your view is inconsistent. If it is the case propositionally, you say, Andrew, if laws apply to people, they should be able to vote. Except, oh, I don't know, everybody 17 and under. That's inconsistent.
Because the
Hang
laws
on,
do
hang on.
apply to children
It's
differently than they
inconsistent
apply to
and a
adults.
contradiction.
But laws do apply to
What about the
children
laws that don't?
differently than they do.
What about the laws that don't? What about the laws where you're 17 years old and you can be tried as an adult?
Well, those are to protect like public freedom. I mean,
Right.
but
Whoa.
everyone loses civil liberties.
Whoa,
when-
whoa, okay. But that's a special circumstance, and it has to be adjudicated first as well. You don't just like, oh, he's 17, we're gonna treat him as an adult now. No, that depends on the crime committed and the judge in charge. To be honest, as well. Let's make that clear too. So this guy's argument is like straight up disingenuous already. And I am definitely not a feminist, by the way, but I don't like the way this guy debates.
when they were a danger to the public.
Because it's
but do you
full of
Everyone.
shit.
Do you understand that you're making a contradiction when you say if laws should apply to all people should have a right to vote because they have laws to be applied. They can be sent to prison was your example. That would have to include everyone under the age of 18.
But people under the age of 18 don't go to adult
Yes,
prisons.
they do all the time.
They don't all the time, actually. It's considered exceptional. That's why you have to do like an exception to actually try somebody as an adult.
Yeah, I
It's
said that
not
already,
generally
bro.
the
Move
norm
on.
that
Way ahead of
people
you.
under the age of 18 are tried as adults. Also,
Wow, caught fire a little earlier
I'm
than I
trying to
thought
think
we
if
would.
you have the right to vote, even if you have like a full-time
that was
caretaker
close.
and you have like exceptional like mental disabilities, you're still allowed to vote in the United States, right? They don't take away your right to vote. if that's the case, right?
Yes, they do. That is, you want me to give you sources of 16, 17-year-old tries adults and sent to adult prisons?
Okay, but that's like an exception for exclusively horrific crimes. I mean, those
But
are violent
does
offenders.
the law apply to them or not?
To violent offenders, if you are a threat to public safety, yes.
Okay,
Everyone who
then
is a
if
threat
the
to
law
public
applies to them and they can be sent to jail, then by your logic, they should be able to vote, which
But for
means
those
you're in
offenders, they are-
contradiction.
To those offenders, they are sent to juvenile detention centers until they turn 18, and then they are sent to an adult prison. They are
No,
still
they're
tried as a
sent
child.
often to adult centers, even at 17, to adult prisons.
You can be sentenced as an adult, but you can't be sent to an adult prison at the age of 16.
This would depend widely on the state that you're in. It's not rigorously enforced across the board like you think. There's not like, I don't think there's federal laws which say that.
Well,
But
then I
even if
think
it were
that's
the case,
wrong.
I'll just grant it.
Well, then that's wrong.
I'll even grant the entire thing.
I just want to point out the objective of the debate was about feminism, as far as I understood it. Like, this has gone off the rails massively already.
It still wouldn't matter. Laws apply to them. They can still be sent to prison. They fit both of your criteria. Therefore, if you say they shouldn't be able to vote, your work is in contradiction.
Well, then I think that's wrong. I don't believe that children should be tried as adults until they have become adults.
So no
I
laws
disagree
apply
with
to
that.
children.
No.
Well, then why shouldn't they be able to vote?
A threat to public safety always applies to everyone. Threats to public safety always apply to everyone.
showered.
Why
But
shouldn't they be able to vote if laws apply to them? That's your example.
laws apply to children, but they are not, in practice, punished in the same way that they apply to adults. It's applied to
Can they be punished?
Of course they
Then
can.
why can't they vote?
But you have to have some way to maintain societal control. Children aren't just allowed to do whatever the fuck they want because they're
Right.
kids.
You need to be able to have some sort of societal control. So
Yes.
this would mean necessarily disenfranchising some people, wouldn't it?
It would mean necessarily disenfranchising children. Yes, they're not
No,
adults.
it would also mean disenfranchising prisoners. Do you want prisoners to vote on their right to own guns in a prison?
Not the right to own guns in a prison.
Well, then you're
I mean, I do
disenfranchising
think
them.
that people who were in prison and then leave prison should then have the right
Felons?
to vote.
But they're disenfranchised currently under the law, right?
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. If you're a felon, you can't vote.
Yes. Oh, well, once they leave, yes, I do think that that's disenfranchisement, and I think Florida just rolled that back.
Yeah, but
Florida.
what's wrong with disenfranchising
Yeah, see,
like
that's
murderers
fucked up.
for life?
What's wrong with disenfranchisement? Well, they would be in jail for life.
Why would you
No,
not be
no,
able
they're
to
out of
vote?
jail. They're just-
Wait. So, somebody walk me through this, right? Why wouldn't you be able to vote? You did your time. Like, society is gonna punish you enough already because when they see, felon on your record, because even here, right, in Belgium, we have to have like a, how the fuck would I translate that shit? Proof of good behavior, I guess. Like, not exactly right. Obviously, it has like a far more politically legalese term, but essentially that's what it comes down to. So society is already gonna punish you enough. Let these people vote. They did their time.
Just felons, so they can't vote.
Well, yeah, I think that felons should be able to vote once they
Should felons be able to own guns?
No, because
Well, I don't understand you. So you're just, again,
But
you
you
are so
understand-
inconsistent with
Holy
your
sh- Dude, like the amount, like he switched it around to doing an internal critique of her position, and it's like the most stringent internal critique like ever. My God, she has to like. I like how he jumped off of his critique though, but
guys.
Do you understand?
What?
Disenfranchisement should exist so long as someone is a threat to public safety. The reason why prisoners are not allowed to vote who are currently in prison is because they are a threat to public safety.
16-year-olds aren't a threat to public safety.
No, but they're children. You can't allow anyone
So
to vote
you
who's a
can
child.
arbitrarily disenfranchise people based on the fact
I
that
don't
you
know.
think they're not capable
I've
of
been
making good
16.
decisions, right?
No, a child is
I'm not sure that's
legally
accurate.
adult.
Because they can't make
You can't have
good,
sex with a child.
Because
That
they
would be
can't make
statutory
because they
rape.
can't make good decisions.
No, because they're legally classified as a child. Do you not understand
Because
what
they
a child
can't make good decisions.
is? Because they're 2 and 3 and 4. They're not legally an
So they
adult.
can't make good decisions.
No, they can make good decisions, but generally speaking, you can't have children vote. There is a
I
legal
agree
age
with
to
you.
vote.
You can't.
Okay.
But why is it then that if I were to say that I only want 25-year-olds to vote, I would be disenfranchising?
But you didn't say you only want 25-year-olds to vote. You
do you
said
understand?
that you only want one marriage voting system per household.
Yeah,
You
well, that's
said
one way, yeah.
You want less of
But-
both adult
That
men
guy
and
just
Do you
called
understand how
children
my
to
view is
be able to vote.
consistent, but yours isn't? Because
Destroyed.
if you were to agree with me that you wanted, like, okay, Andrew, I would compromise 25-years voting.
Oh,
you'd
it's
now
a Jaeger.
disenfranchise
Yeah, that
everyone
makes
from the
sense.
ages of 18 to 24.
If you were considered
all
a legal
overnight.
adult,
It
you should be able
throws
to vote.
12 torpedoes
That
at a
means If you were
time.
considered a legal
Every
adult,
minute.
If you were tried as an adult, if you are allowed to buy a house,
Yeah.
have a child.
But that leads to the problem
Shit's
is
getting
that leads to
crazy.
political tribalism. So, like, for instance, why is it a healthy society to have?
she also shouldn't grant this. What is this obsession with political tribalism? Or is Andrew given an argument for why that's bad? Like, what does he even mean by that? That you have just voting blocks that are interested in their own thing? I don't even know what his issue is here.
Men and women who are married voting against each other. That's a terrible idea.
Because they're both like, but if a man commits a murder, does his wife go to jail for that crime? No, because they're not the same fucking person.
What does that have to do with anything?
If they're different people and they're both tried differently and they both have separate lives.
Like, I like how he can't even begin to fathom, like, if this is a good faith conversation, like, try to connect that in your brain. I believe in you. I think you can do it. Like he just, she's really quick on her feet and thinking about this, even though she hasn't, like, obviously spent a lot of time individually diving in on this, unfortunately. But, like, it was a good question. So why would a man and a woman both be allowed to vote and then be able to vote against each other? Isn't that foolish? And it's like, well, hold on. Like, if a man commits a crime, then the woman doesn't go to jail with the man, right? That's a good challenge. And I think it would be worth it to sit and think about that for a moment. And he could probably think of an answer. But instead he just, like, immediately rejects, like, how does that even relate? It's not even like, Jesus, it's so cringe.
No, because they're not the same person.
What does that have to do with anything?
If they're different people and they're both tried differently and they both have separate lives
Yeah.
and separate bank accounts
Yeah.
and separate bodily and physical autonomy,
Yeah.
then they should each get a stake in this government. No.
Well, that literally has nothing to do with what I just asked.
They're not the same
So real
person,
quick,
so why should they be
you
represented
remember how I
as
said
one?
yes and no to your question? Can you do that for me? Remember I was like yes and just answered it? Can you actually do that for me
I don't
too?
remember that at all.
You literally just
Guys,
asked
so
me that question. You said,
condescending,
if
bro.
A husband's hard off to prison, does your wife go to prison? I said no.
Okay.
Can you do that for me too, and then give your explanation? Because otherwise, I don't
That's
know
what I
your
just did. I
actual
said his
position.
thing and then gave the explanation.
So now I'd like to know:
You should
do
listen
you
to
think it's a good idea for wives and husbands to be able to vote against each other's interests?
They should both have a vote, yes.
Well, but they can't vote against each other's interests, right?
That is circumstantial. They may not. They might.
If they
Yeah,
want
may
to.
not, they might. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But why is it good that option's even there? It seems like a terrible idea.
Because in a representative democracy, everyone should be represented with a vote.
Yeah, I get that's a descriptive truth, but you're not telling me why that should be the case. If I were to give you the counterclaim here, I would say if you had like one household voting or something like this, it would be much more uniform and wouldn't divide families against each other. And that's exactly what the
Bro, one household vote. Is this guy from like the 1700s? What the fuck is this guy's position? Like, what the fuck?
vote has done.
But they're both subject to the same legislative, like they can both be legislated independent of each other, right?
No, well, not really. One cannot at that point make a decision that doesn't affect the other one usually.
Yes, I can.
Not really. What?
I mean, Roe
Oh yeah, she was gonna say Roe v. Wade.
v. Wade. That only affects a woman's body, right? No?
You think that if a man is married to a woman and she goes and aborts his baby, that doesn't affect him?
Of course it does, but it affects him differently than his body.
But it's still, that's my whole point is that everything they do in this household is going to affect each other.
Sure.
So you wouldn't want to promote systems
But they
which
still are
divide husbands
individuals.
against.
Did you ever entertain this level of disingenuous argumenting? Apart from fighting it with an audience, he usually just fights on every sentence, making it very. I mean, if you want to go and like own them or whatever, then maybe. But I mean, like if you're trying to have like some kind of good faith discussion, then it's never happening in an environment like this, of course.
Wives.
But they're individuals. No.
What does
Are
that
they
do
the
with
same
anything?
person?
Yeah,
Are they the
that's
same
what
person?
I'm saying. Like, does this guy live in the 1700s? This guy wants to go back to Victoria 3, bro.
This is not what's in dispute.
Are they the same person or not?
Okay, no.
Then why should they not each have an individual?
I do think there should be an IQ test done before you're allowed to vote. That's, I know, I'm the bad guy, I know on this one. But I do think you need to reach at least 105 before you're allowed to vote. Because if you're below 105, I cannot trust you to understand what the fuck is going on.
Individual liberty. What if they get a
Because you
divorce?
don't want to set up systems that divide them against each other. That's
Well,
a
then
bad
don't marry
idea.
someone who doesn't want to vote
I know,
for you.
again.
But that's
No,
I'm
so
the
you
bad
understand
guy
how
for
people's
thinking that.
preferences change
I
over
know.
time, and there could be various
I know.
reasons in which, if you have a tribal
Representative
type of
democracy
mentality,
with
like
everyone
Jacob
having
Johnson,
it having
is
it
a great one.
a vote
Do you
that
think
really
it's possible that
I
women,
can
for
see
instance,
where
could hold it
where
against
that's
their
good,
husbands
but
and
I can also
things
see
like
where that's bad, and I
abort
just
your child, they could actually do that, right?
I just pointed out to one where one aspect of why and where it's bad, right? Like, how can you have people vote on issues they do not understand?
Yeah, hypothetically, sure.
Yeah, and have
that
done
would be
that.
immoral.
And have done that.
That would be immoral
Yeah,
wrong.
but you wouldn't say they couldn't go get the abortion, would you?
But would you say a man?
But
can
hang on. Answer the question first.
Jesus
You wouldn't
Christ.
say that they shouldn't be allowed to do that, though, would you?
Well, if it would be disenfranchising millions of other women who aren't.
No,
in that
that's
situation and need an
can you,
abortion, then
yes or no, please. You wouldn't say that you would not actually say that they should not be allowed to get the abortion, right?
No, I wouldn't say that's just
Okay, so even if it were the case that a woman, right, was holding the man basically.
I should be able to
emotionally
vote on that
hostage
too.
and said, "Do what I say, or I'll get an
Young
abortion."
punks,
right?
get off my
You would not
lawn.
Make any claim that she could or could not get that abortion, would you?
I would make a claim that what she's doing is immoral, but I wouldn't make a claim that because
Should
one
anything
person is
happen to a
immoral.
woman who does that?
Those
Yeah,
the
I mean,
children
it's
from
fine.
next
It's
door
fine.
impact me too.
Depends on the level of emotional blackmail.
They're loud,
So
they're
what's your
obnoxious,
level?
they're annoying.
I mean, maybe pay damages or fine.
A fine?
Get off my
How much
lawn.
would the fine be?
I don't know.
$200?
How much is an abortion?
They'd be the same as an abortion.
Can I ask you a question?
So just
Can
to
I
get
ask
this
you a
right, why want
I like how she gave.
I'm partially joking, obviously.
She's really
Right?
quick on her feet. Because I don't think she's thought through this at all. But she gave like a very legally coherent answer, right? If somebody could do a thing in a bad way, that would never be an argument for banning the entire thing, right? Like somebody could theoretically publish a tweet that's defamatory, but you wouldn't ban all tweets. You would just hold people accountable when they, you know, through tort, I guess, or through criminal stuff when they engage in bad behavior. You wouldn't ban that whole class of thing.
I want to finish this real quick,
No,
and
can
then
I
we
ask
can
you
move
a
back. Well, no, you can't.
As
finish the
being
inquiry.
Okay, I'm not gonna answer your
Stages.
question.
But you can inquire back. I just want to finish this inquiry.
Or guns, sure.
Inquiry, that's all. So just to make sure I got this right, you have now.
I'm sitting in the
said
thing.
that
All I'm
does indeed
picturing now in my head is
your
like the
wife
ship
has
under
potential
attack,
to do
and
so,
then
right?
the
Yeah,
engineers
but
just
you
go
can
like,
use
"Oh my
specific
god,
examples of where it
leaks!
would be in the
Oh
woman's interest to vote
fuck!
against her husband, to have a right to do
Next
something which
board!
could
Oh
be
my
used against
god!
her later, and then said
Keep
the
up with the
punishment should be like,
fires.
oh, maybe she pays a fine if something like that happens. And how are you going to convince people?
It's
that that's a
working,
better
right?
system
They're doing
than
a great
household
job.
voting?
I
That's a
can't
terrible
complain.
system.
Because then the leader of that household, or the head of that household, has control over the right and the will of every single person in that household. You're fundamentally denying people free will. They're not allowed to. Yes, they are. Because they're both
Denying of free will, huh?
because they're both legislated by the same government.
She could also make, you can also start to make really weird arguments against the types of societies that you might prefer. Although, hypothetically, if he just wants to disenfranchise all women from voting, he wouldn't run into that issue. Because I would say, what if you're like a man and a woman and like, well, let's not get married, because if we do get married, now our vote, we had 2 votes because we were in 2 separate households, so now we only have 1 vote because we're in a combined household. So let's just say separated in different households to like double our vote. But he would just say women should be allowed to vote, so I guess it doesn't matter.
And one of them has no say in who is elected into that government.
So?
But still, because you're still
They still have
impacted
free
by
will.
law. But you're still impacted by laws.
So what? You're being impacted by laws when you're 17. They can't vote. You have a consistency
Not at the
issue.
same extent as an 18-year-old. Not at the same
They
extent.
can have it to the same extent as an 18-year-old.
In very rare exceptions. But
But they can then. So you're disenfranchising people.
You're on the fringe. You're fighting on an exception. We're talking about the general population.
Even in the general
I'm
population.
not talking about murderers. I'm
Yeah.
not talking about
So
serial
let's start with
killers.
this.
I'm not talking about school shooters.
I don't think it's generally speaking a good idea to let 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds to vote, to disenfranchise the votes of people who are politically informed, because they're being used as a leverage voting block for elitists. And that's what's actually happening. What's actually happening was what you just said. You know, NGOs and lobbyists are lobbying Congress to get various things passed. And what they do is they try to leverage the votes from a tribalist purview in order to get the things that they want.
That's going to kill me.
And 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds are highly impressionable, right? So we're 22, 23, 24, 25-year-olds highly impressionable. And one way that you can eliminate this idea that they could be gone after by the parasitic NGOs who run things is by simply limiting the ability to vote to people who have such a political interest that they actually do social service for up to 5 years, so that then we can trust them with the right to vote.
Okay, I have 2 statements. Can you let me get through them?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh,
So here's number
that's-
one.
That's
I
my
agree
doom
that
right there,
lobbying
isn't it?
generally is bad. I'm not here for NGOs. I don't think anyone really is. I mean, but the whole point of why we don't like them is because we want to be represented by
I
legislators
knew
fairly
it.
and accurately, and we don't want it to be in the control of a private interest group.
So lobbying's bad.
Yes, generally, I think that lobbyists
4 minutes,
and
though, we
NGOs
should make
are
this.
not good. But what
This
I
guy
don't
is,
understand
like,
is, if that's
dorping
the
everybody.
issue, why not ban NGOs? Why not have a platform that's standing against NGOs and lobbyists? I think that'd be something great.
Yeah,
If
so
you
this
did
is
that, that'd be
great.
awesome.
Yeah, so this is a great question, but here's the problem, right? This is the leverage of tribalism, and why you can't really do that. So on social issues,
Look at all these
social
stories,
issues,
yes.
right?
You
There
can
are
do that
people
every
out there,
minute.
for instance, who have a vested interest.
No,
in
that's a
abortion being
destroyer.
legal, right? This goes out into the social ethos, and now we're back.
Yeah, Kona, the reality is not all disenfranchisement. It sounds bad though to own that position, but not all disenfranchisement is bad. There are probably some groups of people that should be disenfranchised in certain ways, and that's not like necessarily a horrible thing. Like, for a variety of reasons, children don't have the same rights.
I
as
like how he
adults
shoots
when it comes
torpedoes
to
at it,
entering
and
business deals,
then-
signing contracts.
Yeah,
or
they'll miss, that's
whatever.
why.
But because they don't have the
I was
same
gonna say, and then starts
rights, they
shooting.
don't necessarily have the same
Just
expectations
sink
or
it before the
responsibilities like a
torpedoes
child
reach.
can. Is generally not held accountable in the same way for crimes. The state will provide more for a child who's homeless or some bullshit or whatever. Yeah, you've got greater protections from criminal stuff, but then you would have to walk through each class. Like, when can we justify
minutes, game's over.
disenfranchisement versus when do we say like this just disenfranchisement is justified versus unjustified.
Battling over the social issue, we have become tribal, right? We become tribal. Then you have NGOs who battle against it, let's say, this social issue. They also are making a ton of money off of the counter battle, let's say, also utilizing political tribalism. The whole idea here
This
is
Jaeger
device of
is
tribalism is what enables
markedly
NGOs to
doing
begin with.
less
They make a ton
than
of
the
money
other
off,
one.
especially off of race hustling and DEI.
So then again, why not just ban NGOs and lobbyists?
Yeah, you
and
can't.
allow everyone
Seemingly.
to still have a vote and a representative.
I'm giving you the
I think
descriptor.
it's hilarious that you keep calling democracy tribalism.
It leads to tribalism, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
Full democracy leads to tribalism.
So
There's
does
no way around
sports.
it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so does sports,
so
sure.
should we ban sports?
Why would you ban sports? That's the
Why
total
would you
non sequitur.
ban-
It makes no sense.
Why would you ban a huge percentage of the population from voting?
Because I would want to avoid political tribalism so that elitists can't exploit low information voters, which they do right now, in order to enslave the planet.
So you're basically saying that people are too stupid to have the right to vote?
Yes.
That's dumb, dude.
Don't you agree with that?
Yeah, of course I think people are stupid.
Well, then what are you arguing with me
Because
about?
if I want a right to vote, then I should give them the right to vote.
Why? But listen, think about what you just said. Yeah, dude, I agree that people are too stupid to vote, but give them the right to vote anyway.
I don't think people are too stupid to vote. I
Why?
think
So they're
people
too
are
stupid to function, but
I
they're
don't think
smart
they're
enough.
stupid to
Oh, come
function.
on. You think that people who go and generally cast a ballot are high information voters, or they barely even know what the hell they're talking about?
I mean, do you have a statistic on how many of them?
Yeah,
are?
you.
Like, imagine if you have to try to brainwash a group of people. Couldn't you argue? These are all philosophy arguments. This is like the cringiest kind of argument. But like, couldn't you argue that it's actually easier to brainwash people if only the man votes in the family? Because now I have to brainwash half the people. Theoretically, there's a whole tier of propaganda that might not have worked on on men and women voting or on different groups of people voting. But since I only have to focus on like men head of households, I can tailor make my NGOs and
We're about to
propaganda to just brainwash one group. Like, there's always interest that can be captured. But this is stupid.
Why? So they're
people
too
are
stupid to function, but
I
they're
don't think
smart
they're
enough.
stupid to
Come
function.
on. You think that to go tested, right? But I have a better plan than an IQ test. I would not disenfranchise a person from being able to vote because they have like an average IQ.
Yeah.
What I would do is disenfranchise a person to vote if they were low information. One way I could find out if they were really politically motivated is if they sacrificed years of their lives to the state in order to get that right to vote.
So you want to punish people for being stupid?
No, I just don't want them to nullify well-informed votes.
Years
from
of their lives
people
to
who
the
are
state.
smart
That's
and on
very
issues
Starship
and understand the
Troopers.
issues.
But taking away someone's vote would be punishing them in a sense.
It's not punishing them.
Yeah, it kind of
It's
is.
actually stopping them from punishing themselves and the rest of society because they're easily exploited by social elites.
That's fair. I mean, but why not then just target education? Like, why not then?
We spend 5% of the entire
Dude,
GDP of the
this shit
United
makes
States on
me
education. It's the
hemorrhage
highest
money,
anywhere in the
bro.
world, and we have some of the dumbest
thought this
people
was
on planet
fucking
Earth.
balanced.
Our literacy rate is barely.
What the
you know
fuck?
What the literacy
No,
rate
it's-
is?
yeah, it's garbage.
It's trash. And we spend 5%, the biggest GDP on planet Earth. We spend 5 total % of our GDP on education. And you think that education is going to solve the problem of the low
Well,
information
the
voter?
issue is that people are stupid. Help them be smarter.
There's a lot of that is a mixture of genes and environment and nourishment and all sorts of different things. It's like you can't, this whole progressive
Well, if it's
idea.
environment and nourishment,
hang on.
then why not attack
This
those
whole
things?
stupid progressive idea of like,
boy.
you just can just educate people into
Not in that
whatever
way,
it is. It's like,
bro.
no, you really can't. Like, there's a lot of people who are just going to be janitors, okay? There's a lot of, yeah, okay? There's a lot of
Janitors shouldn't be
people
allowed to
who are
vote,
just going to
I
be
guess.
fucking
Okay.
janitors
There are,
and who
but
are
they-
just going to be fucking toilet bowl cleaners and who are just going to be fucking bartenders and are really not meant to build fucking rocket ships, okay?
I know, but they're still subject to laws. They
Yeah,
still
I
get
know,
a
but
say,
just being
and
to-
it's
but
frustrating.
don't
But it's
you-
just a fact.
yeah,
If I want
yeah.
free will, and they want, and you want free will, and we deserve the right to vote, then they do
No,
too.
you're not eliminating free will by this.
You are,
You're
though.
protecting the rest of society from low information voters destroying their lives. Like,
Yeah,
do you
but
think
you
really
still
think?
can't
Let me ask
take
you this.
someone else's free
Let me
will
ask you
because
this.
they're
If you were to, yeah, but you're not really doing that. What
You
you're
are.
doing.
A vote is an exercise in free will.
Let me ask you this: if you had to choose,
Yes.
right, for your family,
Sure.
and you knew that you could move them to a place.
Wait, real quick. There's not gonna be something stupid like a railgun can't shoot. Oh my god. Can railguns not shoot in front of? They can't. It'll block it. Whatever.
Where there was a bunch of people who were
I don't
highly
care. I'll
informed
figure it
on
out.
political processes in the local community, or you can move to a place where people didn't give a shit, right? Which place would you prefer them to be?
I would prefer them to be in the hired.
Of course, right? At
Yeah.
the place where the people are the most
Hold on.
informed.
Speaking of which, my mother's calling me here. I'm just gonna. Sorry, Mom. Love you.
Now, if you were able to, if these people were able to cast votes and nullify all of the votes of you high information voters, right? Wouldn't it actually be better for them and for you to disenfranchise their voting so that you guys could actually vote on political and policy issues that made sense?
Well, I don't think that stupid people are nullifying all of the votes of smart people.
Really? Think about what you
all
just
of
said.
them.
Can you
Not
think
all
about
of
think about
them.
what you just? Do you
Not
think there's
all
more
of them.
stupid?
Like, I'm curious how Andrew would feel if you were to bring up to Andrew, like, hey, we should have a misinformation tribunal in the government to decide what's misinformation, you know, and then to ban it, right? I wonder if Andrew would say, I would imagine he would say, well, hold on. How's the government going to decide what's misinformation? Who's going to make that decision? If that's the thing that you're afraid of, how the f do you have a government deciding who gets to vote? Like, who? Like, would he want the current society to vote on that? Like, I don't know. It's just wild.
Stupid people or smart people?
In this country, yeah, that's probably more.
Okay, so you really
Yeah.
don't think stupid people are nullifying the votes of smart people?
On a certain level, yeah. but
Yeah.
at the same time, they still deserve free will. I can't.
They
rob
still
someone-
have free will.
They don't because they're still subject to the laws of
Voting
the
is a
country.
privilege. If you go to Australia and you commit a crime, can you go to jail in Australia?
Yeah.
But you can't vote in Australia, right?
Sure.
So do you see how that makes no sense? Like
It
what
does
you're
make
saying
sense,
makes
though.
no
I mean,
sense.
you travel to another country and endanger people. Like that's a threat.
You're not
to
even
public
endangering
safety.
people. If you're just like drunk in public, you can be arrested.
That is a threat to public safety. Public intoxication is a
But
threat to public
that doesn't
safety.
mean you're going to actually do anything wrong, right?
But you
No,
could.
but that's why. That's like saying, oh my god, dude, this is actually so cringe. We'll listen like 15
Dude,
minutes.
that was the perfect
I mean,
turn.
people are officially
Or you
violent,
could break some,
statistically more
or you
violent.
could break some public ordinance, right? You could break
Fucking
some
AI.
public ordinance you didn't know about, like you're on a beach, right? And you're in your shorts, and it was supposed to be t-shirts and shorts, you know, something like this.
Yeah, but breaking public ordinances doesn't lead to jail time.
It does if you don't pay the fine.
Well, then you
Oh
should
my
pay the fine.
See what I mean,
God.
though? So you are subject to those laws,
Yes.
and you are subject to imprisonment based on those laws.
You
And if
should-
that's the case, you can't vote in those countries.
Okay, but you're not a citizen of that country. You're still a citizen of this country. If you were a citizen
my
of this
whole
country,
point,
you
though.
lived here, and you were subject to the laws of this country for your entire life, from
Yeah,
birth to death.
yeah.
You should have.
Why do you
a
want?
stake.
Why do you want dumb people to disenfranchise your well-informed vote?
How do
It
I-
makes no sense. Not only that, you say that you're actually emboldening them with their free will, right? It's like that's so silly because ultimately these people who are politically
I hate
low
this ship,
information, there's
and
so
it
low
hates
information,
me.
you're allowing them to get taken advantage of.
Of course, I don't want dumb people to disenfranchise my vote, but I don't think that the solution to that is a one-marriage voting system or a, you have to do public service for 5 years.
Give me an alternative.
But can't dumb people do that too? Like, couldn't a dumb person just do some community service for 5 years and then
Good
get paid?
counter.
I mean,
True.
like, there are dumb
The
people in the army.
Listen,
Yep,
I
yep,
agree with
yep.
you that there can be some stupid people who get through the system, but they're not going to be probably low information. You're not going to go through 5 years of civil service like that.
Like, not to be mean, and I'm not demeaning anybody that does this because I think civil service is amazing, but like, who do you
I
think
did
is-
though,
do you
it's
think
a
that
fucking
the
Vyazma,
super
it's a
intelligent people
goddamn
are
Russian
more
ship.
likely to do civil service related things, or the not quite as intelligent people? Like, I don't even know if you're selecting for the people, or if he would be selecting for the people that he's fantasizing about selecting for here.
For the purpose of being able to vote and be low information, or you wouldn't do it. You have an interest. That's
I
what
don't
the
know,
whole
man.
point
You'd be
is.
surprised. Well, I mean, if your housing and your food is paid for, I think there are a lot of people who'd be interested in that. The army. I mean, that's like exactly.
The army, you have to take the army. You have to take an ASVAB test, and you have to score X amount of a score in order to even be placed in those things.
Thank God, my boyfriend's a vet. He talks about it.
Excuse me, ASVAB is for what, your competency for where you get placed in the army? Does he think that like the ASVAB is like the MCAT or the LSAT or something like, what are you, dog? Placement within the army once you're there doesn't mean you have to be a genius to pass it. What is he talking about?
some dumb motherfuckers in the army.
Sure, there's dumb people in the army.
But so they would
But
be
to
given-
qualify
Then what was the point of bringing that up? What?
for certain jobs, you can't be. And for civil service or something like this, you can do intelligence tests. Or,
Oh, so you're gonna IQ test? Oh, hold on. Now we're getting to more interesting qualifiers. So you have to do civil service for 5 years, and you have to do an intelligence test as well. Okay, what other qualifiers we have going on here, Andrew?
things
So
like
you're
that.
basically saying there should be an IQ test, and
Thank
only
you,
those
yes.
who would like to be civil servants
If you're
pass that IQ test.
well, I think
should be
you
allowed
should
to go.
probably implement an IQ test for the military too, which they do.
Yeah, because
I mean, but they do. But they do, unless it's in wartime. and
Right?
you just need a
I made that shit
I don't think they.
10 minutes
I don't
ago,
think there's
bro.
a formal IQ test for the military, right? Like if you're real dumb and you can't do fuck all or whatever, I don't know if it's like you have to graduate high school or something, then you might not get it. But do they actually do like I don't think they do a formal IQ test.
And
You don't
here's
grab
the
anybody
thing,
off
right?
street, but yeah.
can we ask?
It's not foolproof either, because I have 114 IQ, but I'm a dumb motherfucker, bro. Like, if I wasn't a dumb motherfucker, I would have done a different job from the beginning and not have to like reschool now when I'm 40 years old because my body started failing.
Right now?
You know what I mean? I would have just gone straight for the
Do you do IQ tests for the military?
IT
Wait, you want boyfriend review?
Yeah.
Sure.
20 years ago instead of
Yeah, there
now.
are people who are there who are dumb. That's true, but they.
Here, baby, come here,
If you can,
Yeah,
just kind of like.
I've heard of that. It's called a Cat 5 waiver, right?
But
They
I'd
give them a
pass an
Cat 5
IQ test to vote. That's you know.
Not so loud.
In terms of like people in the army and IQ tests, like I've taken the ASVAB, it is not a very difficult test, and a lot of people get their ASVABs taken for them. I knew guys in the army who were like medically diagnosable with mental deficiencies and were still in the army doing jobs that in theory required a certain level of mental faculty.
Sure. Yeah, the system can get gamed, but those are exceptions, not the rule.
Oh, the exception's not the rule, but that didn't matter earlier when it came to talking about children going to criminal prison, big boy prison. But
I wouldn't really go that far, to be honest with you. And then also in terms of your,
You don't think the majority of people are stupid or in the army are stupid, do you?
I think there are a great number of people who join the army because they want a place to live, and the system we just described. There's too much
They seem to be joining the army based around patriotism, the ability to get paid, the ability to do things like that. What's that?
When were you in the army?
I was in the army for a very limited amount of time, years and years ago.
How long was that?
so he didn't even do a 4 or 5 year contract. What's the minimum? It sounds like he didn't even do that. He came and went because that was a super evasive.
Yeah,
answer.
very
It
very
sounds like
limited
this
amount of
guy's asking
time.
for clarification. Why would you even mention
I
that?
got kicked out in boot
Why
camp.
would you
Oh,
mention
okay.
you've been in the military? It's- Oof.
You didn't even graduate being a boot.
Good luck.
The ability to do things like that. What's that?
When were you in the army?
I was in the army for a very limited amount of time, years and years ago.
How long was that very limited amount of time you were in the army?
It wasn't very about a year.
About a year. So what happened?
Well, it doesn't matter what
Oh,
happened.
but we're talking about service, man.
What about it?
So you want to disenfranchise people based on military service? I actually know why most
What
people join the
are
army.
you talking about? How would I disenfranchise them based on military service?
No, you
It would be the opposite.
Those
If you're
who
requiring
don't.
people to
No, it wouldn't require them to serve in the army. Literally didn't say that.
I'm
Or
sorry.
civil service. Oh my god, dude. He plays so many sneaky word games. Jesus.
But, yeah.
Yeah, I literally didn't say that.
Thank you very much. Okay. So now we've established that people in the army can very much be stupid. So
Nobody ever disputed you can have stupid people in the army.
okay, so again, we're trying to go
My
back.
question-
We're trying to
yeah,
figure out
so
how
let's see
this
if we
system
can't.
would work
Yeah, so
in terms of
yeah.
those who are participating in some sort of civil service.
Yeah, so you would have
are-
some type of civil service, right? Which
Okay.
a person would participate in for at least 5 years.
5 years.
Yes, unpaid.
5
Yeah, just throw
Yes,
torps all
unpaid.
over the
That's
place. It's
Why?
great.
Do you think that the person who participated in it for 5 years unpaid would really want to be politically informed by the end of that? Yeah.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
that's 5 years of not having, like, that's 5 years of like housing is paid for. food is paid
Service
for.
guarantees citizenship.
So can I ask who's paying for 5 years of millions of
Dude,
people?
no. Why would you actually use the quote from Starship Troopers, bro? Like I really wasn't saying it because I thought it was good. And he now like straight up uses the quotes. I sometimes hate being a centrist, right? Because I feel like I'm in between two sides. A bunch of retard moron lunatics on one side, and a bunch of retard lunatic morons on the other side. And I'm like in the middle going, guys, what the fuck are we doing?
People participating in a civil.
Well, chances would be pretty good it wouldn't be millions, or at least not hundreds of millions of people participating in such a system.
So
It'd be
you
a
would
very
like to
low
limit the
demographic.
voting bloc in this country to less than? There's 430 million people in this country.
A lot of countries do that. That's what the French Foreign Legion is.
330 million.
Hundreds of millions.
It's 330 million in the
The
United States.
UK also has the
You would
Commonwealth
still
Army.
like to limit it to, I misspoke my bad, but you would still like to limit it to less than, you would like to limit it to hundreds of thousands of people?
Yeah.
You think it's fair for hundreds of thousands of people to speak on behalf of 360 million people?
Do you think it's fair right now to have 100 senators do that?
Real quick. I only want to target huge stuff with the railguns, right? I don't want to target big stuff. Big stuff I can kill with missile launchers. Huge stuff with the railguns.
No, but we still vote for the senators.
Yeah, I know, but do you really think you're getting...
They don't just walk up and say,
Do you think you're really getting political... Wait, do you think you're really getting political representation inside of a state like New York with
If I
2
free
people?
loop.
I don't
Okay,
I
that
know,
works.
but inside the state
That's
of New
good to
York,
know.
do you really think the state of New York is getting adequate political representation on Capitol Hill with 2 fucking people?
Well, that's why you have the Senate and the House. And the House.
2 people who are your senator. You really think
Every state gets
that
2 senators.
100 people are representing
God.
330 million people? At the very top, it's 1 person who's representing 330 million people.
So are you advocating that we shouldn't have government?
No, what I'm saying to you is that, like, it's very silly for me to look at an argument like you're making and say, oh my God, 100,000 people are going to be in charge, or 200,000 people are going to be in charge. Like, ultimately, 1 person's in charge.
So you're saying
Ultimately, 1 person's in charge.
but there's still checks and balances. That 1 person isn't a king.
There still would be checks and balances with limited
power in the
voting.
garden.
There's still checks and balances with limited voting.
Yeah, but we still do not get to decide who is in our legislature. As a voting body, we do not get to decide who.
You would still have people from within your various communities who would be voters, and they would decide who it is that went to represent you on Capitol Hill.
That sounds very expensive and very pointless, if I'm being honest.
How is that expensive? Okay, fine.
You have to pay for all your housing.
I want to know what this guy thinks about the fact that, for example, the EU Parliament is not voted on by the population, but by the politicians in charge of their respective governments.
Same thing.
Let's do it.
You can eliminate whatever this
Something
perceived
tells me
cost
he
is
wouldn't
you
like
have. Another
that.
thing you can do is just eliminate anybody being able to vote.
Even
until
though
they reach the
that's
same age
technically
that
what
they
he's
become president
advocating
of the United
for.
States.
Is that not 35?
That's how I'm hearing it
Everyone under
anyway.
35 should lose the right to vote.
Why shouldn't everyone under 35
That's
be
the
able?
most boomer shit I've ever
Why
heard.
shouldn't everybody under 35 be able to be the president of the United States?
Well, because they don't have the. But they're still.
Why? Answer the question.
Because they do not yet have the experience in politics to run an entire country.
So
Just
yeah,
because you can't
exactly.
run okay, Andrew, but just because you can't run an entire country doesn't mean that you should still not have the right to have 1 singular vote. It's 1 vote.
What are you talking about?
Yes, you can't be the president, but you are still susceptible to the laws. You can have a kid at 35. You can have a house at 35.
So,
Like,
what does that do with anything? But you can't
It's
be president.
bugs,
below
yeah.
be
35,
president, yeah.
legislatively,
Yeah.
below 35.
Yeah.
What is that,
18 to 34,
Snowpiercer?
All of these people are impacted at the same level.
No, they're not all impacted at the same level. In fact, I would say...
Can they
I
all
would
go to
say-
jail for committing a crime?
Yes, I would say the
Yes,
opposite.
they're
I would say
impacted
like
at
people between the ages of 18 and like 25 are mostly living at home, right? And their parents are the ones who are mostly impacted by legislation, not them. And
That's
their
not
parents,
still
and their parents should actually probably have more say than them. Their parents actually have more autonomy than they do because they're dependents on them, right? Completely dependent upon them. It's like if I look at the trends, it seems to me like if you eliminated from 18 to 25 or from 25 to 35, if the founders didn't think you should be president of the United States until you were 35, I don't think they wanted you to vote either. And you know what? That's why it was never law. Voting
Andrew,
rights
this
are
is some
affirmed.
This is some old shit.
That's not an
This is-
argument.
this
That's
is
not an
giving-
argument.
Well, I mean, the reason why
Give me the argument.
is you're young, you're old. Like you are not applicable to this law.
What did that have to do with anything?
You're trying to govern a group of people that you are not a member of.
So?
That's the issue.
So what?
Everyone should be representative government.
So how old do you think the average person who's in Congress is?
Hell old,
And
we
they're
hate that.
representing
But
all
they're
of
voted
you.
by.
I hate
They're
that.
voted by. But they're voted on
You think
by.
that like 19-year-olds are going to be better governing than 60-year-olds?
No, but I don't think an 80-year-old would be a representative government.
Yeah,
I'm glad Mitch
but
McConnell's
80-year-olds are
stepping down.
dying in their depends. They're not governing. What do you mean?
Yes, they are.
No, they're
Sleepy
not.
Joe.
Sleepy Joe, who is in his 80s, now has cancer and he's not president because he went off the deep end.
I know.
Your
And
con-
Trump is in his 70s. And Mitch
Yeah,
McConnell is in his 80s.
listen,
All of these people
your
are how
presidents,
old?
your presidents and congressmen are running like between the late 40s to 50s to 60s. You don't really think that replacing them with 20-year-olds is a good idea, do you?
I don't think we should replace them with 20-year-olds.
Why not? Why not? Wait, why not? Why not?
Well, they'd have to be elected first.
Yeah,
no?
I know, but even if they were, don't you think that would still probably not be the worst idea, or that would be a good idea?
If they were elected through a democratic representative democracy.
Don't you think they would do a
I would
worse
not have
job,
a
though,
problem
than
with
40, 50, 60-year-olds
that.
would?
We don't know who it is. You can just say universally, I think a 20-year-old would be worse. If they were elected democratic.
Yeah, well, what does that mean? Don't you think they would do a worse job? I don't know. Maybe we should find out and see. Right? They could do a stellar job. You don't fucking know. How many times has it been done?
Well, why do you think our founders thought that 35 years old was the minimum?
The founders thought 30.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think I would be on the feminist side of this argument, even though, once again, this was supposed to be about feminism, and I'm like, huh? I'm like, we're just talking about fucking who gets the vote. What's going on?
35 should be the minimum because you need experience in government to
Talk
be
about taking a
of the
left turn.
group.
Experience in government is even required to become the president of the United States, 0.
Sure.
So why this age of 35?
Well, because you have to have lived in this country for long enough to understand it on a basic level.
Because they also thought you just didn't have the requisite experience probably in life to govern at all.
That's fair. To govern the entire country, I would say that.
govern
Oh,
everybody.
I'm so
No.
fucked.
Yeah.
All of these
Yeah.
are gonna
Really?
hit.
I think so.
Well, why? They didn't. Wait, am I retarded? Are there age requirements on anything besides the president?
Thank God it was just airplanes.
There must be, right? It's gotta be at least 18. You couldn't vote like a 2-year-old into Congress, could you? Age requirement, U.S. Senate. To serve the U.S. Senate, an individual must be at least 30 years old. Oh, okay. Age requirement, U.S. House of Representatives. 25. How old? 150 older. Damn. Get fucked.
So,
Well,
I
why
mean,
can't-
why is it that they didn't let people vote? Why do you
Yeah,
think they
good luck
didn't
with
let
that.
people vote?
I mean, dude, they were kind of fucked up. I mean, do you really want to base all of your beliefs on the founding fathers? They owned slaves. Like,
So?
So?
The whole world owned slaves.
just because a lot of people do something doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah, we were some of the first to take people out of slavery, especially the West.
Pretty sure that was England. France did it second.
The
Yeah, I
West,
was
then?
about to say.
That's the West. England.
That's not America.
That's the West, which is what I said. The West.
You said we were the first.
What? The West did not remove slaves or whatever. I don't think I'm struggling a little bit. I seriously doubt at that point there was like a Western world. I'm pretty sure they probably still considered it like the New World at that point. I don't know if anybody thought of
100%, yeah.
members of the West. I
The
feel
West
that
is like since
conceptualization
19. That's World War
I
II,
guess it was
post
the
World War
earliest
II.
World War One, probably post World War II.
Yeah, not even World War One, post World War II. World War One was the Allies, and half of them were still fucking owned by the Brits.
We are not run by the same government as England.
Yeah,
We fought a whole
but we're
war
part
about
of the West, and I said the West is the ones who...
it. You can't take credit for something another country did, dog.
Well, first of all, many of the people who came here from England, right? The idea of the repudiation of slavery came from those very same dogmas.
What
So,
time is it?
so I don't know what you're talking about.
We're at 4:30.
We're at 4. Okay, dude, you just spent the last hour trying to defend the belief that both sexes should be somehow disenfranchised from voting. This whole one per household, the one marriage system, and I think fundamentally you have not been able to create an appeal.
Why
to
are
how
we
this
getting like
works
closing
out.
statements here?
Well, because we're supposed to be debating feminism. We never even got
No,
to
the
it.
Allies
Key
existed already.
component to this, actually, but I'm actually fine with this. If you want to move it on.
Yeah,
to
that was a
like,
pre-World War
there's
II
never
thing.
been a single argument.
The argument is that people should be legislatively represented and allowed to vote.
Yeah, that's an
in representative
assertion.
I
democracy.
think that basically
That's just
started in
not
World War
argument.
One.
You just- That's just like, I think so.
The argument is that people are impacted by the laws
Okay.
that legislators create, then they should have a say in who those legislators are.
Yeah, but
whether it's a small
but
say,
that's a
okay.
performative contradiction because you said that people who are affected by
Performative
laws,
contradiction.
who
Oh, we won,
live
actually.
here or be are younger than a
That's
certain
a
threshold,
performative
should be
It's not a
contradiction.
affirmative
disenfranchised.
contradiction. It's the point of democracy.
No,
Is that
listen,
we should be represented
if
by a
you-
representative
I don't
body.
understand this logically, that you're performing
It
a
doesn't make sense
contradiction.
logically because it's a logical fallacy. You are arguing a logical
Yeah,
fallacy.
what's the fallacy?
The fallacy is that you're trying to essentially stop stupid people from voting by making.
That's not a fallacy. In order for it to be a fallacy, you've got to demonstrate a logical contradiction between 2 points.
Everything else
That's
failed,
not
but
a
you
logical
know.
Well, you didn't let me finish the sentence.
Okay.
You're trying to
Alright,
stop stupid
I
people
basically
from voting by
made
making it so that
20K, I
less
think.
people can vote, which is in turn taking away the power of the voter.
What's the fallacy?
Well, you're trying to empower voters by taking away voters.
Yeah, how is that a
That's
logical fallacy?
You can't empower
That's not
voters
a
by
fa-
taking away their
that's not a
power.
fallacy.
What do you, what,
do
how
I
are we
only
trying
have to
empower voters? What are you
That's the whole
talking
point is
about?
that you're trying to combat
Rearm when I
tribalism,
lose
and
my
then you want
ship?
smart people
Da-
vote
da-
for
Does that
da-
have to do with
themselves by
empowering
stupid
voters?
I thought that's why you're against NGOs, lobbyists, bribes. You want to
Yeah,
empower the
I
people.
don't know what you're talking
So you
like-
just
I feel
don't.
like he has no ability to bridge any concept. She has to like speak back to him verbatim, like he's a fucking robot, like processing language. He just can't possibly understand anything being said that's not repeated back to him verbatim. It's just so stupid. It's so performative. Ugh.
Want the
I don't
country
even know what
to
you're
be
talking about. What I'm saying
Ooh,
to
he's
you is
getting
that if you want to
lumpy.
eliminate tribalism, you don't want to have nothing but an unlimited amount of people voting,
Yes.
where NGOs can mark to the stupid people and bend them to their will, and now have that entire bracket for whatever it is their
Does
political
adrenaline
agendas are.
rush
again,
go
why
on
don't you
top
get
of
rid
what
of
the
NGOs?
ship
Why
already
is-
gets?
Oh my god, NGOs are a problem.
Would you
Let's
like
make
to?
sure less people can vote.
Gee,
That would be
I never thought
nice.
of that. Why don't we get rid of NGOs, the people who are utilizing tribalism so that they exist? Boy, I
Oh,
wish I had
fuck it,
thought
I'll
of
just
that.
take
You're
it.
utilizing tribalism?
No, they're utilizing tribalism so they exist.
Okay, but you're a political pundit. You have the power to help people. Why not promote a stance that is actually useful to them instead of trying to take away their vote?
Great. A stance that would be actually useful to them would be having their well-informed votes not nullified by non-well-informed voters of what you believe and I believe are more than the well-informed voters. That's exactly something I could do to help everybody.
But you're not helping everyone because stupid people still live here.
So what?
They still have a right to exist in a society.
Who's
where they're
taking
not
away the right
dictated
to
by
exist in a society? Nobody.
Yes, you are, because
How?
if they are still held accountable to the
Let's
same
do,
laws, but now have no right or vote or say in who is enacting those laws and who is representing them in government.
Like 17-year-olds?
Final statement.
They're
from both of you on
children.
this, if you
They don't
Okay,
pay
yeah, final
taxes.
statement is like her position's a contradiction. She says everybody should be able to vote inside of a country where they are governed by the laws. The problem is that then she says all sorts of people who fall into the criteria of being supported by laws shouldn't be able to vote. It's literally a performative contradiction. Then she moves to my view and agrees with my
Performative
view that
contradiction. Got
mostly
him.
that stupid people outnumber smart voters, and when you're talking about ill-informed voters, that NGOs often take advantage of them. I mean, always take advantage of them. She literally agrees with all of this, but somehow still thinks it's a better idea to allow this to continue because my free. I don't know. She never really gave an argument for that. I don't really actually know why.
My turn?
Yeah, you can jump.
Okay. I mean, I get that you don't understand why, and I get that you don't understand my argument, and I'm sorry. I hope one day you do. But what I will say is, generally,
get
yes,
mad.
it's annoying that stupid people are allowed to vote, even though they sometimes make poor choices and fight against their own self-interest. Yes, we don't like that. Yes, we don't agree. We do agree that lobbyists and NGOs have way too much power in setting precedents for laws. Those are both things that we mutually agree upon. However, I do not think that it is fair to create a limited democracy that in turn disenfranchises voters on the basis of being stupid. I don't think that there is any way to practically enact that. I don't understand why we would
You'd
do that. I
enact it
think
with a
that-
constitutional convention. That's how you would do it.
And you don't think that the millions of people who now have lost the right to vote they'd be like, okay.
Well, they wouldn't have a choice.
Based.
Sure. Protest, riots, there's all sorts of ways that people have fought against a government. I mean, you're basically trying to call the country's bluff on whether or not they care about
Is that
how you
me?
like to vote, which I think is just stupid. I think personally it's
That was me.
pointless, and I think that the function of a democracy
I just
is to make
realized
sure
I went
that
forward.
everyone
That was
who has
really
to
dumb on
abide
this
by these
map.
laws is represented in government. Is that flawed? Yes.
That's not even
But the
true.
way-
Like,
are
that's
you
not
gonna let me? Did I interrupt
Let it
you?
finish, then we're moving.
Oh, we're moving on. Okay.
So finish your thing, then we're moving.
Okay, so anyway, back to my statement. Yes, this government is flawed. Yes, NGOs have too much power. Yes, it's annoying when stupid people do stupid things. But at the same time, the right to vote is a human right under a representative democracy in the United States of America. To take that away from voters is not the answer to creating a more educated voting body. Like, just genuinely, it's just not.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We have a couple chats that are going to come through. Guys, if you want to interact with the stream, the show, the debaters, $200 TTS. And also, if you're enjoying the stream, kindly
$200.
Then no cash out, whatever pod with that.
Jesus Christ.
We're also live on twitch.tv/whatever if you want to drop us a call.
I'm doing the wrong content, guys.
Who said this? Many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. Churchill, because every quote that we don't know where it comes from always comes from Churchill.
That is hot.
Oh boy, that was close.
Oh, actually, that works perfectly for what we're doing. The invention of the depth charge. It's a bit loud.
As is almost always the case in naval warfare, and for that matter in many other endeavours, the invention of some new technology or tactic that completely changes the landscape of conflicts is soon met with various attempts at countering said innovation. Sometimes the response is swift, immediate and effective.
Look at that spread. Holy
It's
shit.
scattered and confused, and still other times it takes a while for the true scope of the threat and the supporting technologies surrounding the potential counter to come to full realization. Since they were the first to come up with a practical counter to submarines, we're going to look at the British story in World War I. Far from being an incredibly organisation bent on maintaining whatever antiquity
And then look at Desperate.
the status quo that
This game trolls me.
had, albeit that charge may have had some validity at certain periods in the 19th century, the
Straight up
early
trolls me.
20th century Royal Navy was cautious, but still highly interested in new technologies and their counters. The deployment of the first practical submarines around the turn of the 19th and into the 20th century had netted an almost immediate response, and at the end of 1903, the Royal Navy was already holding exercises to try and determine the best ways of countering and destroying submarines. The biggest single problem was finding the blasted things in the first place. Although submarines of the 1900s and 1910s couldn't move that fast, or really spend all that long underwater,
Can you hear that shit in the
it was
background?
usually enough that they could get far too close for comfort when it came to surface warships. But without some way of seeing through the water, the only time a submarine could be attacked was if it was surfaced, in which case normal gunfire could deal with it once you'd spotted the sub, or if it was at periscope depth. In this case, gunfire was extremely unlikely to be effective, and so this was the operational zone
It fucked
in which
off.
most early
Wonderful.
efforts for new weaponry concentrated. A submarine was almost as blind underwater as surface ships were to its presence, and the disputed date for the invention of the hydrophone was still approximately a decade away when the aforementioned early experiments began. This meant that for a submarine to attack a target, it would need to use the periscope to see the target, and assuming you could spot the periscope, which to be fair was itself a difficult proposition, you would have a window in which you could try and counter the sub before it in turn worked out how, where, and what bearing it was going to fire its torpedoes. Ramming, of course, was an option, and indeed one of the earliest anti-submarine warfare exercises had to be curtailed when the submarine that was being hunted was accidentally rammed and sunk by a merchant ship that happened to be passing through the area. But in wartime, ramming presupposed that the ship in question was agile enough in order to get into a ramming position and had no other obligations, such as maintaining its position in a column or in a line of battle, and of course that the ship was willing to risk giving the submarine a fairly simple firing solution by charging straight at it. Other anti-submarine techniques that were suggested at the time varied from the plausible all the way through to the bizarre. Some of the more pertinent to this particular account include a charge of 18.5 pounds of gun cotton, which was fitted with a timed fuse and a short loop of cable. The idea was to use a boat hook to slip the loop over the periscope of the submarine. Presumably this would be done from a torpedo boat or a larger ship's launch. The loop would then tighten as the submarine moved along, and the charge would detonate shortly thereafter. At minimum, this would blind the sub by destroying its ability to see, and at best it might even breach the conning tower and flood it, which might sink the sub in question. Another idea was a take on the parabane, which was normally used for minesweeping. This time there would be a small explosive charge attached to the kite, which is the thing at the end of the cable, and the kite and cable would then be streamed out, the ship would pass by the submarine, and the cable would then presumably catch on the sub's periscope, conning tower, propellers or some other protuberance. The kite would then be drawn to the sub by the fact that the ship was continuing to pass along.
This guy's really not wanting to let me repair. Fucking hell.
Remotely, thanks to an electrical cable that was built into the streaming line, or you could put an impact fuse if you wanted. Various nets were also proposed. Everything from static nets with impact-activated flags that would signal when they'd caught a submarine, presumably at that point you had to go and do something about that, to something akin to a purse net used in fishing, with the idea that the ship would tow said net over the submarine, which they somehow knew where it was. The net would then catch the sub, and you could then draw in the net and pull the sub in as if it was some kind of gigantic fish. Some versions did have remote detonator charges attached to the net so that you could try and sink the sub rather than just haul it around with you, and presumably they also thought of a way to quickly detach said net to make sure you hadn't just invented a very complex and unhelpful sea anchor. The spar torpedo also made a reappearance briefly, the idea being of a small destroyer or torpedo boat approaching a submarine that was on the surface or at periscope depth with a 40-foot or longer spar coming out the bow of the ship, with which it would then bonk the submarine on the head with an impact-activated explosive charge. Variations on the idea of some kind of grappling line derived from a paravane with attached explosives became the most popular pre-war solution, and some bright sparks were also looking into adopting army
69k
to get around the problem that shells fired from guns at submarines tended to, at larger calibers, skip off the water, or at smaller ones that might actually explode on their first impact, lack sufficient blast radius. There was even a brief sojourn into the idea of what were essentially gigantic rifle grenades that could be fitted to the larger guns on cruisers and battleships, which could then travel slower and thus impact the water and stay there. Believe it or not, a few of these techniques, particularly some of the more advanced and intricate grappling line ideas, which included adapting minesweeping gear with explosives instead of wire cutters, would actually claim a few submarines during World War I. Although for most of these and other ideas the words of one Royal Navy destroyer captain probably suffice. Any German submarine who got caught in that damn fool device probably deserved to be sunk. Incidentally, if you want a slightly more detailed history of the general progress of anti-submarine warfare, I have a video on that, linked in the video description below. For the moment though, we're looking at the story of Charge in particular. Now,
All of these efforts led to a rather confusing array of measures that were mostly ineffective and occasionally downright dangerous to the operating crews when World War I broke out, and the threat of submarines obviously became somewhat more immediate and real.
Wow, caught fire a little
But
earlier than I
as
thought we would.
1914 quickly turned into 1915, things hadn't really gotten much better. Outside of the Dardanelles, a hopeful anti-submarine net and boom system had been set up with regular patrols along the boom by ships' boats. Their equipment, however, was described by one of the men aboard. The boom was patrolled at night by
We're
two
dead.
ticket boats, armed with 3-pounder guns and Maxims, those being machine guns. The senior officer in HMS Exmouth didn't think this was enough, and ordered each boat to embark 2 large blacksmiths armed with flogging hammers to stand one on each side of the coxswain.
No, I was so
The boat
close.
was to steal quietly up alongside it, and the nearest blacksmith was then to give it a big whack with his hammer. But hope was coming to those who didn't have very large hammers. Firstly, up in the skies, aircraft were being equipped with adapted bombs. This being the early part of World War I, they of course couldn't carry anything particularly substantial, but the idea was for a series of small bombs to have a grenade-style pull-the-pin fuse inserted. The pin was then attached to a lanyard, which in turn was attached to a small float. The idea was to use the, relatively speaking, high speed of aircraft, along with their better spotting capacity, to fly over submarines and drop bombs on them. The bombs would then sink until the lanyard reached full extension, and the float yanked out and thus activated the pin and the fuse, which would detonate the bomb. The 3 main problems were that the largest bombs available for aircraft only weighed 65 pounds, and only some of that was explosive, so the blast radius really wasn't that great. The lanyard often became tangled on its way down, and this caused shallow detonations. And of course, aircraft could only operate in relatively calm weathers and relatively close to shore for relatively short periods of time, which was not a great help if you were a merchant ship in the middle of the Atlantic or in the western approaches, or if you were a ship of the Grand Fleet in the North Sea, when on any given day a destroyer could be popped up by waves to higher than the masthead of a battleship. But it did represent part of the genesis of an idea that some kind of explosive could be sent down to the depths that the submarines were running at to do them harm there. Another useful innovation of the early war period, although it would take a little more time to reach fruition, was the invention of the hydrophone. As mentioned, this took place at some point in the first year to year and a half of World War I, although sources do disagree on who was the first inventor of it, and whether it was for detecting submarines or for submarines to detect objects on the surface, or some other related use altogether. Whatever the case, it wouldn't take too long before the hydrophone would be adapted as the first semi-reliable method of detecting a sub underwater, although initially a vessel had to be stopped or drifting to use one. But the final key for the depth charge came courtesy of 2 very different men, one Herbert Taylor and John Jellicoe. Taylor was a brilliant mechanical engineer from Surrey in England, and although a civilian, he had quickly recognised that the best way to attack a submarine was of course to get explosives down to it, but of course this required a detonator that could be set off at a chosen and variable depth. He therefore rapidly designed and prototyped what would become known as the hydrostatic pistol. He submitted his design to the Admiralty, who immediately invited him to come and work at HMS Vernon for what was at that stage called the Experimental Mining School. Here, in conjunction with a few others, he would perfect the device to a multi-stage 2-foot-long instrument that was capable of safely and selectively detonating at a chosen depth. Very briefly, the stages to the final form of the hydrostatic pistol worked thus. First, you had to remove a safety pin which immobilized all of the inner workings to stop them being jostled around and potentially activating while you're on the surface. And then, once this had been done and the thing had been chucked overboard, as it sank through the water, first there would be an increase in water pressure which forced an internal piston down. This could be either on a series of fairly weak springs or via bellows, depending on the exact variation of the hydrostatic pistol. But in either case, the internal piston was forced down, and to this there was mounted the firing pin and elements of the explosive train that led from the detonator to the booster charge, which would then set off the main explosive payload. All of this would then be locked into place as it passed by a set of spring-loaded locking balls. Now, the hydrostatic pistol was irrevocably armed. A large spring would now be acted upon by the still increasing water pressure.
Oh, for a second there I had 11, 11, 1.
This
1, 1, 1, 1, 1
would then
damage.
compress the spring further and further and further until sufficient force was reached to cause the firing pin to be actuated, which would set off the chain of combustion that would lead a moment later to a larger explosion. Hence why in more accurate movies, when a depth charge you hear a click, followed almost immediately thereafter by a boom. The variation in depth was achieved by a mechanical dial that controlled how much of the spring needed to be compressed before the firing pin was set off. Initially, there was no dial, and the hydrostatic pistol just activated at a set depth of about 40 to 45 feet. Later on, more advanced versions would have two settings, one of which was about double this, and as further versions were developed during the war, more and more depth settings were added. This device seemed to offer much more control than other systems that were being devised at roughly the same time. Ship-based lanyard-operated charges, which were
I love doing the
either
damage.
derivative
Super
of
fun.
the airdropped variant, or the airdrop variant was derivative of them, depending again on which source you read, were much harder to more immediately vary, because you'd have to try and measure out the length of the lanyard and make very quick cuts and ties, and the lanyard still had tangling issues. There was also a chemical pellet that was designed to dissolve in water, which worked on a time rather than depth basis, but it was a little bit too variable compared to the hydrostatic pistol, as currents, temperatures, and relative salinity could all affect exactly how quickly the thing dissolved, and it wouldn't necessarily dissolve at an equal rate. While the hydrostatic pistol was being invented and tested ashore and in the shallow coasts off of England, as well as in a few unlucky rivers and tanks, Career Naval Officer John Jellicoe had spent much time pre-war as the third and then later second Sea Lord, and in those roles he'd looked into all sorts of issues regarding British munitions, some of which we've discussed elsewhere, and early on in the war he was told of an incident which he would later recount. A submarine fired a torpedo at one of the cruisers. The cruiser saw the periscope and the wake of the torpedo and had little difficulty in so manoeuvring as to avoid being struck. She then went full speed to the spot from which the submarine had fired its torpedo in the hope of ramming.
This ship.
But by the time she arrived,
This
the
ship
submarine
is
had
shit.
submerged so deeply that the cruiser passed over her without doing any harm. Yet the officers and crew could see the submerged hull. There the enemy lay in full view of her pursuers, and yet perfectly safe. The officers reported this incident to me in the presence of Admiral Madden, second in command. Wouldn't it have been fine if they had on board a mine, so designed that when dropped overboard, it would have exploded when it reached the depth at which the submarine was lying? This incident, in turn, led him to think of a similar idea that...
Imagine the first sub that encounters a depth charge.
But, of course...
Fuck is this? Oh my god, we're so fucked.
Detonator. But, yes, of course it was 1915, and the hydrostatic pistol's success was quickly becoming known amongst those with an interest in such things. And John Jellicoe had an interest in such things. Sensing the urgency that the situation required, instead of asking for a whole new weapon to be designed around the new detonator, At Jellicoe's request, the usual fuse was removed from a Mark II sea mine, which was a half-ton weapon with an approximately 250-pound gun cotton charge designed to blow a hole in the side of a cruiser or a battleship. For reference, it carried a warhead with about the same amount of explosive power as the German torpedoes, which had relatively recently sunk the armed cruisers Aboukir, Hogue, and Cressy. With just a single hit from one such weapon needed to sink a 12,000-ton armored cruiser, namely the Aboukir. Against a 500-ton German U-boat, especially with the explosive effects far more contained by detonating deep underwater, the effect would be crushing, to say the least. Plus, of course, the sheer weight of the thing meant that even if the detonator didn't work properly, if you were lucky and had just so happened to have dropped a half-ton steel lump directly on top of a U-boat, the kinetic impact was likely to do bad things to it. About the only problem such a weapon had was that it was far too heavy to be easily moved around at sea by ships that weren't equipped to drop mines, and so the regular vessels that were now equipped with these depth charges had to have them pre-positioned aft in a somewhat precarious manner, which allowed for the releasing of a couple of lines and a good shove to send them crashing down into the depths. There was, of course, another issue. Friendly ships weren't really supposed to be anywhere near major sea mines when they went off, and the effect of such a weapon detonating in the wake of a ship trying to sink a submarine could potentially be rather devastating for the launching ship as well if it didn't skedaddle rather quickly. And most anti-submarine warfare hunting vessels of World War I either weren't very fast at all, or they weren't going very fast when they dropped their charges. For this, two directions were initially taken. The Type F depth charge carried a mere 70 pounds of explosive and was light enough to be fired from a so-called bomb thrower, a small adjustable mortar which could thus be mounted on practically anything, including merchantmen. Of course, you had to get such a charge within about a dozen feet of a submarine to do any damage, which would be something of a tall order for a single-shot weapon in World War II, let alone World War I, and therefore was not very successful, with most sources either crediting it with
I really love the AA, dude. It looks so good.
Possibly a single instance.
Fantastic.
The other direction that was taken came with the development of the Type D depth charge, with the initial need for something fulfilled by the adapted sea mines, now named cruiser mines, both Mark I, which was very successful, or Mark II, some more successful forms. A brief rethink of a fully purpose-built weapon saw the weight of the first purpose design and widely built depth charge, equipped from the start with a hydrostatic pistol, manage to reduce down to about 420 pounds, which was just over 190 kilos. This was useful, as it meant that more of them could be carried on any given ship, and the new shape, which was akin to an oversized metal beer keg or a slightly undersized oil drum, made it much easier and much safer to move around. The only problem was that, in the manner of so many British scientists who, when removed from their natural environment, the garden shed, tend to lose track of quite exactly what they're supposed to be doing in particulars, the Type D also came with an even bigger charge than Jellicoe's half-ton Sphere of Doom, with a 300-pound TNT warhead fitted. This meant that it seemed the new depth charges could only ever be used by ships that were fast enough to run away from them, which generally meant destroyers. Although one, if not maybe even the first unfortunate submarine to fall victim to a depth charge, at least in part, was the U-68, which was engaged by a Q ship, HMS Farnborough. The U-68 tried to dive to escape the gunfire when Farnborough revealed its nature, and the submarine then had a depth charge dropped on it for its troubles, which, according to some accounts, detonated underneath it and blew the sub clean out of water bow first, whilst other accounts claim that the sub tried to surface after the detonation with heavy damage evident on the bow. In either case, the submarine was then
Second one
finished
sounds
off
more
by
plausible.
gunfire from Farnborough.
One would say.
At the other end of 1916 came the first directly attributable victim of depth charges. This was either the submarine UC-19 or possibly UB-29, both of which were lost in December of that year in the aftermath of depth charge attacks by Royal Navy destroyers, although there is some debate as to exactly what occurred in each case, and whether one of them maybe limped off or struck a mine later on or something else. But in either case, either UC-19 or UB-29 in December 1916 was the first victim of the new depth charge. There were two solutions to the overly enthusiastic explosive tendencies of Type D. One was the Type D star. Externally, this was the same size, but internally it was a pint-sized version that was half the weight, with just under half the charge. This was still 120 pounds though, and so it also had a small underwater parachute to help slowest descent. The D star could then be used with a degree of safety by slower vessels. The other option, which was allowed for by the Type D's reduction in weight compared to the cruiser mine, was to invent a device capable of throwing the depth charge away from the ship. Initially, this came courtesy from the Thornycroft Depth Charge Thrower, which used the charge from a 2-pounder or 40mm cannon to throw a depth
I forgot
charge
about the second
120
salvo.
feet through the air. This
I forgot about the
might
second
look
salvo.
familiar to many of you, at least in basic concept, and it was issued to the Royal Navy within a year of development starting. But deployment at scale of all these things was becoming a problem. The depth charge thrower was complex and took time to build, and depth charges were in general being expended far faster than they were being made. But with US entry into the war in 1917, there was an opportunity. As with many other aspects of cutting-edge
We were right
warfare
there, dude.
developed during the conflict, everything from tanks to aircraft and, as it turned out, anti-submarine warfare, the US was understandably having...
My money's just hemorrhaging from this garbage. Fucking hate it so much. Absolute trash. Ugh. I'll be back. 5 minutes. Ah, that took way longer than I thought it would.
Been involved in said war a few years behind, and so a mutually beneficial arrangement was arrived at. The UK supplied examples and drawings for the Type D depth charge and the depth charge thrower to the US, in exchange for which the US would use its largely untapped industrial capacity to mass manufacture these weapons for both themselves and the Royal Navy. This largely worked. The depth charge thrower was simplified into the K gun and the Y gun. These were capable of launching 1 or 2 depth charges respectively and were named after their profiles when you looked aft. And sufficient Type D depth charges were made that vessels went from carrying 2 or 4 of them to 30 or more by the end of the war. The depth charge throwers also meant that the Type D Star was no longer needed, and whereas in 1916 just over 3,000 depth charges had been issued, resulting in a claim of 3 kills on U-boats, in 1917 just over 20,000 were issued, with 11 more sunken U-boats estimated, and in 1918 over 51,000 charges were issued, which accounted for ostensibly 24 U-boats destroyed in that year. This was of course helped by the further refinements to hydrophones, which allowed submarines to be better tracked underwater, and by continuing developments with the hydrostatic pistol, making it both safer and more able to operate in both shallow and deep water environments, with an increasing variety of settings. Of particular use was the introduction in 1917 of the directional hydrophone, which would allow a ship to use the device whilst underway rather than stopped or drifting, although the total number of successful attacks on U-boats linked to hydrophone use specifically, as opposed to visual spotting and other more traditional ways of working out where a sub was, remained relatively small in the First World War. But even when a depth charge attack did not sink the submarine, it would often cause enough damage to impair the vessel's ability to operate effectively, often forcing it to return to port in somewhat suboptimal condition. And with no prior experience of being depth charged prior to 1916 and thus no opportunity to train to cope with it, quite a number of otherwise experienced U-boat crews reported significant impacts on crew morale and in some cases even individual crewmen's ability to operate, at least at first. There was a degree of getting used to it, assuming you survived. And so it was that the depth charge finally reached widespread operational use, just in time for World War I to end. However, since the Type D seemed to be pretty useful in general, it saw remarkably little development over the interwar period, with most effort on new anti-submarine warfare focusing on the development of ASDIC, aka sonar, to better enable the delivery of the depth charges to the target in the first place. Come World War II, the Type D was simply relabelled as the Mark VII depth charge, and would go on to form the basis of the Royal Navy's anti-submarine warfare weaponry in the early part of the Second World War. But the interwar and World War II anti-submarine warfare efforts are better told separately, starting off at least with the development of ASDIC, and thus that brings this story on the origin of the depth charge to a close.
That's it for this video.
I didn't realize we were like 5 minutes away from the end of the video when I left.
So you can just go look. I mean, I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data on
new innovative bullshit real cap. Oh, is Vashon his harder lefty arc again? tried, direct your attention away from the actual sources of our woes, pay no mind to the enormous increase in wealth inequality or the fact that overwhelmingly all the harms, ills, inequalities in society are being caused by the gulf in class interest between people who own and have wealth.
Base.
And
So base.
make sure to exclude the left. They're always so fucking snide in their descriptions. It's incredible. It's like Klein, Iglesias, they all have the same tone. This snide, sniveling.
Not like leftists, of course, who are just compassionate and understanding. Base.
Sneering, to use another S word, attitude, where they, despite often being like very wrong, right? Like tripping over themselves quite often, being on the wrong side of a bunch of obvious predictions. They then get really smug and act as though the left is the one that can properly understand the issue.
Base.
Yeah, like they're the only adults in the room, except they've been talking about politics publicly for 15 years or more, and they haven't figured out that capitalism's the problem yet. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, especially in this environment, man, I feel like the average, like, know-nothing, lumpenprole, liberal Democrat voter understands that capitalism is the issue more than these people whose job is being a smug counterexample to leftism.
All right, link. What are these far leftists criticizing Ezra on points he's not advocating for? Because this is about ideology first and fact second. Ezra Klein, listen, I'm not trying to sound whatever, but Ezra Klein is basically pulling a destiny in the political online punditry world. He's basically coming in and he's saying, hey, here are some issues that we all agree need to be fixed. Let's take like an evidence-based approach to fixing them. Most people don't want to take an evidence-based approach to fixing these things. Most people take an ideology-based approach. When you're taking an ideology-based approach, when somebody suggests you do something, what you're checking for isn't that it actually effectuates some result that does something good. You're making sure that it effectuates some result that comports with your ideology. Okay?
Fire would have been nice.
I don't just say random words. Sometimes I worry when I say things like this. People think I'm just like saying random shit. These are meaningful sentences. Okay? The goal is when you do a thing like rent control, you're not checking to see does rent control make it so that more people are able to afford homes. What you're checking to see is does a rent control damage capital interest while furthering leftist interest. And whether or not it actually helps anybody at the end of the day, there's like a hopeful side effect, basically. At this point, it feels like liberals are.
How did I hit
twice? That way. I mean, I got a lot of theories.
I know it's the angle, but Jesus.
But it feels that way just because it's what it is like on the online media environment. I don't think it's like that in the real world. In the real world, most of the left is still like 80-90% are still liberals.
Ezra Klein, New York Times columnist, host of the podcast, The Ezra Klein Show.
Pretty sure I'd be considered left.
Of the new book,
I take one of those political things.
Ezra, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we should say just a little bit of backstory. You guys had reached out to us. Our efficiency is a quotient not particularly high, so you were on the Iglesias' show, I guess the Slow Boring podcast, and mentioned that we have
Matt Iglesias. Is that the one that I talked to? There are a couple leftist guys that all like occupy the same space in my mind. No opinion I've spoken to a few times on stream. Matt Brunig. That was when I spoke. Okay, you're right.
Had responded, so we wanted to have you on to talk about the book. We had Paul Glasses on from Washington Monthly, your old haunt.
Where I intern. Love Paul.
With a critique that was, I think, like middling critique. Some of the proposals that were brought up in the book, but let's just start with you outlining, like, what thematically, what is the book about?
The book is about a very simple question.
I feel like you miss sometimes that the leftists also want better outcomes. They just only speak on the ideology, but the underpinning is more sophisticated in the primary texts. Yes, actually, you are correct. I'm moving contextually in a way that's not actually super fair. You are right. Technically, a leftist would want better outcomes. They would just say that the only way to achieve those best outcomes is to convert from a capitalist society to a socialist one first. So all of their goals are oriented towards moving in the socialist direction, even if that means temporarily worse conditions. That would be a more accurate way of saying that, I guess.
Which is, what do we need more of and how do we get it? And then the parts of the book that
Who is your daddy and what does he
aroused
do?
more controversy, critique, energy, conversation, is that much of the book is exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when Democrats govern, are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left, unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there so little housing in California?
I was arguing against trader rates chat, and these people literally only settle with people if they agree to embrace Marxism. Well, I'm pretty sure Erin is a hardcore, like, leftist, like, socialist. Like, she's like an anti-capitalist, so that makes sense, yeah.
In some cases, people on the left, unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there...
How does accelerationists versus reformists differ in how they view stuff? I don't believe there are real reformists. Socialists believe that, like what happened with Lenin in the Russian Empire, socialists believe that capitalism, it can never be reformed into socialism, but that capitalism, through revolution, gives way to socialism. Capitalism is first required to create the productive resources in an economy necessary for the subsequent, there's a better word I'm looking for, the resulting socialist society will take advantage of the resources and the capital created by capitalism. But capitalism must come first, and then the natural tension between labor and bourgeois owner class, right? The natural
Bourgeoisie
will eventually give way to revolution, which will give way to socialism.
Or in some cases, people on the left, unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there so little housing in California?
Do you think a good balance of capitalism and socialism would be a bad thing? You cannot have a balance of true capitalism and a balance of true socialism, because a socialist believes that capital, that private property, is intrinsically unethical. A true socialist wouldn't want capital to exist in a society because, from the socialist perspective, capitalists make their money through the unethical exploitation of labor. The only way that an owner can make money is by skimming profits from the work of another laborer, right?
There's people on the left unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just so I have you
in New
geographically.
York.
You're in New York. So why in places like New York and California and Illinois, where you have a lot of democratic control, but it's very unaffordable?
I love the way the gun sound,
Why
dude.
is it very hard to cite enough clean energy?
AJ likes big boom.
Okay, but you're not a true capitalist either. You like mixed modes. I think capitalism is flexible enough to allow for mixed modes. Like, a capitalist wouldn't say that a co-op is unethical. Capitalists would never say that. But a socialist would say that a private owner represents an unethical relationship.
Had to become very unaffordable. Why is it very hard to cite enough clean energy, even though that's become a major project for the Democratic Party? Why is so much that we do so goddamn slow? Medicare released its Medicare cards a year after it was passed into law. Getting prescription drug prices negotiated on 10 drugs took 3 years and will only go into effect this year. Just
Oh my god, dude, I fucking...
to take advantage of it. And
why am I so bad?
That it was him who did it.
In Yugoslavia, there was no revolution or reformation. The Communist Party came into power while fighting back Nazi Germany and just stayed in power for the war. Yeah, I just don't think that... I feel like socialism and communism is a political ideology masquerading as an economic ideology. That's what it feels like. I don't really have the historical background to be able to say that with any degree of certainty, but when people talk about socialism and communism, there's a great deal of economic thought that's baked into that. The labor theory of value, the concept of, inequality.
It's not meant to be this game,
rich and
clearly.
poor, and how that impacts things. Like, politics is supposed to be downstream from Marxism or socialism. That's what it feels like, at least when I hear it. But when I look at it in practice, it seems heavily to be based on politics, that it's a political system, that Marxism, socialism, these are political systems, and then the resulting economies are just never really that good, so then it collapses into some sort of like vanguardish authoritarianism or something over and over and over again. That's what seems to be the case, but what do I know?
God, how fast is this thing
This
going?
question of the sclerosis of liberal government, how do we actually make it deliver the things it is promising to deliver, is the core inquiry of the book.
And the culprits run across.
If you'd write a story about some ideal civilization, would it be more capitalist or socialist based? I'm a full-on capitalist, but do you think the ideal situation itself would be socialism? Socialism nowadays, as we're moving more and more in this direction, of Americans now who are leftists actually being socialists and not just big government people. Socialism dictates that that the workers are also the owners. You don't have owners that aren't workers. That's like the crux. That's the, at its most simplest form, that's what socialism means. So I personally feel like this is another error in thinking where anytime there's a winner, there also has to be a loser. So when a socialist looks at a capitalist making money, what the socialist is thinking is, oh, well, you have a revenue that is in excess of what you pay your employees and what you pay to maintain the capital. That excess, the difference between your cost and your revenue, is your profit. The only way the owner can make that profit is through the work of the laborer, working with the natural resources or the capital, right? So that exploitation is unethical because the owner is making something. But the problem is that, in my mind, a worker benefits and an owner benefits. The worker has the opportunity to work with capital that they wouldn't have access to otherwise to make more money than they would otherwise. And then the owner benefits by providing the capital and then making money off of the labor of the owner. I believe that you can have between worker
it's just
and
S3 left, we're all fucked.
And owner, you have a mutually beneficial relationship basically. But mutually beneficial has been removed from most people's minds in a lot of different arenas. Like nothing can be mutually beneficial before. Everything has to be zero sum everywhere. The way that Donald Trump and everybody talks about immigration is another example of this. Everything is zero sum. There are winners and losers, and if somebody's winning, it means somebody has to be losing. It's very frustrating.
And the culprits run across, I guess, like four sort of main silos, as far as I can tell. Like we have the regulation and bureaucratic red tape, and this is a problem both in terms of like building infrastructure and to some extent within the context of housing. There are
How do socialists and communists like Hassan and Vosh say they would deal with the information problem because of the lack of price signals to indicate relative scarcities from centralized planning? There's two ways they do that. What you're talking about is called the computation problem. Both ways, in my opinion, are equally bullshit. The first way is they say technology is actually sufficient enough that we could use AI and shit to just solve the calculation problem. We can have a sophisticated system running that would tell us exactly what we need in society, and then we would just make what we need because the AI would tell us, number one. The second thing is they would say, oh, actually, we already have solved the computation problem, or the calculation problem, I think that's what it's called. We've already solved it. Look at places like Walmart. Walmart internally has an entire command economy. Walmart dictates how many things it needs to order and all that, blah, blah, blah. And I would argue that that's bullshit because at the end of the day, they're also responding to market forces. They're just a little bit removed from the internal calculations the company's making, but whatever.
That housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, incumbent groups that have power there.
Okay, sorry. Ask me questions after. Save your questions.
That housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, incumbent groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of like of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk-averse funding. But let me, before we go into some of the specifics, from your perspective, because I've been reading a lot of the, there's a lot of reviews of the book out there. It's also
have you read the book?
I have. Well, I've listened to the book.
All of it?
Let's put it
see,
that.
that's as good.
All of it? He should ask him all of it.
And to be, I like your read better. Okay, but
wait, did they both record an audio version of it? If so, that's pretty funny.
But I listened to both.
I listened to. All right, if you that just gives me a sense of at what level we're talking.
That's a different critique. But yes, I have read the book, and I've also read. There's a tremendous amount of reviews about the book.
What is your critique of the book? I want to answer.
Side tangent. P.F. Young is claiming you would be a pro-Palestine simp if Hassan and other progressives were pro-Israel. Are you still going to talk about this? We have a talk set up in a few days. I actually just wanted to talk about some stuff because I was listening off stream to a conversation he had with somebody about subjectivity and comedy. I thought it was really interesting. certainly not like a hardcore debate. Maybe that'll.
We're gonna lose this one because there's only 2 minutes left.
People that claim that I would have a totally different political position if Hassan or somebody else did, I would treat those people as pure projectionists.
Wonderful.
A projectionist, not like in a movie theater. I think I at this point in my career demonstrated very much that I will agree with anybody if I think they make a good point. I'll disagree with anybody if I think they make a bad point. And my political opinions are pretty unique to myself. Or I wouldn't say unique to myself, but I can generate my political opinions based on some thought process that I can walk through from start to finish. So
might as well wait the 90
anybody
seconds.
that says that, I think they're just projecting. I think they like to take contrary positions from people that they don't like.
Answer your critique of the book.
Well, I will get to that. I
Okay.
will get to that. But from your perspective, is this a policy or a political book?
Kind of both, I guess, right?
Oh, I don't think you can separate those two.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so
you know my career. I'm a policy
Yes.
reporter from way back.
But your policy is going to be informed by your political system, by the people who are participating politically, and your policy is always going to be constrained by your political realities, always.
I think something that has always been central to the way I understand that is policy, politics, and process, and I think this is very much a book about process and proceduralism, are all intertwined. The idea that you can
he's
peel them
fucked.
apart, that you can say, oh, this bucket is policy, this bucket is politics, is not at all how I look at that question.
yeah, and I guess we'll start with the policy side first. But broadly, my critique is there seems to be.
Have you read Abundance? Well, but I feel like I would agree with basically all of it, because I'm seeing all the attacks that he's getting, and it sounds like basically the same shit that people say about me.
An absence of, well, I think the culprits that you have chosen in some instances are correct, but broadly speaking, there's an absence of analysis.
There's an absence of blaming the billionaires.
But broadly speaking, there's an absence
Sad.
of analysis of power dynamics.
Yes.
I think that and the interplay of money and politics.
Yes, the donor
or I should say
class.
power.
Bro, I'm
in our
losing so much
society.
money in this fucking garbage
I think
shit.
is problematic. I mean, I think they're like, look, there have been questions about specific policies and assumptions. I've read critiques about your assessment of why China is able to do certain things and whatnot. But and I also think the power questions really filter through a lot of what you perceive to be problematic. And then I think broadly, I think it's also difficult to understand like how this is going to function as a political question. But we will get to all of that.
Second. We'll do the second in a minute.
But let's do
Let
the
me talk
policy
about
one
power.
first.
Let me talk about power. I have been.
I think one of the best questions I was ever asked, Rip, because he's become a full-on Trump sycophant now, but so Rip on to X Kills Me. But I think it was when X Kills Me asked me the question of like, what do you think is a major policy or major thing that most Americans want that somehow wealthy people have prevented us from acquiring? And the answer, there really is no answer to that. There's generally, if the majority of Americans want a thing, then it's going to happen. Whether it's because a lot of wealthy people want it too, or whether it's because they just don't have the power people say. I mean, that's up for interpretation. But the reality is like, do wealthy people have the ability to exert more control over our political system than an ordinary person? I mean, that's undoubtedly true. But I think the effect is grossly overstated, such that if you just assume that politics is that simple, you're basically going to miss everything when it comes to understanding why does society function the way that it does, right? This is why I keep harping on people that want to focus or fixate on billionaires constantly ignore the fact that there are a ton of Americans that legitimately believe like some kind of wacky, stupid shit, regardless of any billionaire funding or anything else. You have to be able to deal with that. You can't just assume that if you peeled back all the billionaires, everybody in the country is going to start to agree on something. It's just not the case.
Interested to see this critique develop. And I just had Zephyr teach out on my show. There's an episode with her and Shrikat Chakrabarti called The Buttons and the Left that I think people would be interested to hear sort of do the power debate at some length. I think this has been very revealing to me about what my friends on the left, and I think of myself usually as on the left, though, a liberal, not a leftist, I guess, mean when they say power. I think this is a book entirely about power.
Oh, but the only power they care about is the money power, the capital power. Like, it sounds memey when I say things like, you know, that like even if you got rid of all the billionaires or whatever, there's like other types of power that can exist, right? People can have like social capital, people can have religious capital. You know, there were popes that kind of were huge figures in in the Dark Ages of Europe. But everybody just thinks that you're like memeing when you say shit like that.
But it is a book that treats power highly situationally. So there is a structure of power that arranges itself around, say, a housing development in San Francisco. That is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you build interstate transmission lines, which is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you site rural broadband and build that in the way that you want to, which is a different structure of power than you see in a bunch of the other cases in the book. And one thing we are attempting to do over and over and over again.
Actually, I should shoot
granular
HE because I want to
what is
start
happening.
fires as well.
So one thing that bothers me about the power analysis that I hear on the left, let's take housing, because
The best argument I can kind of get behind is that the donor class has the money to influence public opinion with propaganda. Yeah, because I think that the issue that you run into is leftists start to realize like, okay, fuck, we can't explain everything through billionaires. So then you get this like, manufactured consent diagram.
Look at this
paradigm
fucking.
where you
Okay,
say,
at
oh,
least
look,
those were
okay, well,
good.
when the billionaires can't do it all on their own,
That was bitter.
and then ordinary people agree with billionaires, that's just because of the billionaires still, because look, they manufacture the consent. There's always a way to kind of get back to that wealthy power class, I guess, yeah. Are you disappointed that Pisco, Hutch, etc. have taken a stance against Ezra for these same reasons? Sam is listing off my billionaires. Yeah, I don't know. I read through the first half, I think, of Joanna's critique of the book, and it just feels like a bunch of like the standard leftist things where people can't people who are leftists just can't engage in the policy world sometimes when their ideology overrides, which I think is very frustrating. But
one thing that bothers me about the power analysis that I hear on the left, let's take housing, because I always think it's very important to ground things in like a specific case. Texas builds more housing.
I love that he said that. It is important to ground things in a specific case. Yes. Good. True. Give examples.
N-O-B.
Analysis that I hear on the left. Let's take housing, because I always think it's very important to ground things in like a specific case. Texas builds more housing than California. It builds more housing than New York. When people move to Austin and Houston and Dallas, they build homes.
One of the things that I wish, and see, this is where I wish you had more than just like the standard kind of like lefty critiquers when it comes to dealing with Ezra's book too, is because like it would be interesting to hear some intelligent pushback, and maybe who knows, maybe somebody will give it. But like, and also maybe this is actually dealt with in the book directly because I haven't read the book, so maybe he's dealt with it in the book, and then if I were to say it, he would just say, oh, obviously, blah blah blah. Right? When you say that Texas builds more houses, yeah, of course, but it's because they're receiving new people and they don't have the density problems. They haven't built out as much as California already has, so they have the capacity for new houses. However, I would argue, anecdotally, because I don't have like the studies on hand, but I'm like 99% sure I'm correct on this. Every single city in all of these red states are, after COVID, started to face the exact same problems that the blue state cities faced. Miami, everybody around here complained about rent increases. I hear that people at the gym complain about how expensive shit is. I remember when Mr. Mooten was here, he said that his rent was getting bumped up like $600 a month when he went to renew his lease. And then in Texas, for people that live in Austin, I hear so many complaints about the increase in the cost of renting an apartment. If you want to be near the Domain now, it's like super expensive. Or if you want to rent near downtown, the price have gotten insane. So like in all of these places where you do get a bunch of people moving in that weren't there before, can they initially accommodate and build more stuff? Yeah, of course they can initially. But then when they start to hit that critical mass that a lot of those liberal cities have hit, we find that they run into more or less the same problems, I think. That's the vibe that I get. Maybe he would have a response to that. I'd be curious.
When people move to San Jose and San Francisco and Los Angeles, they don't. Is your view, do you find it a credible view to say that the issue is Texas has solved the corporate power problem, but California is permeable to corporate power and dominated by oligarchy?
Oh no. Hopefully this conversation isn't super dumb. But technically, Sam can short circuit all of this because Sam sometimes is more leftist than liberal, and Sam will just say, actually, yeah, I do think the billionaires control California as well, which would short circuit this entire combo, but we'll see.
In a way that Texas, or for that matter, Florida, is not.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily, I think it's...
Sorry, hold on real quick. At Destiny, this is not true. The rent prices in Austin in specific areas have dropped because they did just build more. Yeah, but is it like in the areas that are near like downtown or the nice areas that people want to live, or is it just like the outskirts of Austin where you get like this suburban kind of creep? That's important.
That matter, Florida is not.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily, I think it's not necessarily corporate power. I think what we're talking about is money. I think we're just talking about money.
So
and
Texas has solved the money in politics problem, but California has not.
Well, I can tell you that, like, if you want to compare, let's say, San Francisco to Houston, right, you just have a lot more.
Must be nice to
space in
start with
Houston.
full HP.
You have a lot more money in San Francisco. And so the power that rests with the money is more concentrated, literally, right? And has the ability in those instances to stop this housing project or that housing project.
One thing I'm curious about, is it even, Jesus, I did not expect the difference between those to be this significant. Houston's square mileage is 640.4 square miles. San Francisco is 46.9 square miles. God damn. I wonder if San Francisco gives way, though, to more suburbs than Houston does. I don't know. Metropolitan areas make stuff really weird in the U.S. when it comes to calculating like how big a city is. But I just don't know for San Francisco.
Like the ability in the
one question that I would be curious, I hope Ezra asks Sam this, what are the capital interests in making it more expensive? Like, who's winning in San Francisco? And now this might be unfair, but no, I'm going to stop saying this. It's unfair for me to ask people to name examples and to give specifics. I want you to explain to me, what is the process by which a billionaire shuts down housing development in San Francisco? Walk me through that. Is there some land it gets zoned or zoned for
Show me
housing?
something.
You know, a company comes in and bids on it, and a billionaire comes in and they say, no, I'm gonna buy the land so that nobody can build on it, or what? Like, what does that process look like? Because I don't know. I've never heard a story like this before. I have heard a lot of NIMBY stories. Sometimes they're sometimes there's middle class people. But I'm curious, like, what is that process by which you think capital interest comes in and shuts down the expansion of housing? Why would they even do that? I don't know. Because like capital owners would benefit from having more people in an area, more customers, more money to be made, more workers in there. They get, if the workers move in and the land is cheaper, or where the apartments or the houses are cheaper, it means that you can pay them less because they're the stipends and everything you provide for moving and living would be cheaper. Like who's benefiting from that?
those instances to stop this housing project or that housing project. Like, look at Austin, for instance. You bring up Austin. In the course of Austin, and this was, I read this in the review, because obviously I'm not studying Austin or San Francisco for that matter. But Joe Wiesenthal wrote, that his observation about Austin was that it was cheap, and then it got very expensive. Then there was, and it was a function of costs went up, rents went up. It became expensive there.
Rents have gone down in Austin because they built so much.
I don't like statements like that. We have to get really into the weeds, such that we have to say we're going to have a specific debate on the housing market of one city. Now, I'm not saying that Ezra is necessarily wrong. I'll be honest, I don't know. But I do think that you have to speak with a high degree of specificity when you talk about rents in a city, and everybody should know this. If you go to I say, for instance, I lived in LA for 3 years. That's the thing that I say. I actually have never lived in LA in my life. I lived in Glendale for a year. I lived in Culver City for a year.
What?
And then I lived in Orange County.
I hate the ship, dude.
I just say I lived in LA because it's LA.
God, it's so bad.
When somebody says something like rents
Instantly
in LA
gets
have fallen on the average, that might be true, but it's a lot different living in downtown LA versus living, LA is really expensive as a city. I don't even know where LA starts and stops, but there are a lot of different parts to LA. Some you might want to live in, some you definitely don't want to live in. I know for Omaha, for instance, I know there are neighborhoods, like if you live in Regency, that's where Warren Buffett lives, that's a really nice neighborhood to live in. Obviously, there are a lot of really nice houses there, but Omaha is a very big city. There's a lot of shitty places to live there too. So when somebody says the aggregate or the average rents have risen or fallen, there could be specific areas where the rent has increased pretty substantially, and there could be other areas where the rent has fallen, and you don't really get an accurate snapshot of the city, I would say, just by saying rents have risen or fallen, because it really depends on what area we're talking about. But that's getting really, I think, into the weeds on that. But
they built.
I really want to hold on what you said the first time. But San Francisco has concentrated money in a way that
there was no change in the building codes, for instance. Like the argument that
the building code responded in Austin. So you can just go look. You can, I mean, I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data on the show and show it, but just go pull it up if we can. You can search Fred housing starts in Austin and San Francisco. You could just do this in general. You can look at this analysis across blue and red cities.
But
what the difference? Hold, let me just. I want to go through this example, but we can go through a bunch of them. Houston doesn't have a zoning code. That's why it's easier to build there. I mean, I was talking to a developer there, and he said, "Look, the thing."
Destiny, your fear is that the rents in the suburbs dropped but didn't in the city. Be for real, please. I don't know what you're. I don't know if you think that that's impossible, that rents in areas that people want to live can go up substantially, and that rents in other areas can fall because the area either becomes shittier or people just, I don't know if you've never rented any place in your entire life ever, you've never looked to move to any place ever, but that is absolutely a thing that can happen, but okay, okay.
Everybody knows about Houston, if you're a developer, is it's a bad place to be a homeowner. It's a good place to be a developer. And this is what I mean when I say the whole book in a way is about power. That in these procedural questions, in this question of how do you get housing approved, what we have created in many blue cities is a lot of veto points. And that veto point can be used by corporate power. It can be used by moneyed interests. It can be used by local homeowners who are not power in the way we would normally think of them, but sure as hell are power when you're thinking about whether or not to build housing.
Yep.
It can be used by all sorts of players. And so I think that one of the places where I quite diverge from some of my other friends on this is that I think when you create this level of proceduralism, this level of veto points, they get captured by interests over time. And that is a place where power can pool. Now, I think the place where I probably part, just to finish the thought, I think the place where I probably part is that I think that the left is often very attentive to power when it is coming from certain recognized villains,
but not
and
others.
much less attentive to power when it is coming from people who might in other contexts look like allies.
Yeah, this is the frustrating part. This is the thing I've said a lot is that, for instance, I think one of your biggest enemies when it comes to building homes or getting affordable housing, and I've never heard anybody, I guess maybe besides Ezra, he kind of is recognizing it now. I've never heard anybody in politics recognize this. Homeowners are your biggest enemy because nobody wants to talk about the trade-off. But if you want to make housing more affordable, you must hurt local homeowners. There is no way around that. It is directly opposite in interests if you are a homeowner and you are somebody who's coming in to rent or buy. Your interests are directly contrary to one another. So if you want more affordable housing, if you want more affordable rents, you must hurt the local land or homeowners or building owners. You have to hurt them. And nobody is willing to address that topic head on. Nobody has the bravery to go against people that own their homes.
Or just be local homeowners, but that can also be real power wielded in a problematic way.
Well, but you listed off three entities that have power: corporate power, moneyed interests, and homeowners. And I would suggest to you that in all three of those that you just listed, that money is ultimately the controlling factor. So for instance, I can tell you, like, I don't know San Francisco, I don't know Austin, I know Worcester, Mass. And I can tell you that during urban renewal,
he's going to give an example of some billionaire or huge company that came in, and that's literally where all of his analysis starts and stops for Sam Cedar, which is frustrating. He's smarter than this, but whatever.
he had, there was an entire neighborhood that was completely, I don't know if you've ever been to Worcester, had gone through 290. There was an entire neighborhood called...
Oh my God. Or is he going to give an example of, we wanted to build good public housing here, and the wealthy people just wanted condos or something?
The Laurel Clayton, I think it was, that ended up dumping people into a housing project, Plumley Village. And it was all run by the Worcester Redevelopment Authority. It was completely streamlined. None of the other, what we would call today groups. There was no equity involved in this, or equitable justice or anything like this.
Thank God.
And the neighborhood was completely destroyed because the input only essentially came from this big insurance company and the Worcester Redevelopment Authority, which was essentially owned by the same type of people. And I only know about this because a buddy of mine was homeless in high school because of how much destruction generationally it had created as a result of that. And so when you list off those 3 elements of power, in my mind, those are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure there are stories of low-income people who own homes in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, is able to stop building. But I would imagine those are very far and few between.
And I think we should be in.
It doesn't. The thing is it doesn't have to be the ultra wealthy that are stopping something. It could just be a person that owns a home, right? Or it could just be anybody, even technically people that rent. No. If you rent, you would want pricing to come down, actually. If you're a renter, not a rentee, not somebody that this also ties into the issue that I said
Split
before.
the difference.
Everybody gets mad at me when I say it, but like I don't like the fact that owning a home is seen as like a primary investment vehicle, because when it is a primary investment vehicle, and it is for most people, the most important asset they own is their house. That also creates a lot of, I would argue, distortionary effects, to where if I have a home, well, I really don't want anything to help the housing market around here, because this is literally my primary nest egg, and anything you do to help out people afford homes around here is literally hurting my retirement. It's hurting the most important asset I have.
I really despise this
really
fucking
toxic way to
it's terrible
to affect the market, in my opinion.
In agreement, right? If this is the case you're making, then I think we should be in agreement, because there's no doubt.
Well, I'm saying it's moneyed interest.
It's sometimes money interest for sure, right?
Well, what is it the other times?
Let me finish the thought, okay. and then you can give me your rebuttal. When you create these highly legalistic systems, the people with the money to hire lawyers and lobbyists are going to be more capable within them, and so the structure of a society that begins to bury so much in bureaucracy, where you have to know when to show up to the planning meeting and you have to know who the city council members are. Like, it begins to...
Are most homes in big cities owned by privates in the USA? In Europe, it's mostly owned by conglomerates. In the US, I think the vast majority of houses are owned by individuals. But in the United States, we have a lot of highly preferential tax treatment given to individuals that I think makes it really hard for like large corporations or whatever to compete with an individual buying a home. There's just it's such a tax advantaged thing, I think.
Structurally favor those who can navigate that society. So when we talk about things like upzoning, where we want to make it possible to build more houses in an area, like everybody knows it is almost impossible to upzone a rich area. And that is because they are able to bend this process to their will. Now, you can take a place like California,
right? Let me address that. I mean, I get that point there. And I think that is what worries, I don't know about other people, but that's the type of thing that worries me, because the argument you've just made is almost identical to the one that I would have every week.
Wait, you don't necessarily need to hurt existing homeowners in upzoning, e.g. the home sales prices can increase because the single family home can now be converted into 4 homes or more, e.g. how much would a developer pay for land? Yeah, but the thing is, you get into another weird thing in America where I don't know if it's like this in Europe at all. I don't know. But in the United States,
you best turn around, boy.
That they have a moral right to live in the same house for generation after generation after generation. This is why like gentrification is such a huge issue in the United States. People think that if your family owned a home and then you grew up in that home, that you should have the right to own that home, and then your children should have the right to own that home, and everybody into perpetuity should have the right to own that home, and you should never be forced to sell or have to sell ever, even if the surrounding land. So it makes it's a weird conversation to have when you talk about trying to make things more expensive, I guess, or increase the value of surrounding areas. Because if you price people out that are already there, they're going to say that that's unethical, and you can't do that, basically.
Aid is almost identical to the one that I would have every week with Tim Carney, who I know, back in the day, which is an idea that the problem with wealthy influence, and if you and I agree, then it is money. The problem with it
we don't
is
agree that it's all money.
Okay,
money is one mechanism of influence.
But it is, I think it is the biggest one. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the issue. So look, there are a bunch of these issues.
It doesn't do anything, by the way. I'm just being annoying, even though it's a bolt. Like, it really doesn't do anything then.
That you need to have less government.
Chits and giggles.
That way it cannot be as corrupted or manipulated by moneyed interests. Now, I don't know if you think that money is the problem 51% of the time or 30% of the time.
I don't think categorically asking that question is, but here, let me say where I disagree with Tim Carney, because maybe it'll clarify where maybe you and I don't agree. Tim wants a less capable state. I want a more capable state. Tim wants a state that does fewer things. I want a state capable of doing more things, including the things it has already promised to do. So when I look at California high-speed rail, I work backwards and I say, what the f happened that the state of California...
Yeah, I don't know if Ezra realizes this or not, but they need to talk about what they mean when they say money interest, because I don't think these guys are in agreement, even though they seem to think they are. I just think they are. When Sam says money interest, Sam is exclusively talking about billionaires and like huge corporations. And I think Ezra's just saying money in general, like a middle-class homeowner's money, I think. So I think they need to resolve that one.
And I say, what the f happened that the state of California could not build high-speed rail, which they can do in Japan, they can do in China, they can do in Europe.
All right, this is starting to bore me, and there's still like over an hour to go. So we're just gonna do this, loop this, and press play.
See you later, bitches.
We're almost there. Trivias más. Wow. Too bad they ruined the game. Music's still great though. Giggity. Reload faster. Uh-oh. Oh, make a hole, make a hole, make a hole, make a hole. Go back lift. No. Ow, I'm dead. See, there was a hole right there. I went too far right. Or reload before I die. Shit. How am I still alive? That's crazy. Oh my god, finally. Never again. I despise this ship. It is terrible. I need 1,960 coal. I guess we'll get it tomorrow. Okay. What was new? Oh. Hmm. This is the clan. Okay, I was wondering, why does this get shit? What? I know many Tekken players hate this song, but I really like it. Azucena. Bruh. I couldn't even spawn. Oh, at least it was only one. Johan de Witt. True. Sticking music. I finally got the fucking Viesma shit done. I don't have to play that no more. What a fucking terrible ship that was, man. Jesus. Yeah, I have been grinding, yeah. Dude, I fucking hated the Viesma so much. I'm so glad it's over. I just finished it last round. Well, 5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? To be fair, I went out this morning. With the car. I was driving very carefully. Like, before I took a pill, right? Not after, obviously. That would be suicide. Well, they would let you drive, but it's probably not recommended, because... Yeah. Don't. Bad idea. I'm gonna get the Monopoly first, by the way. It's gonna be easier to play, it's gonna be easier to grind with. I'll get the sub, you know, somewhere down the line, I guess. Because I like all of those things, right? I literally like I don't have a class that I'm like. I just wanted the Yamato first, so I got the Yamato first. Because it's the fucking Yamato, you know what I mean? It's like the coolest battleship ever made, right? Dude, I love the Gambia, man. The Dockyard Cruiser, it's fantastic. Oh, I didn't get the kill. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty zippy. Plus, it can shoot if you staggered him a salvo every 2 seconds. It's pretty funny to watch. The Gambia is not British. It's Commonwealth. I didn't actually think that would hit anything. This is bullshit. One hit, bro. Motherfucker. That was better. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. I'm the only one that is actually doing the objective. The secondary, I guess. Oh, great. There's no way. There's no way. How did I dodge that? I'm doing a Yamato for crying out loud. That one's gonna hit. Bro, am I gonna lose this fight? You know I'm about to get torped. I'm gonna lose this fight. We're dead. Wow. That was shit. BT dubs. I mean, the one tank was hilarious, let's be honest. It's literally for that one tank, dude. Little tiny thing. 40 centimeter cannon. It's fucking hilarious. On the back. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. He might have turned into it. Hey! Oh, he didn't capture him.
Man, you want me to kick those dents out for you?
Oh, yo. Okay.
Come on, let's get going.
Randomly, just to scare him. Who knows?
understand.
I didn't really do too much this game. Bro, I'm losing money up the wazoo, dude. Depends which ships I'm playing though. The Viesmi lost me millions. What a terrible fucking... That ship is garbage, straight up. Yeah, it's like 200k.
Oh my god, Dad, you farted! That is so nasty!
No, Meg, this is crucial, all right? The sexiest thing a woman can do for a man is learn to love his gas. Love the gas, Meg. Love it!
That's a little late. Still, he got a hit in. That's a pretty good guess.
Time for a little payback.
Hello? Damn it, can't see him. It's bad because I have to surface.
Fuck.
55 HP. Really? Oh, we're dead. Too bad he can't shotgun no more, right? Within 3 kilometers it does no damage. 10% of what it should do. Still, 7 hits, 30k. I didn't sink nobody, that sucks. Pretty good, no? Too bad Dodo ain't here. He can see exactly what the Scharnhorst is capable of. There's a reason it's the last one lived. We have a Mitz. Wonderful. Hopefully it does more damage than... Well, the Mitz is actually pretty decent. Only one destroyer. What's the chance that it's gonna be on the opposite side of where I am at? Pretty fucking high, I'm guessing. God, dude, maybe I will buy the EU4501. I'm actually like honestly confused as to what to get. I don't know. This guy's serious? Why do they always fly right over me? I don't know how to read this one. That's such horse shit. Look at this. Double ping too, dude. Oh shit, I got stuck. Fuck, I didn't realize that. Oh, rude. You should start playing Doom as well, dude. I installed it like ages ago. Same with Civilization 7. I installed it the moment I got it. I do love the way the fucking submarines play, dude. Maybe I should just play submarine. Ah, fuck. I'll take whatever I can get. The thing is, I cannot ping an aircraft carrier because its automatic ASW will fuck me up. He's almost out of play. Bro, how do I not see this guy yet? Uh-oh. Shit, it spotted me. Dude, where is this carrier? Holy fuck. I'm gonna get fucked up now. Ah, they weren't kidding.
Man, you want me to kick those dents out for you? Wait, my wife would wait like...
I'm so fucked.
Hey, what's your big idea?
I got him. Lol. That works. GG. I do quite enjoy the submarine gameplay, I'm not gonna lie. What'd they do this time? All right. Yeah, but you're in it still. Bit of a downside. What's up, Shadows? That means technically I could get the fucking... oh, wrong. I could get the U-boat right now. I have enough for the U-boat. Oh, okay. Maybe not. 500. Really? Really? No, I'm definitely not using 2 steel. No. Yeah, because then it won't be at a 0 at the end, right? It'll be 4,484, and it's like, what? Bro, that's so many destroyers.
What the hell is this? Well, looks like an intermission. A chance to stretch the old legs. Oh, man, I peed in this cup for nothing?
What's up, Kimley? The idea is, I assume that the destroyer would go straight for the cap, so I'm gonna go around and try and torp the guys on the side. Down, down, down. Dude, I couldn't get away from the fucking... Ah, shit. I couldn't get away from... I couldn't get out of the fucking, Z. Dumb.
Man, you want me to kick those dead shot for you?
That was a hit at least. That didn't go so well. Yeah, they're fighting on the cap. I was trying to flank. I was doing great until I got stuck in the fucking Z. Like, the sonar ping was way too late, and so all of my torpedoes missed. Otherwise, I would have gotten, like, you know, 15k damage off of the first salvo. I had a good idea, but it was executed horribly. Would have worked out had I not been a complete fuck up. Pretty much. You're in far off. I was in the mood. They ruined the game, but the music's still swag. Right? Okay. I love how this destroyer is spotting for testing. Right? That's a good way of putting it, actually. Did their entire team go west? What's going on? There's one destroyed. Wow. And our destroyer lost. Yeah, I can't stay on the surface. I can't stay underneath the surface that long on this one. Oh. The other submarine had the exact same idea I did. That sucked. And the torpedoes are not gonna hit now. They're only 11.5. I'm glad you clarified. I can even do this. It's gray as fuck though. That's the trade-off. And I'm not vain enough to die that shit. I don't give a fuck. What do you mean? You look way more than like a silverback than I do, bro. Like, it's not even close. That was like the worst example you could have picked, dude. Like, bruh. What do you mean, how? You're like a gym rat, dude. Yeah, yeah. You look way more like a silverback than I do, bro. Like, it's not even remotely close. Oh. Oh, that was kind of close, dude. Be sure. See, yeah, I keep waiting too late or too long. And now I'm too close. Should be good, right? Oh, you fucks. Shit's literally the lambada. This is bad because I'm gonna have to surface. I ain't got no fucking airlift. It's very bad. Yep. It's a nice attempt with the torpedo. No, so close. I was almost under. I love the alpaca level. It's my level. So fun what these guys have been doing. They've been super fucking useful all game long. Clearly. Yeah, Destroyer has more torpedoes than I do. About 30 seconds. All within range. And bing. Oh, it's just shotgunning and hoping. Fire everything! You really want to ping, dude. Out of all the times, now's the time to ping. Why would you not ping? At least the music is good, because my teammates ain't. If he pings there, he kills that guy. Straight up. This guy needs my crosshair. Incoming torpedoes. Alright, I'm gonna take a break for about as long as it takes me to take a pill, then wait 30 minutes, then eat. So at least that long. No, I can't afford to fall asleep. I got shit to do. I have to decide if shit to buy. Bro, I'm 20 coal off of the fucking watch. 187,500, 187,480. Minus 2 coal, steel. That's not gonna happen. Fucking bullshit, dude. Yeah, and the next one is freak speed. Then comes coal, but I could theoretically get there, but that's gonna take a while. I still need 500k of damage for another completion. That's 3, and then I need one of these. Right? So yeah, that's gonna take a while still. Anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. I will be back later. Peace the fuck out.